Good morning, members, and welcome to this meeting of the full council, which is our first, with some members participating remotely, and our first meeting of the live stream. It is meeting that this is a new way, but it's good.
Am I?
That's better. Okay. It's important that we adhere to good practice in social distancing and in only making essential journeys, which is the current guidance. So can I thank you all for your cooperation. We have a number of important reports to consider today, and I trust we will deal with business in our usual efficient manner. I'm sure that good weather will encourage people to do so. This report is attended, so half-hour recess at the appropriate point. Could I remind members that should you wish to contribute to any item, you should write speak in the Teams chat function, and you will be invited to speak in order. And the usual standing orders apply, including that any votes will be undertaken by roll call. Nick and Claire are going to list all members wanting to speak in Teams, so that all members, whether present physically or remote, can see who wants to speak and can feel that they are being treated equally, irrespective of where they are located. I'll call members to speak using their full names, so that if members of the public are watching, they will know who's speaking if the participant is a remote participant. Could I also remind my fellow members that in considering the items on today's agenda, some of which may be seen as sensitive, we must be very careful when discussing matters concerning the conduct or capability of either current or former officers of the council. Both the Members' Code of Conduct and the Member Officer Protocol are clear about the responsibility of members in this regard. Doing so could be considered a breach of the Code of Conduct, resulting in the possibility of a complaint to the Ethical Standards Commissioner, who, on determining there may be a case to answer, would refer the matter to the Standards Commission, which may take the matter to a hearing. Members should also bear in mind that comments made in public during council meetings do not enjoy parliamentary privilege and would potentially be open to legal action. So it would be wise to have regard to the code and the protocol in respect of any comments with regard to both our current and former officers. This advice, of course, does not better members' ability to be candid about their views, but we need to be cautious in referring to individual officers or disciplinary matters, because members also have a role in serving on the employment and subcommittee. Nick, can you please provide evidence indicating who is participating remotely, and also any apologies?
Thank you, Leader. I've had no apologies this morning. In the room for the apologies. I've had no apologies come through, Leader. For the benefit of people watching online and listening, in the room we have yourself, Leader, Councillor Murray. We also have Councillors Little, Ferguson, Thompson, Nicholson, Hislop, Maitland, Ian Crothers, Johnston, Bell and Wilson. We have 42 present in total, and the rest of members joining us on Teams. 41.
Excellent. And I confirm my agreement to the remote participation of those who are participating remotely. It is those names, we have to know the names, but you know, it's all, it is the vast majority of other councillors. Do any members have a declaration of interest in this? Henry does. Henry. Sorry, Councillor McClellan, sir.
Councillor McClellan, do you wish to declare an interest?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Thank
Try to unmute.
Go ahead, Councillor Clerk.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, the thing was actually very slow in reacting to the unmute. Yes, thank you, Leader, for letting me declare my interest. I wish to make it known, due to my past employment with LIP Construction Limited, this ceased on the 31st of January 2019. I wish to declare an interest in agenda item 7. Furthermore, I'd like to add that I've also made the Director aware of this prior to any report being issued, and I have removed myself from any scrutiny and discussions relating to this report so far, and today I won't be taking part in any discussions with this agenda item, but I will listen to proceedings as I could do in the anteroom if we were in full council. Thank you.
I think it's actually agenda item 17 that you have an interest in, not agenda item 7.
I did say 17, Leader. It maybe just didn't come across, but it is 17. That's correct.
No other declarations of interest. Councillor Carruthers.
No, not a declaration of interest. I just wondered, did we get clarity on who's not attended the meeting, who's not here? Did we get clarity on that? Show of interest.
Yeah, he's not. Not attended.
So currently it's just John Charteris.
Okay. So there are no further declarations of interest. Can we then go on to item 3 and approve the minutes of the joint meeting with Youth Council, which was held on the 18th of February 2020? It hasn't been possible to bring the update report to this meeting as planned. I'm told that work is now ongoing to look at the agreed actions, and the report will be brought to an early meeting with Youth Council. The minutes are approved, though. No indication of is approved. Councillor Sloan's got his hand up.
That's the last one.
Councillor Sloan? Okay, we'll move on. Okay, can we move on to agenda item 4? And that's the minute of the meeting held on the 27th of February.
Hello? Hello? Hi, well, I'm never going to hear me. Oh, we're getting a lot of static.
That's how Molly said next
Did anybody catch that?
No. Councillor Sloan's wanting, I think.
Well, I didn't call him in, but he didn't.
I think it seems to be when he puts his mic
I
on.
Maybe he actually touched it by mistake.
Oh, there we go. I'm getting help.
Yeah.
Just to say to all, I have got officers who are monitoring microphones so that we will do our best to mute people as soon as we realise there's an issue.
Chair, but if there's 2 people present in the room, they've both got their tablet on, how do you mute going out? Because I want to speak, press speak, and somebody else is listening to me, you get the feedback. That's where the problem arises.
So I think, if I can, Chair, I think the general advice is to try not to have 2 people in the same meeting on different devices in the same room because of that very problem. So if there are 2 people sitting in the same room and they're not on headphones, they basically need to separate themselves into 2 separate rooms. I think if that is what's happening there, then those members should separate into 2 different rooms, and then the problem won't arise.
Sorry.
I heard that. Councillor Sloan, did you want in? Your hand is raised. It's not any longer. Okay, that's fine. Right. Okay, let's move to, can we approve the minutes? We've approved the minutes on 27th of February. So can we approve the minutes of the meeting on the 20th of March? Okay. No indication to the contrary? Okay, so moving on to item 6, which is the unaudited accounts. This report is to ensure compliance with legislation, and although there was an opportunity to delay the presentation of the accounts because of the demands of the COVID pandemic, our Section 95 officer and external auditors agreed to adhere to the original timetable, which ensures that we adhere to our budget timetable and process. As in previous years, the unaudited accounts are tabled at the meeting. This year's means that they have gone live on the website, and they're published on Teams, and I think they came out as an email as well. And Paul Garrett is available to assist us in there with any questions. It's really just a procedural matter of this that the councillor is up.
Chair, are these a full and accurate reflection of all business that this council has undertaken this year?
Paul?
Thanks, Leader. Yes, the present is a true and fair reflection of the Council's financial position at the 31st of March. Obviously, the accounts are now subject to the external audit process, and there'll be an audit report back to members through the Audit Risk and Scrutiny Committee later in the year. But my assessment is that they're based on a true and fair position at this stage.
Councillor Ferguson?
Thanks, Leader. Paul, can I ask, just for clarity, can we assume that any of the COVID expenditure isn't included in the March period in this report?
We've made reference, Councillor Ferguson, in the report to the implications of the COVID emergency. We have not adjusted the financial statements to take into account any changes to valuations or debtors and creditor valuations based on COVID at this stage. However, one of the things that is important to recognise is that where there was some expenditure incurred prior to the 31st of March, that has been reflected in these accounts. But really the significant expenditure in relation to COVID-19 was in the new financial year, so it was only relatively small amounts that were reflected in the period up to the 31st of March.
Thank you.
Any further questions for Paul after the on Teams? Okay, are we content to note the unaudited accounts and the pension funds on the unaudited accounts report, and then submit them to the council's external auditor? Okay. Item 7. Councillor Travis.
Just before we start, a number of the members were interested, obviously take guidance for yourself as the convener of this meeting. There's a lot of important agenda items on the agenda today, but ultimately certain things of very much interest. Would it be appropriate that that was brought forward? We'll take your advice on that.
Well, I've discussed this with the corporate officer. There's a reason why the agenda is ordered the way it is in terms of what we need to take decisions on and things that we are noting. And although there may well be recommendations which come up to some of the others which might require a vote or require the agreement of members, I'll hand over to Nick and he'll explain. I'm not inclined at this late date to change the order of the agenda. The agenda was published at the end of last week, and I'm not inclined to changing it actually on the day of the meeting. I think it's something we could have discussed earlier had it been necessary. But I'll hand over to Nick and he'll explain why it's on the meeting.
I think certainly, Leader, as you've indicated, when agendas are put together, we try and group relevant items together. So you'll see that a number of the COVID items, etc., are grouped further down the agenda. It's more normal business, as it were, if you like. But certainly that's the rationale how we try and group relevant or linked agendas agenda items together, so we give some sort of sense of continuity as you move through the agenda.
Thanks, Lynn. I'll take that as a no, but just it was the extreme weather, in particular weather conditions we might encounter today, that brought that particular subject matter up. But thanks for that.
Okay, we can move on to, actually, I hope people are hearing me better. I think the reason why people couldn't hear me at first is that I wasn't pointed towards the mic, so hopefully people can hear me a bit better now. Agenda item 7, Corporate Revenue Outturn Report. This report provides members with an overview of the Council's financial position of our revenue budget.
Hi, I'm in difficulty hearing on Sturn. I didn't realise we were on item 7. Is there a response?
You need chat facility all coming in.
Okay, so we start again.
Dominic's agreed.
You might.
Okay, so the report provides members with an overview of the Council's financial performance of our revenue budget for the year ended 31st of March 2020, as this matter is within the remit of the procurement and transformation under standing order.
It's just still.
Are we able to?
We are muted as soon as we can, but it does take a second or two to find.
Right, this is, we have to withdraw delegation from the Finance, Procurement and Transformation Committee, and I've got with consent to do so. Happy to do that? Okay. Performance of the new directors, as set out in Appendix 1 in their first year of operation, is commendable given the challenges and pressures that have been experienced over 2019-20, and I'd like to record our thanks for the hard work to achieve almost £9 million worth of savings after many years of pushing savings. Olga is here to assist members with any questions. And I ask people on. Right, okay. I've got Steve Thompson wants to speak. Councillor Steve Thompson.
Thanks, Leader. It was just a question on Appendix 4 where it mentions the AEF. And it was really just to get a bit of detail on how that's broken down, because I think that's now known as TRF these days, Total Revenue Funding. I think the AEFs would be historical reference, but I think that's broken down into specific revenue grants, non-domestic rates, revenue support grants, etc. So it was really a clearer sense of what that breakdown was. And that's on page 69, I think it's Appendix 4.
Oh,
Yes, thanks very much, Leader. I'll actually ask Gillian to come in on this one, please.
Yes, thank you, Leader and Councillor Thompson. The AEF that's mentioned in Appendix 4 is the amounts that have been specifically received from the Scottish Government for specific projects which we haven't used fully for that purpose, and which we are then carrying forward to allow the spend to be incurred in the associated year. It is still referenced as aggregated external finance by the Scottish Government. It's just that the other reference that you've mentioned there is within the wider total settlement, but each individual allocation is still referenced as AEF for aggregated external finance.
Couple of questions. 2.5, note the unallocated general fund balances as at 31st of March are 7.2 million, equating to 2% of the annual expenditure. However, at point 3, oh sorry, 3.2 in the papers, it says note the current balance of 6.825 million. Which is the correct figure there, please? That's first one. Second one, there's reference to 1.549 million, which is budget pressures on page 60. Funding released to support 2021 budget spending priorities. Has that been released to this year's budget? And with regard to savings achieved in the Appendix 2, there are significant numbers where it says achieved in full. The in-year savings shortfalls were fully mitigated. So how can they be achieved in full if we've had to mitigate against them? And can you tell me which line has the 497,000, is that right? 497,000 that we used from the change fund, because within the corporate change fund utilised during year, now the monies add up to severance costs and redeployment costs. Where did the 497,000, where's it shown in the books?
Bob?
Okay, thank you, Leader. Yes, the reference to general fund balances that Councillor Hislop refers to, 6.825 was the figure at the start of the financial year, and that is the current figure prior to members approving an increase of 375,000 to take that to 2% of the current general fund revenue budget, which would increase it to £7.2 million. So both figures are correct, but what we're asking for is for approval to increase the balance to 7.2 million to keep it in line with the 2% of the annual revenue budget. The second point, sorry.
On that point, Chair, this is an outcome report. This is not a report going forward. Why is it included in here? That should be in a budget report to set the budget, not in an outcome report. Outcome report is last year's accounts.
Yeah, I'm fully aware of that, Councillor Hislop, and at the end of a financial year we assess the required level of general fund balances, and what we've done this year, considering what we've done in previous years as well, is to revisit the amount required in balances to equate to 2% of the required funding, rather than ask for a kind of separate consideration new financial year. It's something we've dealt with as part of the year-end outturn report. If that's okay, I'll move on to the second part of the question on budget pressures.
Yeah.
Yes.
On the budget pressure. On the budget pressures, we highlighted to members during the 2020-21 budget setting process that we anticipated at least £1.25 million of last year's budget pressures funding would remain unallocated at the end of the financial year, and we indicated that would be available to support members' considerations for spending in the new year. At the end of the year, that figure has exceeded the £1.25 million that we indicated as a minimum level. It's just over £1.5 million, and what we've done is we've retained that in service reserves, and that's available for members to consider the application of in the new financial year. And I've actually made reference to that in a subsequent report later on this agenda under the COVID financial implications as a potential source of funding. But obviously that's absolutely something that members will need to consider, and further information will be brought to members to help them consider that. The third part of the question, I think, was in relation to the narrative on the savings. And what we're saying there is that they've been able to achieve the savings in full partially through identifying mitigating measures within the same revenue budget. So it's not something that the corporate committee has had to consider in terms of mitigating from the change fund. They've actually been mitigated within the relevant services, and therefore they've been able to be achieved in full by that service within the old financial year. And generally what we've said that what we're identifying is that any shortfall in the old year was due to timing, and therefore the savings would be fully achieved on a recurring basis from the new financial year onwards. If I could, the final point, I'm not quite sure, could maybe Councillor Hislop maybe go through that one again, unless Gillian, have you maybe got that one?
Sorry, I wasn't sure where the 479 reference came from. That was the part that I couldn't find. So if you could run through where the 479 was, that would be useful.
So it was 497, if I said 79, apologies. The significant, if you take the appendix 2, the significant majority of this saving was delivered within 1920. The in-year shortfall of 34,000 has been addressed through the application of the Change Fund. Now, there's various ones within the appendix that add up to 497,000 of the Change Fund being used to address the shortfalls. But when you go to the appendix 3, you have severance costs and redeployment costs are the main things that are used for the use of the Change Fund. Where did the 497,000 come from?
Okay, thanks for that. That's really useful. So basically, all the savings shortfalls that are referenced within that appendix are covered within the figure on Appendix 1 of 1218. So they have actually been funded from the overall variances before we've transferred the net position to the Change Fund. So the figures at the bottom, the 3.6 million, is inclusive, already reflects the funding of those amounts through the Change Fund first, before we transfer the net balance.
So actually they came out of savings achieved through the year rather than out the Change Fund.
They have effectively reduced the balance that we have transferred to the Change Fund because we've funded them from the overall balances, the overall figures that are there in terms of the corporate variances.
Yeah, so they didn't come out of the fund, they came out of the corporate balances.
Yeah,
which
can I just
transfer. It's just for, I noted in later reports that we should be actually being more clear about how we present a lot of these figures.
Can I maybe come back in there? Fully agree with Councillor Hislop's point there, but maybe just like to highlight that this is something that has been reported through the Finance, Procurement and Transformation Committee on a quarterly basis during the course of the financial year. There's no change in treatment reflected in this report, and the figure that's reflected in the appendix that Gillian's referred to is very much in line with the last monitoring report that was put to the Finance, Procurement and Transformation Committee at the start of March.
Yeah.
I think Leader Ivers made a couple of good points about language there and clarity, so happy to engage with members and how we can improve that for future reporting, make it as simple as possible for members to understand some of these complex numbers. So happy to, as an action, to engage with members to bring something back to members, how we can improve the clarity of the numbers, because actually savings achieved should be the savings agreed by members. So we'll work on that with members and bring something back for members' approval. Okay.
Right, thanks.
Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, page 48, 3.15, the BRS money that's due to us is £3 million. Could you clarify what position we are in now and when the expectation is that that money comes forward to us? On page, I don't know if it's not a page number, appendix 2, the economy and development surplus council properties. Again, we haven't achieved the £500,000 on that, and that's because of the community transfer, which is a good thing, you know, the community transfer, but is this target going to be realistic going forward in the future? Because it means that money isn't coming back into the council for sales. So is that money, is that target realistic? The views on that. And on appendix 4, the allocated committee funds, employment issues, £1.459 million. Can you expand a bit on the information what that's for?
Nicole.
Thank you. Yeah, the business rates incentivisation scheme funding that Councillor Nicholson refers to is reflected in the report. That's a very substantial amount. It's something that has recently been reported to us. We've not actually received it yet, but we're currently in discussion with the Scottish Government just to confirm that that is money that will be available for the Council to allocate in the new financial year. We think that is likely to be the case, but I think largely because of kind of COVID commitments, it's been difficult to get kind of detailed information and confirmation from the Scottish Government on that so far. So we're on that at the minute. I would hope that that's imminent, getting that confirmation. But obviously we'll come back to members as soon as possible once we've received that. The second point, absolutely, in terms of the community asset transfers and the impact on targets, and it's something that we do need to take into consideration. I think rather than the kind of shortfall in the saving that's reflected there, I think that's more in relation to the capital receipts target, which has been impacted by the community asset transfers in the last 2 or 3 years, and something that we're looking at as part of the ongoing development of the capital investment strategy is assessing whether the existing £500,000 per annum capital receipts target remains viable given the extent of community asset transfers that are now being progressed. On the employment issues fund, I don't know, Gillian, if you want to come in, I could cover that, but I don't know if you've got more detail on that.
Sorry, Paul, did you say the employment? The employment issues funding, it is basically a resource that we have sitting aside for where there are cases of what would you say? I can't remember the word, sorry.
No, I think basically it's largely in relation to issues that arise, things like holiday back pay amounts and kind of claims in relation to single status and job evaluation issues where the council sometimes has to make additional payments for previous years. That fund was a larger amount in previous years. It's been reduced of late, and the extent of cases has been at a lower level in the last couple of years. We're currently, as part of a review of reserves, assessing the ongoing need for the whole of that amount. Assessment is that the larger element of that will be required, but we're certainly trying to identify whether there's any kind of flexibility within there at this stage. Okay.
Councillor Sloan.
Hello?
Hello? Hello?
Hello? Are you hearing us? Yeah, I mean, I hope this movie turns out better than what the television is, because we are not getting a thing here. We're using 2 laptops to begin with, realised that might cause some difficulty, down to 1, which Willie's shown me how to, kindly shown me how to operate, and we still can't follow the meeting. I mean, in my opinion, this means I've missed half of it. I think it should be abandoned.
We'll certainly get someone to get in touch with you, Councillor Sloan, to assist you. That's not an issue.
Councillor Crothers.
There's room that over the next 10-15 minutes. He's got to keep coming back.
Yeah. I think we can bear 10 minutes to say something and get them.
Okay.
Online,
Councillor Sloan or Councillor Scobie, if you can answer your telephone, I will get someone from I need.
I don't know what difference Willie's helping me. We've followed all the guidelines, and yet we don't seem to be getting anywhere. Somebody else to phone us is not what we need. We'll miss the other half of the meeting then.
We've just agreed to go to Councillor, so we can.
Sorry, you've just agreed what?
Go to an adjournment.
Could you make it something like a month?
minutes to continue that. Thank you.
If they're in the room, we wouldn't have a problem. If they were in the room, we wouldn't have a problem. It's as simple as that. And I'm not sticking up, but it's, I've got members of my group in the same circumstance.
Okay, so we're going to restart the meeting. I believe that attempts have been made to contact the colleagues who have had problems in the system to get over those problems, but they haven't answered their phone. There seems to be an issue about them turning their mics off on at the same time when they don't need to. So I could ask those the two members to switch their mics off and to ensure that everybody else can assist with the meeting. We will do is what we can to ensure that they can take part, but we can't have the meeting continuing and disrupted because there are important things to be discussed today, and others seem to have managed to get out. I also should point out that the option was there for those who didn't like to connect from their own homes, that there was an option to come in here, and a number of members have taken that option, that they have joined from other rooms within this building, and that includes a member from Stranraer who's come over to do so. So I think we need to get on with the meeting now. I don't think we.
What we can't understand is, we come into this office here on Sun Street to accommodate not going to Dumfries. And we seem to have been totally disenfranchised by doing so.
Well, the other colleagues are Ward 1 and 2.
Providing you turn your mic off, councillor, when you're not speaking, there shouldn't be an issue. That's not. It's the fact that you've got your mic on, and there would appear to be more than one device in the room with mics open. But obviously, I'm in Dumfries, so it's difficult to diagnose it. But that's certainly the experience thus far.
Could you ask them just to use one device if Molly is helping Tommy to work the technology? If they use one device, ask them to switch one device off, then two of them can use the one device. Which might help.
Yeah, that would be a sensible solution. Would be just to use one device. We've done that on calls from the house. That you could indicate on Teams which member wants to speak, but just use the one device, and then you won't have the problems with feedback. Okay, shall we continue? So try using one device and then just type in which member wants to speak when you want to speak, and then you will be able to participate, same as everybody else who's participating remotely. Okay? Any further questions on item 7? Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, thanks, Leader. It was just a quick one on section 3.7, where it references delays to legal work getting included. And I'm just wondering, are there any lessons or progression being made towards virtual and digital solutions for legal services to sort of move from archaic traditional practices so we can conclude business in situations like this in the future, using digital technology or virtual technology as appropriate? That's page 66, section 3.7, amendment.
Sorry, I'm not aware if legal are progressing any specific technology advances to progress that kind of area. There has been some informal discussions with legal services with regards to how they can maybe better progress areas like this, certainly during this period with regards to electronic signatures and such like, but I'm not aware of specific progress that they're making in relation to that area at this point in time.
Gavin's got it.
I think to help Councillor Thompson, under item 11 in the restart process, all services will be put through that process in which the opportunities to fully exploit digital will be considered for all services and brought back to members. So it will be taken forward through that process over the next few months to bring them back, and it'll come before members as part of the restart plan that will be in July. So absolutely. But what I will do is I will look into that with the meeting and get back to the related member if that's acceptable.
Just a quick follow-up, please. Thank you. Yes, so I understand that there's obviously this has been an issue across the country, and I think there's maybe national moves as well. But obviously each different legal profession is a body in its own right. So I'm just sort of thinking there's maybe a lot of partnership working we might have to do to find solutions that work both nationally and locally. So if that could be maybe taken forward as well, or at least lobbied for.
So I will do it at both levels, Councillor Thompson. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't see anybody else on the podium to speak, so we move to the recommendations, which just we have to note the outturn position. Which is the application of the unallocated budget pressures to fully address the pressures returned by education and learning and social work. We understand that read. Note that 88% of the savings have been delivered. Did you note that? And the unallocated general fund balances are 7.2. That's with the additional funding being transferred into the 7.2 and the 3.466 million in the corporate change fund. And finally, we are content to agree the amount held by council in the funds in appendices 4 and 5. Not anything on the suggestion. Moving on to agenda item 8, which is the corporate capital investment strategy final outturn. The report provides members with details of the financial outturn position across the council's capital investment strategy for the financial year 2019-20. Again, this is a matter within the remit of finance, procurement and transformation. So in accordance with Standing Order 13.1, can we agree to withdraw delegation from that committee? Suggestion, remotely, if there's any disagreement? No. Given the explanation for the slippage set out in paragraph 3.4, and we do know that some of these projects are now underway, such as the demolition of Max High, following the lifting of restrictions, I think that we can be comfortable that 88.6% utilisation is a satisfactory position. With regard to the capital receipts in Appendix 2, there has been good work undertaken recently by the social value that our community asset transfers deliver for communities, and the Finance, Procurement and Transformation Committee has agreed an updating of the disposal and acquisition policy and project work to improve our approach to sales. So this will assist in the meeting of the target next year, hopefully, which is the point that Councillor Nicholson was making on the previous report. Paul, again, is available to assist members with any questions. So can I invite questions? I see Katie, Councillor Hagman has a question.
Thank you, Leader, and yes, good morning everybody. I've just confirmed that I've not actually had any problems with the audio, so thank you for setting it up this morning. I'll maybe take your lead on this, Leader, because I have got questions in regards to the Newton Stewart flood protection scheme, and I know that it will also be discussed in our future capital investment strategy, so perhaps you might want to wait till item 9 to take my questions on that. However, it was just in relation to the Sparling Bridge, because I note that we used the full allocation, but it doesn't actually give any details on the Sparling Bridge of what was the budget for that. It just simply states that the spend of 0.529 million was fully utilised. So it's just really to get a bit of an indication, was that project on budget or did we have to use further funds from the whole scheme, just because there's lacking detail on there. The other point I wanted to make was I was slightly concerned by the paragraph in Appendix 3 on page 73, which states, should members wish to progress with the revised scheme. Well, I would be exceedingly worried if we don't progress with this scheme. And obviously there has been delays due to the current crisis, and there hasn't been the consultation that would have taken place within the community. And I just wondered whether there was any legislative reason that we couldn't do a completely online or remote consultation? Does the legislation allow us to do consultations online, or do we have to have physical meetings? Because obviously that may go into the future, but maybe that's a question for the next item. So I'll maybe just leave that just now. Thank you.
I think certainly that would be better accommodated under item 9 in terms of detail of current project.
In terms of the spend for the Sparling Bridge, though, if I can get an answer on that one, please.
If you can answer your other point.
Yep. Thanks. A report was taken to, I think it was the EI committee at the time, to provide members with details on the specific costs for the Sparling Bridge element of that scheme. And understanding is that the outcome on that element of the project was undertaken in line with that revised budget that was agreed by the committee. So I'm not aware of any specific variance to that project.
If I can come back, Leader, I do note that in 3.5 it does state that further detail of individual asset classes will be presented to the relevant service committees. Can I just get confirmation that we'll have full detail of the spend on the Sparling Bridge at the relevant committee, and that will be included in future reports?
Yes, happy to confirm that. Thank you.
Councillor John Campbell.
Yeah, thank you, Leader, and I hope you can hear me okay. It's around paragraph 3, and particularly around about the Appendix 1, which is the priority projects. I see that this was funded by a number of grants. The one particularly that sticks out is the capital grant for early years, 1140 hours of 276. I suppose what I'm looking for is confirmation or clarification that that money is actually being spent for that particular part. I can't really see it in Appendix 1 anywhere in any of the priority projects or the asset classes. Maybe some of the officers can help me out with that one.
Paul?
I can come in on this one.
Okay.
Thank you for your question. I confirm that the 1140 early years money is fully ring-fenced for that purpose, and the reports that go to Economy and Resource, Education and Learning Committee on the asset class confirm exactly what that funding has been spent on in an individual project level. So that detail is available at Education and Learning Committee, but absolutely it is fully ring-fenced for that purpose.
Yeah, thank you very much for that.
Councillor Sloan, hopefully this is now working for you.
It is not Councillor Sloan, it's Councillor Scobie, and working off one laptop is not working. We come in here, as you suggested, Leader, to accommodate the council, and it's just not working. We cannot maintain social distancing off one laptop. So unless we just abandon this meeting, we're taking our leave of you, and we'll take it up with the monitoring officer.
Okay, that's not a question on this report then. Councillor Hislop.
Thank you, Leader. It's with regard to Appendix 2, page 71, analysis of CFCR expenditure 2019-20, last line, a small print, other, and we've had income in an expenditure list. What was that? 142,283.
Paul?
Hi, Leader, I'll come in on this one as well, if that's okay. It's just to confirm that the other line in the CFCR is in relation to capital expenditure that we've incurred on assets that aren't on the council balance sheet. In the main, that relates to capital spend on common good properties. So that's why it's in as a negative, because obviously the council can't capitalise that. It's transferred to the common good balance sheet instead. So that's why there's that negative adjustment. And apologies, I could have made that clearer.
Any further questions? Okay, shall we proceed to the recommendations, which is we have agreed to withdraw delegations, and it's just to note the capital spend and the capital receipts. Okay, item 9 is the further development of the capital investment strategy, and Casey's Hyman's points probably are better addressed under this item. The report provides an update on the capital investment strategy, which is within the remit of the Finance, Procurement and Transformation Committee. So again, in line with Standing Order 13.1, can we agree to withdraw delegation to consider the matter? The report is for noting that given the importance of the strategy and the value of spend, it is appropriate members are cited on this and have the opportunity to scrutinise the progress of the project. Councillor Hagen, do you want back on the issues that you raised under the other the previous report?
Yeah, thank you, Leader, for this. Yes, I mean, it's, as I say, I touched on it previously, the capital investment strategy going forward and the Newton Stewart flood scheme, but actually the other flood schemes too. Does the legislation that is currently in place allow us to do some online consultations, and can we ensure that community engagement continues with these projects? There was a meeting with all the ward councillors back in February, and we had certainly requested that a newsletter and an update goes out to the community. Now, clearly the situation has dramatically changed in terms of COVID-19, and officers have been delegated to various roles to deal with the pandemic. However, I'm just really looking for confirmation that we are going to get a timetable in place and we're going to move this project on, just to ensure that we actually the momentum keeps going. So yes, if I could get a feedback on that, that would be useful. Thank you.
Yeah.
Happy to provide confirmation to all members after the meeting, if that's acceptable, Councillor Hagman, on both the timetable and also the answer to the question in consultation. So following this meeting, I'll provide members with answers to both questions, if that's acceptable to you.
Yep, thank you.
Councillor Surtees.
Thank you, Leader, and good morning. Loud and clear from Stranraer. I just noticed that there may be a gap. If in item 8 for the budget 1920, the economic development for Stranraer and shaping the West was very clearly there. But when I look at item 9 under Appendix 2, shaping Stranraer and the West is not present. And I'm just wondering why that item is not listed and has disappeared, and require a bit of reassurance for that, please.
Paul?
Hi, sorry, I'll pick this question up. The Stranraer and the West project is part of the economic development asset class. I think in this report we've sort of just picked out, or not really picked out all of the projects that are listed, but the full 3-year programme for the Economic Development Asset Class will be presented to Economy and Resources Committee in September, and as I understand it, that project will still form part of the overall Economic Development Asset Class.
Thank you very, very much for that. And I just want to be reassured that that it will be. So I would require reassurance for that, please.
I can give you assurance that it will be included in the September paper, Councillor Surtees.
That's fantastic. Thank you very much.
Councillor James.
Good morning, Leader. I have three questions about three different capital spend items. One would be the White Sands elephant. We had a disappointing announcement to the effect that it's probably going to come. There have been petitions, and the party that most opposed it has been the most popular party. But what other routes remain to try and stop this project? Then on Borderlands, the match funding. I remember earlier in the process, I asked our consultant about this and was told that we probably should be making provision for significant contributions. Last year, I asked whether we were actually making that provision. I was told, well, contributions are likely to be minimal. And now we're being told that we have no idea. I think we've not had a very successful negotiation in Borderlands, but we've been told that it has opened up good channels for the future. But how good are those channels? I mean, we've been told that projects are probably being brought forward, and we've got no idea of our commitment. So what's going on there? Then the Cullen Gypsy Traveller site. A year ago, at least, I proposed that we reduce to the statutory minimum of one site. And although no one supported that at the time, no one raised any sort of objection that it couldn't be done. Recently, I proposed the same thing, and the official said that this wouldn't be possible. You cannot close an existing site. So I would like to know if we're absolutely certain that that is the case. We must maintain two sites now, that we've got two. Thank you.
Paul, can you answer those?
The questions, I mean, it wasn't so much on the kind of financial implications associated with the White Sands, it was really on the kind of process going forward. My understanding is that there's a plan to publish. We have recently received details that the public inquiry had supported the council's scheme, and the council now intends to go out with a period of 6 weeks notice to inform the public of that decision. And then there'll be a further report to members once that period has been completed. What we've reflected in this report is that there'll be no further spend incurred on the project until that process has been taken forward and a report comes back to members. On the Borderlands project, what we've highlighted in the report is that there's individual business cases being developed at the moment for the specific projects under the Borderlands umbrella. What we plan to do is, once those projects have been developed to the stage whereby they can be considered for a funding allocation, that's when they would be brought forward as part of this report for members to consider inclusion in the capital investment strategy. Each of those projects at the moment is subject to development on an individual basis. On the Cullen Travelling People site, I don't think it's a financial question. I don't know if there's maybe another officer that can maybe assist me in terms of that one.
Happy to come in, Leader. Thank you, Leader. Morning, members. In relation to the Travelling People site, we are progressing the previous committee decisions, and quite clearly COVID-19 has significant implications in terms of future site arrangements. So at this point, we are on schedule to bring a report to a future meeting of the Communities Committee, and it will be for that committee to determine the next steps. So there's no definitive position at this time, but quite clearly we have an obligation to meet these requirements, and we're doing so at the present time in the Glen Luce area. In respect of the Cullen area, that will be a matter for members at a later date.
Thanks, Eric. Councillor John Campbell.
Yeah, thanks, Leader. It's in reference of recommendation 2.5 about the future priority projects in Appendix 3, and on page 91 it's about the Thistle Grove site, traveller site. Now, I can't understand why that's become a priority future project. I mean, this has been a lack of funding over a number of years, and to me it should be a priority maintenance policy. The council had already been served notice on this particular site to improve the facilities. I mean, groups like travellers and other ethnic minorities, deserve as much respect from this council as anybody else. And I can't, for the love of me, see why it's a future project. I mean, even the price is astounding. I mean, I certainly don't think it would really cost about £7 or £6 million to do this site up, because there's really not been any evidence being presented to members, on that particular sort of funding. So, but the priority still remains. It needs to be upgraded to allow these people to have a sort of reasonable existence as and when they're travelling through Dumfries. I don't know if any of the officers can help me with that one.
Maybe Derek, are you able to answer that one?
Thank you, Leader. Quite clearly, the costs are a key consideration on this matter, and it's right and proper that it's members that make that decision. I recall approximately 18 months ago, the indicative figures did indeed cause concern to members, and therefore we've been looking at a more detailed breakdown of these costs. Obviously, that work has had to be put on hold because of COVID, but I would assure the member that the council fully recognise the importance of this group of people, and there's no ambiguity of the commitment the council has to ensure we take the appropriate steps. However, we need to ensure that it's members that make those decisions, and clearly there is a financial consideration on this issue, and that needs to be something that financial provision is made for, and therefore it will be for members to determine the priority choices. But I would assure the member that the acknowledgement is well made in terms of the importance of this minority group. Thank you.
Thanks, Derek.
Councillor Thompson.
Thanks, Leader. So it's a follow on from that point. In Appendix 4, it shows us our priority projects allocations for the future. And you can see there that Dumfries, Learning Town and Borderlands has a to be confirmed with a wee note saying it will be considered at a future committee. I think nothing removes the ambiguity better than actually acknowledging that for traveller sites, given that we have been served notice that we're failing to meet minimum standards, and we have an initial figure in the papers there of about 7.9 million, there's no escaping the fact that we do have some contingent liability, and that's what we really need to determine at this future committee. So I think we need to ensure that there is something official and recorded in there that there's a to be confirmed contingent liability that we need to determine at a future committee, as the directors outlined we will. So, because at the moment there's nothing there that says we will, and I'm concerned about that.
Okay, Paul.
What we've reflected in the report, Leader, is the allowance for the development of the project and the further work that's currently being undertaken to assess what is required to meet our requirements in relation to this issue. We've not made specific additional provision within the capital investment strategy for the full cost of the works, because members have not had the opportunity to receive the details yet of the nature of what's required and the associated costings. But as Derek made reference to earlier, once that report does come forward to members, that's the appropriate stage at which we would make inclusion within the capital investment strategy.
Councillor Wood. Councillor Wood?
Yes, is that me live now?
That's you live.
That's spot on. I love this technology stuff, it's great. Okay, vehicles, and this is in Appendix 2, the 3-year budget. Are we going to revisit this in light of what's happening with this using the new technology? Clearly, we're not going to require as many vehicles as we've had in the past. The other one in Appendix 2 was on the properties, where we're talking about the way we use council offices. Does that mean that we are going to stop the hot desk policy? And in Appendix 3, where we're talking about Dumfries Academy wider refurbishment. Now, I was invited along at the beginning of the year to a meeting at Wallace Hall, where Larne had started the discussion on the future of the school estate. Where is that discussion and consultation? Has there been an outcome from that? And if there has been an outcome, where does Dumfries Academy sit? And are we predetermining the outcome of that review? Thank you.
Can I take that, Leader?
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Good morning, members. The consultation as part of the school estate was related to the transformation programme. We had to pause because of the consultation period being set by Scottish Government. We felt it was important that we took account of the restrictions placed on us by COVID-19. So we have paused that consultation process, particularly with regard to catchment of Wallace Hall Academy, and in terms of any of the public meetings that we had planned for the transformation programme. And I think, as Paul has previously mentioned to the COVID subcommittee, the deadline for any submission regarding future capital bids has been extended, and we will do that as soon as we are able to do so with regard to Dumfries Learning Town Phase 2.
Yep.
Does that answer questions, Andrew?
You're on mute.
Right. Sorry about that. That hasn't addressed the question I was asking, though, about Dumfries Academy. Is it right that we should be progressing that at a time when we are considering the actual school estate? Why spend money on a school that we may not require in the future?
I don't think that's a decision that's been taken, that we're not going to require the school in the future.
No. I'll maybe come back in on that one, Leader. No, I should say that there's no commitment in the report to spending. What we're indicating in the report is that a further details will be presented to members. We're currently planning for that to be in September, so it will be at that stage for members to consider any further investment in relation to that project. Maybe come back to the earlier parts of Councillor Wood's question. In terms of the vehicle asset class investment, very much it is the case that we are currently reviewing the best application of the funding available within the vehicles asset class. It's one of the programme that hasn't been recently considered by members for that reason, because it's subject to review at the moment. Members also be aware that through the transformation process there was considerable work done in terms of some proposals that would contribute both to improving the efficiency of our vehicle fleet and also contributing towards the Council's carbon reduction commitment. So that's something that's under review at the minute, and my understanding is that a report will be brought forward to members, I think again in September, as soon as normal committees are back up. That's when that report would be considered. The other one, in terms of the hot desk policy, what we're identifying in the report is that it's subject to review as part of the overall non-schools property asset class. We're not reflecting any decisions or any significant changes to direction in there at this stage, but as I say, that's something that will be subject to further consideration.
Thank you, Paul. That's really helpful. Appreciate it.
Councillor Hackland.
Oh, thank you, Leader. Yes, my questions have already been answered, so thank you.
Come up again and speak. That's fine. Thanks very much. Councillor Ferguson.
Thanks, Leader. I'm going back to the Appendix 3 on page 92, and it's the stuff about the Gypsy Traveller site again. Given that I'm the person who's been going up and down to Edinburgh to speak to Scottish ministers and everything and the regulator about this, a couple of things. It's maybe about the language. I'm seeing that it's essential that Gypsy Traveller community has consulted. One of the saving graces we had was, in actual fact, that our liaison group was the envy of the other local authorities in Scotland, and a lot of very positive work was done through that. So I'd like to see that maybe. It's too late now because it's only words here, but I think that we need to not consult. They need to be central to everything we do on that site, because at the end of the day, it's their home. I think that's the other thing. And the one technical question, and I'm not sure if Derek will have the answer to this, is that we had an improvement notice served on us maybe nearly 4 years ago, somewhere about there now. Just because they're reviewing the minimum site standards, do we have a release from our current directions from Scottish Government to bring it up to standard? So the understanding we had with Scottish ministers was they would allow to continue. COVID has got in the way, yeah. So we would have been at this stage probably working with Scottish Government on something to fix the situation at Cullen. Clearly that hasn't been able to happen, but I'm a bit uncomfortable that we don't have anything in writing from the Scottish Government to say that they're prepared to waive that current instruction to bring it up to standard and requiring and asking us to be part of a pilot to see how it works.
Is there a timescale on that?
Well, that's the thing, because this is due since then. Absolutely. So, and I'm not sure if it's Gavin or Derek would be answering this one, but where do we sit in terms of the legal situation, having had that improvement notice served on us?
Thank you, Leader.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Where we stand is in the same position we were before COVID, that the improvement notice is still relevant. However, there is an acceptance that clearly circumstances are beyond our control, and therefore our reasonableness has been that we've continued to progress matters on the manner that has been set out before you. What we will clearly do is, in early course, we will bring a report to the Communities Committee, and that will give us the opportunity to further seek assurances from the Scottish Government that there is an understanding of the impact of COVID has clearly had on our timescales, and I would hope that they would be understanding on that basis. Thank you, Leader.
Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you. It's, going back to the Lovan and the Academy to start with. I mean, everybody knows we made a decision about Learning Town Phase 2. Part of that move, a suggested move for Lovan Primary Academy in the Minerva building, was to save revenue costs and also demolish old Lovan Primary School, which you could get a capital receipt from, which could be put back into the education or the capital funding for the education. So there's different aspects to that, but I think it is important we don't forget that the Phase 2, which includes the Dumfries High School, is not forgotten about. So I think it is important that we do try and get forward with that as much as we can. One of the other things is that, going back to my other comments on community asset transfer, part of the thinking, and Johnny might come in on this as well, part of my thinking was in the community asset transfer aspect is that in the decant from these two schools, or possible decant from these two schools while what was getting done, we may be able to utilise, like the Langlands or Elmbank School, which are empty just now, for, which would be a suitable location. But if the delay in the community asset transfer goes ahead faster, this would obviously have implications for further costs for us if we're going down that route to carry on to the Phase 2. So I'd like to hear your opinion on that. On the White Sands flood scheme, is there any reason that, I understand what Paul was saying about finance and that, accept that, but is there any reason why the formal decision has not yet been undertaken? I understand we're in lockdown just now, but how does that impact on formal publication of the decision so that people can come back in? I think it's important, again, this is a scheme which, especially in this time, will be huge investment in, which would help job situations. There's going to be lots of jobs lost. Whichever way you look at it, this would help the job situation in small firms and that to, see them over a certain period of time, which is very important at this time. So any delays that we can overcome, I hope they do hope they try and do that. So is there any the question that was formal publication, the decision has not yet been undertaken and will not be done until lockdown restrictions are taken. Why not? And how could we overcome that problem?
Two questions. One, I think maybe for Gillian about the use of Langlands and Elm Bank for possibly while work is being done on Northern, well, the work is being done on Minerva Halter and Northern Primary to move in.
Thank you, Leader. Good morning, members again. There's certainly been no specific plans to look at decant arrangements at this point. We would be looking, previous member decisions was to look at reallocation of Lorburn within the Dumfries Academy site, and members took the decision to move on that pre-COVID, and that we were agreeing the timescales for that. So there has not been any identified decant site or any need for a decant site picked up as far as I'm aware at this point.
Just on that, I mean, I was at a meeting with Gillian regarding this, and it was to be looked at on the cost basis as well, because obviously if you can get kids out of the Lorburn Primary School and you can get it on the market for the housing or whatever it is, and give you a stream, give you income from that, it would also be a saving in revenue cost for that building, which is huge revenue because of the type of building and old buildings. The question on the landlands, we were going to look at that going forward on the Elm Bank, but the question is the impact we'd have if community asset transfer would then come before that was able to happen. Has any work been done on that?
Certainly, I'm not aware that any decision regarding Lorburn Primary would impact on a community asset transfer. There was some initial work done. We know we've got lots of space within Dumfries Academy, and there was some initial work done looking at housing the Lorburn School within the current footprint of Dumfries Academy. And as I'm aware, there is nothing to prevent the community asset transfer in terms of the education services use of that site.
There's a separate question on White Sands and why we're not publishing, we're not progressing to the next stage of that. Derek, are you able to
come in? Thank you, Leader. Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. Quite clearly, we are an engaging council, and we wanted to ensure, therefore, publishing a notification in the early stages of COVID would not have seemed to be appropriate given our openness and transparency. Quite clearly, we've now acknowledged that the COVID restrictions are being eased, and now officers will give full consideration to that publication in early course, and I'll happily update members shortly. Thank you, Leader.
Councillor James.
Thank you, and well done to Andy Ferguson for giving a shout out to the Traveller Liaison Group, who did an excellent job in Castle Douglas recently, diffusing an awkward situation. I probably didn't phrase my questions succinctly enough last time, so I'll try again. Gypsy Traveller sites, can we legally reduce to one, yes or no? White Sands, will I have a chance to vote against it again, yes or no?
Anybody able to answer that on the Gypsy Traveller sites, whether we would be able to reduce to one, should we wish to do so, of course?
Happily come in, Leader, and indicate, I'm afraid in legal terms there's no black and white on either of these questions at this point, and happily update members in due course. It's not as simple as black and white.
I think on the second point that on White Sands is likely to come back to council anyway.
Yeah, the White Sands, obviously the council has got investment in its capital strategy, but would have to formalise and take the final decision in relation to that at a future point. The council, that of course would be informed by a publication of the scheme and further comments that come back. So absolutely the matter, the allocation of the funding for the final scheme, agreement, once we secure agreement from government in relation to funding, will come back before members. That's not the same as the publication of the scheme that members have already approved.
Councillor Maitland.
Thank you, Leader. I think I would really just like to voice a certain amount of disquiet, which I think is bubbling away under increased learning time too. I do recognise that we are going to receive a paper in September, but it does seem to me that it's extremely important to consider carefully what we actually do need. And so I need some reassurance, I think, about the level of work that will be done to satisfy us as members that the case for going ahead with the current arrangements for Dumfries Learning Time 2 is suitably supported. I think that the project has grown very considerably from when it was first started many years ago, and I think that members would like to be absolutely sure that we are going to invest in the right particular facilities in our school estate. I think it would be fair to say that there is a certain amount of concern about what we're actually doing. So I need to be satisfied about what information will come to support any decision that we come to. I don't think currently that we have actually revisited in sufficient detail.
I think you will be coming back to education and skills committees.
Members before we entered COVID took decisions relating to capacities, which was an important decision. That's why some of the opportunities to deal with the issues that we had in Loreburn need to be addressed and could be fitted in within that. The plans that are being worked up just now are how those capacities that members have agreed to can be fitted within the estate to meet our vision. Obviously, things will move between now and the government's response to COVID, and that's new school class maximums that we'll need to accommodate. All that will be included in the September paper, but the members did move a big step forward, and that's why the work around the academy is fitting into the overall capacity strategy and also dealing with other issues in relation to server building. So that information will come back. The work was progressed and progressing well up to that point until COVID, so we will continue that and bring it back to members for those consideration. We'll be assured all of that information available, and also will now then need to see the government's new intentions. Obviously, it's paused at school building and what new requirements around capacity and square foot would be for the cost. So that work is underway, and we'll come back to members for further consideration. Obviously, before that, there'll be engagement with members, so that to make sure that the paper that does come forward has all of the information that members would need to move forward on this significant progress. And again, Gillian will be engaging with members on that in advance of the committee to make sure that it's not a committee that asks for further information, we're able to provide all we can at that meeting.
Forgive me, if I could then say that I think that needs to be set in the context of the overall spending profile of the capital profile of the council. We need to see what will not be done because there is a large amount of money being spent elsewhere in the region. So just lay that on the table at this point.
Absolutely, we've come and taken in line with the overall restart and recovery plan and teacher council plan that the members have also considered and mentioned later in the paper. So we'll all come together at roughly the same time, so we'll be able to then have some strategic oversight over all of the decisions, because a lot of them will be quite dependent on others. So therefore, absolutely, that'll come back in. And I think that's why maximum engagement with members in advance of that to explain some of the connectivities. Like the Minerva Loreburn isn't just about moving a new school, it's dealing with other issues that relate to other schools. So I think it's make sure members see that overall financial context and any new requirements the Scottish Government will put upon their funding will all need to be considered at the same time.
Councillor Dempster.
Morning, Leader. Thank you. Only a couple of observations on the Dumfries Learning Town Phase 2. It's something that I support. It's something this council have taken the decision to progress, and that's absolutely fine, and look forward to information coming to advise us how we might address that. The only thing I'll say is remember there are another 96 schools approximately in the council estate that also require investment to ensure that we have a fair and appropriate learning centre for all pupils. The other thing's more important, maybe it's about the vehicle asset class. I just learned yesterday from a constituent of mine they've been told that collection will no longer take place along their narrow lane because the new vehicle is being acquired cannot accommodate that, and they're being invited to take their bin, some of them disabled, some significant distance. And I hope that we're going to look at the acquisition of vehicles that suit the routes rather than simply purchase large vehicles and then try and work around how elderly and infirm folk might deal with that, and of course the public at large, because we have a duty to discharge, and I'd like to see it done as efficiently and in partnership with the community, rather than just telling them we're no longer doing something because the vehicle no longer fits the route that it's attending.
Eric actually cover that.
Yes.
The next
we'll maybe take that under the next item on waste strategy when Stephen's with us. I think maybe because there was an issue about not just getting stuck down and turn and so on. He'll contribute on that next item. Councillor Hislop.
It's a couple of points. One's on recommendation 2.2, where we're being asked to note the current position in Appendix 1. Is that Appendix 1A or 1B? Reason being, if it's 1A, the waste project isn't included, and therefore if we take the decision at the next item, I think it is, to agree that, then do we have to come back and revisit the corporate, the capital investment strategy at a future date to put it in? And the other one was with regard to the COVID situation. My understanding was that we weren't getting capital money to fund the schools projects going forward. It was going to be revenue support coming at a later date. We had to borrow the money. Now, with that, is there any word coming from the Scottish Government that there might not be revenue support available to cover future commitments?
Thanks, Leader. On the Councillor Hislop's absolutely right in terms of Appendix 1. What we're really asking members to note is 1A in terms of the current position prior to consideration of the next item on this agenda in relation to the Zero Waste Park investment. What we've tried to do in this report is show to members what the impact would be on the overall strategy should members approve the following item on the agenda. So if members agree that the next report, 1B, would be the updated version of the capital investment strategy, taking into account that decision. In terms of the impact of COVID-19 on the schools investment, effectively the word from the Scottish Government and the Scottish Future Trust at the moment is that the Learning Estates investment programme is largely on hold at the minute. There's no progression of projects during this period, and the bidding process has been delayed. We'd initially thought we would be requested bids in April, but that's been put on hold at this stage. Funding model, as Councillor Hislop quite rightly says, is based on councils borrowing to invest in the projects and then receiving subsequent revenue support over the lifetime of the projects to help compensate partly for that. There's not been any kind of further information from the Scottish Government so far of a potential change in that model, but fully take the point that Councillor Hislop makes that the Scottish Government's ability to actually identify the funding resources on an ongoing basis during this period will be even more difficult now, given the implications of COVID emergency. But obviously that's something that will come back to members for further consideration once the Learning Estate Improvement Programme bidding process is started back up again. Thank you.
Councillor Marshall.
Yeah, I think that's it off now. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Just in relation to the borderlands, okay, it's been discussed earlier, but my question is really to get the opinion of the Chief Executive at this moment. Obviously, the Borderlands project and projects such as the development of the Chapel Cross site will require major capital investment, probably one of the biggest projects that the council have embarked on. And whilst there'll be funding from other partners, does he feel that we will require additional borrowing to invest in the Chapel Cross site, or will it be a reprioritisation of current projects?
I think the answer to that is not our site. So there'll be no borrowing of this council in relation to Chapel Cross while it's not under our possession. However, it's how we wish to take forward once the programme is agreed. And certainly the conversation depends upon what the opportunities. What we have in Borderlands is the ability to do some infrastructure work based upon that work to open up the site. The future ownership of the site would depend upon the opportunities that come from the programme. Certainly, early discussions with interested parties, I don't think that capital would be a particular challenge for those parties. So absolutely, I think that if we do move forward, and it does look as though then the issues of how we would then fund it may be considerable, but based upon a very solid business case backed by guarantees for private sector to come in. But I think you're absolutely right. The key over the next few months will be to determine that programme with partners, particularly the NDA who currently own the site, pursue the opportunities of those investors who may wish to support us, and then put resources such as programme management resources in under the available funding, which we know we have set aside. So I think the logic would be, as and when we take an interest in it, that it could be direct capital. If not, it could be capital support from government into a project. And I think the vehicle that members would want to consider to do that would allow that to happen. We have examples of such vehicles both in England and in Scotland. Edinburgh use vehicles like that quite considerably for their estate. So I think the short answer is it will require significant investment. Whether or not that's from the council or private sector will determine the nature of the opportunities that we identify. What we are going to identify is that we will need to put in officer resources to support the programme, working with the South of Scotland Enterprise Company and others around this agenda. But absolutely, it would be the biggest game changer for our region if we can create a high value job, 2,000 employment centre in Dumfries and Galloway, close to it. So absolutely. And later on in this year, as part of the Borderlands report, we hope to take a more detailed report to members on those opportunities and any immediate financial consequences. So I can't answer that directly at this point, but certainly the opportunities and engagement we're having with the private sector up to COVID starting and even beyond it have been very, very supportive and give me real hope that actually we have a very valuable site within our region.
I had a point of order.
Chair, it was just whether we were quorate when that answer was given. It may sound daft, but under item 8.6, 11 members have to be present in the room. There was only 10.
But we weren't making a decision.
Yes, I know, but it's resolved now, but it's maybe something to consider. But I know Nick said we weren't held hostage in here, but maybe we are.
I could have had another minute. Just given the concerns, Councillor Marshall asked, will we be required to put significant capital expenditure into Chapel Cross if it moves forward? The explanation was that we don't own the site, but we're working with South Scotland Enterprise, Scottish Government and some private sector interest. And then once the programme is agreed, obviously working with a partner who owns the site, the NDA, reports would come back to members. At the moment, the capital allocation, which are available under Borderlands, would do enabling works to enter the site. But beyond that, a more detailed report will come back later in the year, which will talk about the opportunities. We have a major conference, teleconference on Chapel Cross with interested investors from the energy sector, which is going to happen either later this month or early next month. So again, it's just to say that it will, if it does come off, will require investment, but will be the basis of a series of reports without before members.
Thanks for that. Thanks for the update. Apologise for just having to talk about it. Ultimately, I think most that's in the report apart from the teleconference, so good to hear that by the end of this year. Thanks.
Councillor Dempster and Councillor Driver. Councillor Driver wants to speak on the same point as Councillor Marshall, so I'll bring him in now. Councillor Driver.
Well, thanks very much, Leader. Again, it's on that same point with regard to the Chapel Cross project. If we are looking at this in the future to be one of the major projects with regards to borderland, I wonder then if it's a priority, and Gavin did mention about having the officer support in there. Do we really need then to have a consultant working at this particular time, or should we have a full-time council officer actually working on this project to ensure that we move it forward?
It's absolutely our intention once we agree the programme. The consultant, as you described, working with us has been excellent with the skill set we could have in the council to bring the interested parties to the table for us. But at the time we move into a programme that will become before members, absolutely it's our intention to then recruit our own in-house capability to take this forward project, because it'll be a project that, you know, on paper has got a 90-year lifetime on it, but actually the first 10 will be important. So absolutely I give the assurance that once we have an understanding of a programme to take forward that's been before members as under the banner of Borderlands initially to free the money from both governments, we will be putting our own resources into that programme, and that will happen this year, Councillor Brown.
Thank you very much.
And Councillor Dempster.
Thanks, Leader. Just an interesting point for you. I've just had an email from a constituent of mine who's watching the council meeting live. So I suppose that's an encouragement for us to think that what we're doing is actually making council meetings more accessible to the general public, and I think that's a good thing. I actually wanted to ask a question. How many new schools does Dumfries need? And I'm certainly not going to get into the situation of asking questions on behalf of constituents in a live meeting, but I'm sure that type of question will feature in the reports that come forward on the phase 2 and in the Dumfries education in general.
Yeah, yes, it will.
Leader, through yourself, absolutely, Councillor Dempster. The size of our school estate, members are quite clear from the transformation reports that actually our estate is underutilised. So there's opportunities for that. So therefore, we need to have an estate that gives us some room, but actually we sweat those assets. So again, but also sweat those assets at the quality that the future requirements of our learners require. So again, that's all part of the same reports that we're bringing back this year, is how we manage that. And again, it was a very key point from transformation that public and key supporters turned up are ready for that, but it must be an evidence-based approach for members. It won't be an easy one, as we all know, in relation to schools, but actually that'll form part of the reports coming forward to members.
Many thanks, Gavin.
Councillor Nicholson.
Just on that point, I think, Jim, you could maybe reassure your constituent and yourself to an effect that the Dumfries Learning Town Phase 2, Lilburn Academy, is actually reducing the schools, and it's 2 schools going into 1, so that should satisfy the number of schools in Dumfries.
Thanks, and I haven't any other indications of people wanting to speak, so if we go to the recommendations, they're all for noting, so I ask that we note 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7.
Yeah.
We can go to item 10 on the waste strategy. Following on from the finance report, this paper is relates to one of our major projects, the Dumfries Zero Waste Park, and a further 2 waste issues. As this matter is within the remit of the Communities Committee, in accordance with Standing Order 13.1, we are required to withdraw the delegation to consider it, and are members agreeable?
Agreed.
Agreed. We'll see any disagreement here. Okay, first, and then if you start at paragraph 3.2, the proposed inclusion of the Dumfries Zero Waste Park into our capital programme at an estimated total cost of £12,811,710. And this is the issue that Councillor Hislop referred to in the previous report, spread over 4 years, although the first year has already been funded and implemented. This project offers very positive opportunities for our waste service in the future, and the detailed proposals are included in appendices 1 and 3. Picking up on paragraph 3.3.6, it will be essential that our regular reports to the Communities Committee on this programme so members have a full understanding of the project, and that in addition to procurement, which is referenced, the finance, legal and other services are all closely involved in funding and specifications mentioned, and also in the contract management arrangements. So I'll first open up this part of the report to member debate, because there's two other issues which we might want to consider separately. So this is specifically on the Dumfries zero waste part. And I've got Councillor John Campbell and Councillor Billy Campbell. Oh, but Archie.
Yeah, you've also got Katie Hackman, Archie Driver, Cameron Dooney.
We're back into Councillor Hackman.
Thank you, Leader. My questions aren't specifically on the zero waste park, so if you want to take the other questions first, I'll come back. It's in relation to Wigtonshire, and it's in relation to the microchipping of our wheelie bins. So if you want to take the other questions first, I'm happy to wait.
Yeah, I'm going to touch on those parts later on, I think. I can say to you actually on the microchip in the bins, the view of the administration is that this should not be agreed. So I think I'm seeing a lot of nods on this. I think there's a general agreement that this should not be progressed. But I'll my questions on the first part of the report. So, Councillor Driver.
Thank you, Leader. It's just on the graph on element of work and 3.3.3 regarding the dates and earliest completion date times and things like that. I'm just wondering how confident we are that we would actually meet that should the agreement of this go ahead.
Sorry, thank you, Leader. Councillor Dryburgh, yes, we're confident that the dates shown in this, if we get agreement today, will be met. I'm not sure how much more confidence I can give you than that, just to say that this is working in close with Property and Architectural Services, who are the lead designer on the project, and everything at the moment is going to plan. Obviously, we've been delayed slightly by COVID-19, but we'd still hope with the additional time built in, we would hit these target dates.
Okay, thank you. Just Leader, just for one other point, I think Councillor McClelland has put his hand up rather than say speak.
There seems to be some people wanting to. Okay, Councillor John Campbell.
Yeah, thanks, Leader. Yeah, I welcome this report. I'm just looking at the Appendix 3. It was the issues and concerns, for the development of the site, particularly around the cycling route that potentially could be used in the Heathhall Forest and all that. Are we looking to sort of join up with other bodies, i.e. the likes of Westrans, who have an active policy, for cycling and walking? And, we could maybe sort of join up even with the likes of Sustrans and all that to try and see if we can get the same sort of funding, because there's no point sort of just one body looking at putting a cycle path walkway, when there's other groups that could potentially do exactly the same, as a joined up approach. I'm just wondering if, we can kind of get together and do something about that during the capital investment.
Leader, thank you, Councillor Campbell. Certainly the provision of active travel strategies to the Zero Waste Park is something that we're working with Property and Architectural Services, and in terms of feedback from the planning process. So the provision of this will be in part a consequence of the planning, the response to the planning process. it doesn't prevent the delivery of the, if it doesn't prevent the delivery of the zero waste park by not having full active travel arrangements, such as a cycle path either adjacent to the 709 or coming in from a different direction. But I can't agree with you more in that we are working, and we work closely with Sustrans on funding of many projects that we've delivered, including probably most recently the bridge at Newton Stewart, where they funded $500,000 of the costs. We would definitely take this project if it was something that we could see was necessary for the delivery of the park with Sustrans. We work closely with colleagues in active travel within Sustrans service within the council. What I'm asking at the moment in terms of our engagement with property and architectural services is to ensure that the design of the park would allow for any future connection to that kind of facility. So looking at improvements on the 709 in terms of crossing facilities and lighting and such like. So very much working in partnership going forward with these potential funders, because any opportunity to get additional cash is always going to be taken by me.
Yeah, thanks very much, James.
I've got Councillor Doogie Campbell.
Thank you, Leader. Just in relation to zero waste parks and the terms of the design and the construction of the site, is there any consideration been given at this stage to the environmental credentials of this park in terms of renewable energy sources, insulation, etc.? It might be a bit early in terms of this development of the site, but I'd be interested to know if it's been looked at seriously.
Leader, Councillor Campbell, just coming in terms of the environmental credentials. I mean, the facilities are obviously being designed in accordance with the current guidelines, in terms of sort of insulation for buildings and such like. The main buildings on the site will be, not heated facilities in general. It will only be the office accommodation principally that has that side of things. We are looking at opportunities for solar generation on the facility, and that's something that we would look to include within the design going forward. We, as you're aware, have other items in there, so we have charging points for electric RCVs because we will be obtaining 2 electric RCVs in the next few months for service delivery, and initially they can be located at Dumfries, although elsewhere in the region as well. But as you're aware from previous committees and probably discussions, we are also looking at opportunities for solar on the landfill site adjacent to that as part of the general investment in the waste service going forward and response to the climate emergency.
Can I get back in, Leader? Thanks for that, James. That's very, very helpful. Leader, I've got some other questions, but they relate to the recycling rollout. So if I could be kept on the list for when we can reach that point.
Yeah, be down for the second one as well. Okay, Councillor McClellan.
Thank you again, Leader. Leader, this doesn't specifically relate to the Dumfries Zero Waste Park, but it does relate to zero waste in overall in general. On previous reports, we've seen indications that there's potential capital investment required at both Castle Douglas and Annan waste parks. I'm just wondering, have they slipped off the radar, or is that something that we're going to see in the near future? Because these were pretty much aligned to Dumfries in previous reports.
So through you, Leader, Councillor McClellan, yes, there is. In previous times, there was a need to do more extensive work at the transfer stations at Annan and Castle Douglas, with the changed collection method where we're commingling materials within bins. So paper and card within one bin, metals, plastics and cartons within another, then we're looking at reduced need for segregation at the transfer stations. Going forward, there is some work required on the transfer stations as part of the remediation works that were identified when we took over the facilities, the Eco-Deco facility and the transfer stations, along with the 10 HWRCs that were within the control of the Renewy, the PFI contract. So we have monies available within the remediation that would look to do works at these facilities that would allow the delivery. But at present, our view is that the sites would be able to deliver without significant upgrades to the transfer stations at these two facilities.
Thank you, James.
Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Leader. It's going back to the active travel question. As a matter of course, I think if we're going to take climate change, this sort of thing seriously, we need to build this into every new site that we develop going forward. And I would just like a wee bit of reassurance that this isn't just going to be a strap line in here and it's going to be included in this timetable, because there's no mention. At what stage in the timetable will that be considered?
We've identified this as a risk within the appendix as something that's maybe raised its head more recently. So with regards to that, I'm unable to give a timetable on the delivery of that side of things, and in part it comes from the feedback from planning, but it is certainly something that I'm very keen to see as part of the delivery of the Zero Waste Park, and something which I think can stand separately. So it's if you consider the way we've got the park, the design of the park set up, the work is being led by Property and Architectural Services within the park area. The delivery of, for example, a cycle facility, away from the park.
Oh, still listening. It's still one.
So you can just listen in like a phone.
Separate from that park is something that we could put additional resources to deliver on that specific element. So I'm unable to give you a timescale on that, but it's something we would look to report back to Communities Committee as and when we get further feedback on the planning process. So can I provide members with an update on that in due course?
I think really, I hear what you're saying, and I hear about coming back in due course, but again, I would like some kind of timescale, because my concern is it just gets forgotten about.
I think perhaps, Leader, if I can come in, we could use the example of the work that we did around the new hospital, where it was after the planning process, we'll be able to get the timescales of how that then got implemented to put the active travel plan into the new hospital, which did require some changes for the NHS in the process. So happy to supply that detail of the indicative timescales. But obviously, as we're on site building it, it's a damn sight cheaper to do it than later. So exactly. I'll provide that information.
Is this meeting still going on? 3 hours, wasn't it? So just the other side.
Leader, are you able to control whose microphone is on?
I can't control his microphone.
Yeah, I can hit remotely. Muted. Imminently.
Councillor Hagman, you wanted to come back on this point.
Thank you, Leader. Yes, I was just really looking for reassurance. It was a point that I brought up in the subcommittee of the waste as we developed this plan, that then subsequently went on to communities to be approved, and that was in terms of the environmental aspects of the waste park. I had requested that we look at all the landscaping of the waste park to ensure that biodiversity is increased to its maximum through landscaping, and I'm just looking for confirmation that that will be taken forward. It was a point that Councillor Campbell brought up about looking at the environmental aspects, and I think we as a local authority, whenever we're doing any project, should be looking at the landscaping of our facilities to ensure maximum biodiversity.
Absolutely, Councillor High. I'm going to give you assurances actually on the revised supplementary guidance that the members took. It's a requirement on us. So absolutely. So we'll make sure that we engage with members, in particular those members interested on the design aspects, the planning aspects around that. You must remember that the waste site has its own pond and ducts already. So absolutely, we'll bring that back. It's absolutely a consideration we have to bring forward in any planning application. Have our own supplementary guidance, so we'll make sure we absolutely engage members in advance of the planning going in to make sure we're absolutely.
Thank you.
Councillor Carruthers.
Thank you, Leader. So we spoke about the last couple of weeks at the COVID-19 committee, the potential escalating costs of projects. So I just thought it's worth mentioning here, and we've talked about these costs being COVID-proofed. So just to expand on that slightly, so it's different in the construction trade in particular. It's difficult to get materials, labour, methods of working are changing, so it's extending job time, so on and so forth. So really, are these costs realistic when looking at these projected costs? Have they been COVID-proof, James, is really what I'm asking.
Leader, yes, Councillor Carruthers, I'm not 100% sure if they've been COVID-proofed. What I can say is there is within the cost, still within the cost, of 30% optimism bias, as we've discussed before. This is to allow for increases in costs associated with the delivery of projects. So we are at a reasonably detailed design stage, and 30% optimism bias gives me certainly confidence that the project will come in within budget, even with the likely changes that will happen on site in terms of different working practices and potentially increase in material costs. That said, we have also, of course, seen some elements of materials going down in price. So anything that, if we're looking at surfacing materials and such like, the cost of crude oil has dropped so significantly that some materials have come down in price, not gone up in price. So we are using an external quantity surveyor on this project, and these are the prices they produced. And as I said, with an optimism bias of confidence will come within cost.
Councillor McKean.
Thanks, Chair. It's just, I was wondering what effect is this going to have on the department, the facilities you've got at Cargan Towers at the present moment. I see you've got a workshop listed here, and I'm just wondering, are you moving staff and closing down at Cargan Towers, or is it just a case of a move?
Leader, yeah, Councillor McKee, the workshop that's being provided at the facility, as you can see in the appendix, serves two purposes. One, it's a workshop for the adjacent Ecodeco MBT facility, because currently some of that servicing is done out of sort of porta cabins, and storage is retained in porta cabins adjacent to the MBT facility. Obviously, the two will be directly linked, as you can see from the plan. There will be an element of vehicle maintenance available at the new facility, but that's principally around just the RCV and associated waste collection fleet. But it'll only be minor day work, repairs. So things such as light bulb changes, mirror changes, and things like that. Damage that has occurred during the the sort of daily thing. Any major stuff will still go back to Cargan Bridge for full repair work. So there'll be no vehicle lifts, for example. So it's not a replacement, it's just for daily maintenance.
Thanks, fine. Thanks very much.
And Councillor McCall.
Thanks, James. How will the issue of an accumulation of wheelie bins at terraced properties and flats be tackled? What are the strategies we have available?
Maybe more on the curbside side. Yeah, I think this is more on the second part. So if there's no more questions on the
No, on the curbside, yes.
Yes. But just before we go on to that, I understand that James McLeod wants to give us an update before we move into the discussion. But I'll put you on the list for the question then. Okay. James, do you want to give us an update on curbside, please?
Leader, I was trying to come in on the same point there, but it's not being picked up.
Henry, oh sorry, yeah, you don't seem to be on the list. Henry, do you want to cut this? It's on zero waste, is it?
Yeah, it was still on zero waste, and it's really fallen on from. Thank you, Leader. It's fallen on from the last comments that James made. We're potentially looking here at over £12 million of investment, and I'm picking up from James that there isn't a contingency in there for the relocation of the full maintenance service that's currently at Cargan Bridge. And going forward, surely that's not in our long-term or even medium-term plan to retain that facility at Cargan Bridge. Now, and I might be misinformed here, but I believe that previously we were told that we'd be looking to relocate that full maintenance facility into the new facility at the Zero Waste Park. So I really would like just a bit further clarity on that, because going forward, if we, this 12 point something million, and then suddenly a couple of years down the line, we're then faced with X amount of million to relocate the full maintenance facility to the Zero Waste Park, why the hell are we doing that now and including it in these costs?
Answer that, James.
Yes, Leader, absolutely. So, Councillor McClelland, what we have here is we have a design of a zero waste park, and that's what we're looking for funding for. There's a separate piece of work that's ongoing with Property and Architectural Services with regards to the estate that the council has, and as you're well aware, as members are aware, the Cargan Bridge facility is not owned by the council, but has a lease that will terminate in a number of years' time. Due to the opportunities we've taken within the site and the fact that we own the whole site and connection to the MBT, and some reduction in facilities that are provided there, we have a large space within the middle of the site. Now you can see that quite clearly on Appendix 1, that within the middle of the site, to the south of the entrance to the sort of southwest of the roundabout in the middle of the site, is a large piece of land there. That has been identified in previous committee reports and to members of Communities Committee and Waste Subcommittee as a potential location for another council service. The decision on what that other council service is, so out with my decision making, out with my pay scale, I guess. But you know, the ability to say put the vehicle maintenance depot on that piece of land would be something that would align with the nature of the site. You know, sort of heavy engineering style works, noisy, dirty, that side of things. It also could potentially be used as a replacement depot for a road service, you know, if they wanted to get out of another depot. So we've left that piece of land. It's easily accessible, you know, for large vehicles. It's on a main road, easily accessible to the A75, but it could be used for anything. So we are building that in, but we're not identifying it specifically for the vehicle maintenance at this stage.
Thank you, James.
We now move on to the second part of this item, which is the new curbside collection. So, James, if you could give us an update before members come in with the questions.
Yes, certainly, Leader. I mean, in terms of the curbside collection service, as members will be aware from the paper, during COVID, in the initial impact of COVID, we removed the recycling service from the Wigton area. And what we're looking to do is we've been delayed on the rollout of the new services that's previously been agreed with members of the additional 2 bins, one for paper and card, one for metals, plastics and cartons, and these on a 4-weekly collection service with a fortnightly residual waste service. As we return to some normality in terms of waste collection in the Wigton area particularly, there's a keenness from the crews, from the service itself, and from the service in terms of delivering it, but also from the service in terms of the public messaging, to avoid going back to the box system in the Wigton area, to then very quickly change to a curbside collection using wheelie bins as would be rolled out to the whole of the region. So despite COVID-19, the service have continued to progress with the acquisition of the bins necessary to provide a rollout across the whole region, and are due to go to tender on that shortly. What we're looking for from members in this regard is the avoiding going back to the box system for the Wigton area and moving straight to the wheeled bin system for the Wigton area.
Thanks, James. I've got Councillor Hagman, Councillor McComb and Councillor Doogie Campbell already wanting to come in on this, so I'll take Councillor Hagman first.
Thank you, Leader, and thank you, James, for the update. And obviously you've mentioned at the start of this item, Elaine, that the administration, we have discussed this, so I'm not going to go over the point of the microchipping of the bins. It's clear in the report that there is no cost benefit that's been proposed, and I'm really delighted that we're not taking that forward, because I don't believe that there would be benefit in that. Just to go back to a point that Councillor Dempster made about the assistance for bins and single track roads, I would just say that we have, and perhaps officers will come back to this question anyway, but the operation policy has been to the subcommittee, and then it has been to the communities committee, and certainly here in Wigtonshire, a lot of these collections were actually stopped during the foot and mouth outbreak locally. So while there will be people that are coming to this new, what I would say is, if there's individual circumstances, to contact the officers, as I have done about some of the constituents that have contacted me regarding this. In regards to the rollout in Wigtonshire, I do note that in the paper we have got that there's a potential that it could be seen as a negative in 3.4.8, and certainly I have had confirmation from some constituents that they're concerned that we are the test ground again here in Wigtonshire. However, I would actually really welcome this. I think it's fantastic that we're moving to the new system, and when pointing out to constituents that actually there's people across the region who are crying out for the recycling service to be rolled out, I think we're actually very fortunate. So I just want to thank the officers for the work that they've done within this. And also, here in Wigtonshire, we've actually had 3 engagement sessions where James and Janice Ireland and the team have come over, met constituents, answered questions. And I think that the way that this has been discussed and rolled out has to be commended, because we've been completely open with everyone and getting feedback on there. Obviously, there is the question of wheelie bins, and again, I've been contacted about this, but we have alternatives of the waste bags that hopefully are seagull proof. We've done tests on those as well. So I just want to congratulate and say thank you for this, and I look forward to getting the new wheelie bin and the new service rolled out within Wigtonshire.
I think we'll maybe have to pause at the moment because another member has left the room.
That was my point, and 180 comes into mind.
Yeah, there's also a member playing darts who doesn't seem to realise that people can see him playing darts.
I'll get bored here.
Would it be worthwhile having a 15-minute break so everybody could then go have a drink?
Well, I was actually intending to break after the end of this item because lunch is here and give people half an hour or so. But
I wonder whose picture's on the wall.
I really probably would like to do that in council, actually.
Nicholas Sturgeon.
Here he comes. Is your toast nice? Councillor James, is your toast nice?
Are we to all watch him eat?
You better have a pause when you're out the room, Okay, no, I don't ask Casey to repeat everything she said, but if James would come back with his response to Katie, then we'll actually hear.
Yeah, thank you, Leader. I mean, I'm not aware of Katie asking specific questions other than making the observation, well, a very positive observation, which I'll share with the team in terms of what we've done in engagement. The assisted pull-out service and the challenges of rolling out a road end collection service across the region has been discussed at Communities Committee, and as Councillor Hagman refers to, the policy and procedures for assisted, for the collection service included assisted pull-out and road end collections has been agreed by Communities Committee, and we are presently as a service engaging on an individual basis with any properties that are affected by the assisted pull-out service and by the road end collection service.
Councillor McComb.
Thanks, Leader. I'll just repeat my question, James. Councillor Hagman has actually partially answered it. How will the issue of an accumulation of wheelie bins at flats and terraced properties be tackled?
Thank you, Councillor McComb. The service have been looking at all our options in terms of the provision of bins at flatted properties, terraced properties and the like. Janice and the team have been working closely with our registered social landlords to look at communal bin facilities. And I can probably give one recent example in Dumfries where on Church Street there's a terrace of properties that members may be aware of, which had a number of wheelie bins or sacks as options that were taking up a lot of space. So we in that location we will be providing or have provided for larger bins now. For 1100 litre bins, which are the sort of four-wheeled bin arrangement, would still not be sufficient for a weekly collection service. So because of the fact that these sit out on the curbside all the time, they can be collected at any time of the week. So we would simply double up the collection frequency for that type of bin. So these options of providing communal bin facilities, providing sacks to properties which cannot accommodate wheelie bins and currently have sacks. So instead of having a sack just for residual waste, these seagull-proof sacks, we would have similar for paper and card, which would be the same colour as the paper and card bin, and for metals, plastics and cartons, and again in a colour to match the lid of that bin. So these options are all available for flatted developments and locations where additional wheelie bins cannot be accommodated.
Could I just come in there, Elaine?
Very briefly, James, if I could follow up your point. Thanks, David. I'm assuming that ongoing consultations with residents will bring to light places where communal bins may be required.
Yeah, Councillor McComb, absolutely. I can confirm that the service are making real efforts to engage with any properties they think will be impacted by having to have additional wheelie bins and what additional services could be provided. So be that communal bins or the sack facility that we have been rolling out for seagull proof or residual.
Thanks for that, James.
Councillor Doogie Campbell.
Could I just butt in there, Elaine, please?
Two other people on the list before you, I'm afraid.
It's just to continue with what James just said. He said I got a letter with a picture on Church Street. If he'd like to send that to Mr. Councillor McComb, I'd be quite happy about that. Thanks very much.
Okay, thanks, David. Councillor Doogie Campbell.
Thank you, Leader. I've got a couple of questions. An observation, if I may, to paragraph 2 and the tendering for vehicles, which has obviously been delayed because of COVID-19. There was previous mention a while back about us possibly getting to all electric RVs. Is that now of the tendering for replacement vehicles? Are we looking at low emission vehicles? Because I think this would be very important. Second question in relation to the rollout, and again, this has been delayed and will not be carried out during the winter. But the question is around what guarantees do we have that this rollout will be completed in the spring? Will it be a simultaneous rollout in the other localities, or will it be staggered? I think this rollout is going to be hugely welcomed, and people are very impatient for curbside recycling. So I think any further delays won't go down well. And the observation I have, it's around the microchipping, and I note what the leader and Councillor Hagman have said, but I think it's really, really important to stress that officers shouldn't be discouraged in the future from coming forward with innovative proposals which will contribute towards our climate change ambitions. So I hope that they're not discouraged by this, and that we do see these sort of proposals coming forward in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor Campbell. No, I'm taking your final point. I'm not discouraged at all, and I genuinely appreciate that that support. I mean, I think it's not unreasonable to say that it's the reason why we took this to committee, and in this case the full council, which is I guess quite an honour to get a subject like this discussed at full council, is because it is a difficult decision to make. We as officers couldn't, I would say it was hard to say one way or the other whether this was the right way to go. So it's good to get the views of members on that. In terms of your questions on the low emission vehicles, I can confirm that in terms of electric fleet, the fleet manager advised me that the 2 electric vehicles are due in January for the service. These have a reasonable range and would be looked to be used probably in the towns within Dumfries and Galloway, but the cost of them at the moment in comparison to a normal diesel vehicle is quite prohibitive. I don't have the details to hand, but they are pretty expensive to go for these. And given the rural nature of our routes, the long distances they're travelling, then they're not as suitable. The way we've set up the purchase of the vehicles, as members will be aware, members of Communities Committee will be aware, and those on Finance, Procurement and Transformation Committee will be aware that the service is looking to fund the vehicles over a 5-year lifespan of the vehicles, at which time we would then look to replace the vehicles. And it's over this next sort of, over the next few years that we would then look in the next procurement of vehicles in 2025 to be looking at the best available technology at the time. And certainly on speaking, I had an individual chat with the vehicle supplier, and that was seen as a reasonable approach to be taking, that completely replacing our fleet at this time with electric vehicles would be, quite a big step to take. I mean, the vehicles are the current, most efficient design. The tender has gone out for these vehicles, and we would hope in early course to be able to report back on timeframes for delivery of the vehicles. With respect to the rollout, the intention was previously to roll out on a rolling program of the 4 areas done one after the other. So not trying to hit all 4 areas at once, but do a 3 to 4 week process for each area in terms of the rollout. It is unfortunate that obviously the timings have meant we can't do back to back, because if we do go with the proposals as recommended to roll out the Wigton area as soon as possible, we would then hit the winter months, and all advice is to avoid these kind of changes in the winter months. Difficulties with delivery of bins in poor weather, and generally the sort of changes and people's other focus, things like Christmas, for example, are very much not recommended to do the rollout. But from the spring of 2021, the intention would then to be roll out the 3 remaining areas on a rolling program. So we wouldn't be rolling out them all together, but we would do it over a sort of 10 to 12 week period.
Thanks, James. That's very helpful. Thank you.
Well, Councillor Jim Dempster.
Thanks, Leader. Just to reassure Councillor Hagman, I did speak to the appropriate officer about curbside collection. That's why I had the information about the large vehicles that are being procured now, and the fact that there'll be 600 different routes changed as a consequence of these vehicles coming into operation. And the only point I was making was it would be a challenge to the elderly, the infirm, and some of them in very, very difficult circumstances to try and move their bins to accommodate our vehicles. And I understand we don't allow our staff to take bins any more than 30 metres. I wouldn't want this to be a particular conversation today. I'm just concerned that we're not purchasing vehicles in some cases to suit the roads. Rather, we're purchasing large vehicles and then trying to amend the routes to accommodate the vehicles we have. And it's an observation that I'll maybe take up with James offline.
David, do you want to say anything about that just now?
Leader, yeah, Councillor Dempster, yes, I can come in just slightly on that. Actually, one of the things we are looking at, so the vehicles we're looking at purchase aren't any different from the vehicles we currently have, other than they are in hopefully going to be slightly better conditions than the ones we have. But in terms of size, they're not significantly bigger. So we will have vehicles for, we will have a couple of smaller vehicles, 4-wheeled vehicles, but generally there'll be 6-wheeled vehicles as we currently do. We're looking to have them narrow-bodied, which actually makes them less wide than the present vehicle fleet, but with a larger capacity, or a similar or slightly larger capacity. You'll appreciate that the larger capacity we have, the less numbers of times we need to return to tip, and given that we have quite a distance to travel, then that's obviously pretty critical to providing an efficient service. The move towards the road end policy has been discussed at some length with the Waste Subcommittee and also Communities Committee. This is principally around the health and safety issues of vehicles accessing routes that are not suitable. It doesn't make a significant difference in terms of whether it's the old vehicle fleet that we're using or the new vehicle fleet that we'll be using from next year. The main difference being that when you crash a £180,000 brand new vehicle, you probably cry an awful lot more than when you crash one of the current vehicles. So this is, from my point of view, I'm very keen to see the road end policy enacted, while taking into account concerns that members have raised about how we deal with individual cases where people would struggle to deal with a road end collection service due to infirmity or physical disability or the like, and we wouldn't want to see anybody disadvantaged from that. But it's a balance about the safety of our crews, the safety of the public in terms of reversing vehicles up narrow roads where they risk falling off the edge or bashing into things, against the sort of challenges that we face with an ageing population and maybe struggle to travel that distance.
Leader, thanks for that, and thanks, James. And I have had help from your member of staff in understanding what the issues are. I just think we need to be careful that in doing what we're doing, we're not disenfranchising or presenting challenges to the elderly that could have been addressed in a different way. But thanks for that, Leader.
Councillor Thompson.
Thanks, Leader. So just on the chips again.
We're not moved on to the chips yet. We haven't moved on to the chips. The chips are a separate thing. There's nothing else on this. We'll then move on to the chips. Okay. And I have, I've got Councillor Fairbairn first on the chips.
Okay.
Councillor Fairbairn. Councillor Hagman wanted to get in there. I know that was in it as well. Well, Councillor Hagman first, maybe then we'll get back.
Thank you, Leader. I think I've made all the points in regards to this, and I've made my points clear in terms of the chips as well. So thank you.
Right, okay. Councillor Thompson. on the chips?
Thank you. Yeah, so it was just actually a bit of clarification about the vehicles that we are ordering, and I'm glad that we've got a kind of 5-year rolling programme, because obviously it's the maintenance of the current vehicles that's causing a lot of miscollections. But are they actually going to be installed with the software to read the chips, even if we're not putting them in the domestic bins? Because it does seem to suggest that there will be a separate chipping of commercial bins, and I don't know if we're not doing that or doing that, so a bit of clarity on that would be welcome. And also, there seems to be a cost as yet unspecified for collecting the data for the bins. Does that apply to the commercial waste if we're doing that? And do we know what that cost is? And is there an additional cost for including that in the spec for the RCVs that we're going to be ordering, even if we're not putting the chips in the bins? So it's just, there's a few things that maybe got conflated, and apologies if I've misunderstood the report. So what would we actually be getting in the RCVs, and will there be chips in commercial bins?
I think that there had to be the chips in the commercial bins, because they actually measure the weight and so on, which is the basis on which safeguards are charged by. That would be clarified.
Okay, yeah. So does that mean that some vehicles will have the software and they'll be specifically for commercial waste collection, or all the vehicles will have with the software with that sort of technology? And what's the cost, and what's the cost of analysing the data for the commercial bins?
Leader, Councillor Thompson, yes, the vehicles, as has been pointed out, the vehicles are obviously designed. I mean, the service has been built around an RCV fleet, so we're wanting to collect everything using a standard RCV fleet. That's good for our sort of asset management of different types of vehicles and doing different roles. And furthermore, our commercial fleet, our RCV fleet, doing residual waste collection and recyclate collections from residential properties, will also pick up commercial properties at the same time, which is we currently do. So the vehicles will be designed to have RFID chip readers in the mechanisms, in the lifting mechanisms at the back, to ensure that the commercial service that we provide, the chips can be incorporated within the commercial bin lifts. So as the leader has correctly pointed out, so that we can note how often we lift and the materials that we're lifting for charging purposes. The software is part of a general package of software that would be going into, it would be a tablet-based software package, a cloud-based package, I should say, that will run on the tablets within the vehicles, and that will do additional work as well. So this allows the drivers to have their routes programmed into the vehicle, and it also allows them to get information about the routes that they're travelling. So if there's changes in routes associated with restrictions, they would be notified as an up-to-date service. It would provide information for new drivers, such as avoiding low bridges or narrow roads or things like that would be suitable for the vehicles. But in terms of engagement with the public, it would also mean that if bins were not presented for collection, the system is designed that the driver or operators can record that missed bin because the bin was not presented on their system, so that if there's then a phone call to the customer contact centre about a missed bin, the information is live updated back to the customer contact centre to say, well, at the time of arrival by the vehicle, the bin wasn't presented and that's why it was missed. And that has been one of our problems in the past, that evidence is often not available in a real-time terms. So we will also have CCTV cameras on the vehicles as well, to have a video record of to assist in reversing and things like that, but also to have a video record of incidents and issues like that. So yes, all the cabs will have a software system that will link to the RFID chips, but do a lot more besides.
So just to be clear then, all the RCVs will have the software in, and only the commercial bins will have the chips in, and we don't. I didn't hear you saying anything about cost there, so it was really just to get a sense of the cost of that.
So in terms of the cost, that's the cost has been identified within the tendering process for the provision of the RCV. So the RCV tender includes the provision of in-cab technology, the hardware and software for the delivery of the service, so that we have a back office system which allows us to do monitoring the commercial billing and such like, but also in general just providing a better service and a better service for our residential uplift service. So that cost is within the tender documents for the RCV fleet. So I appreciate it will be a small percentage of the cost of individual RCVs.
Are we allowed to say roughly what that is here today? Or?
Well, I've not reviewed the tender documents. That's currently lying with the fleet manager, so I can't actually answer the question more. Not that I don't want to answer the question, I can't answer the question as to how much the in-cab technology element is of the provision of the vehicles.
Councillor Ferguson.
Leader, I'm kind of thinking here, the Waste Subcommittee is suspended just now, isn't it? But it's in that sort of limbo. We're not sure exactly what it is.
I understood that it had been stood down and that the reports are going back to communities, but there does seem to be some confusion around that.
I think what I'm kind of leaning towards here, because there's significant issues that are arriving all the time here, and the value that came out of having that subcommittee was really quite big. You know, it was great in terms of the Communities Committee. It actually made it easier for us, suggest, because they were able to concentrate on this one thing. And I'm just wondering if what people's views are, or is to make sure that that's continued.
I mean, I think the feeling was at the time when it was stood down was there wasn't very much coming up to it. It wasn't actually a decision-making subcommittee anyway. So it was only really that we were overlooking what was happening, and then decisions were being made by communities. But Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Leader. My recollection is very similar to yours. At the last meeting, it was decided of that subcommittee, it was decided to disband it on the premise that it was actually a strategy committee, whereas now we're moving into the operational phase. I think that's my interpretation.
I don't think it was a strategy committee, it was an oversight committee.
Perhaps most of the issues here are not material issues, but the absolute issues about the rollout. So perhaps following the meeting, because we don't have any information in front of us to discuss that consider how we engage with members during the next crucial couple of months about these very practical issues that members are bringing forward, to see members' views. So perhaps if that's acceptable to members, we'll look to bring that forward.
Yeah.
And therefore, when the next Communities Committee meets, or perhaps it goes to one of the full councils, we have that evidence base to go forward to that.
Yeah, I understand that Councillor Dumfries owns that. So,
Thanks, Leader. Yeah, apologies for that. I was on the phone to somebody else regarding some business, but yeah, I don't really want to go over old ground with the microchipping, because I think all councillors have really touched on it. I'm really glad to see it's not really going forward, so to speak. Yeah, James, but as Councillor Campbell said, don't be discouraged by it. I think really we had a lot of complaints, so I certainly did as a local elected member in relation to this. But I think maybe next time, if we do a little more consultation with the public, I know you're kind of maybe fed up with that word, but I think well, judging by the response I got, I think maybe we need to get it out there a little bit more when we start to tamper with our bins, because it is the main thing really that they're paying their council tax for. Thank you.
And Councillor John Campbell.
Yeah, thanks, Leader. Yeah, it's about the waste strategy implementation subcommittee. At the last meeting, I think it was the 6th of March, when the chair Archie took the further business of winding it up, and I think it was agreed that he would take it to the review of standing orders subcommittee. But apparently, I think the last time they stood was in September or June last year. I can't remember exactly when. So it was a wee while ago. So it's probably sort of in limbo at the moment. But as far as I'm aware, because it hasn't progressed any further, that committee is probably still live until we make another decision.
Councillor Driver wants to speak. the next.
Well, thanks, Chair. If you don't mind, I agree with Gavin that this should come up in the next report, but at the last committee, subcommittee meeting, it was decided to wrap up, because this was overviewing the implementation of the waste strategy, and it was felt that the subcommittee couldn't make any further decisions. Everything was clear but on the way forward, and that would be decided by communities director. In that process, I was to write, and I have communicated with the subcommittee to try and bring that one to an end. But I think it's probably better in the next report, Chair.
Okay. Okay, can we proceed to the recommendations, and then it's my proposal that we have a half-hour break for lunch at that point?
Just a point of order, Leader.
Yep.
The subcommittee was set up before council, so it isn't up to the subcommittee to disband itself.
No, we'll bring a report back to the next.
Yeah, that's exactly right, yes. So we just to be absolutely clear in that, you know, and then council and whoever will make the decision.
Absolutely, so but I think that's separate to how do we engage with members and some of these practical issues. So that we not just the procedural issue of the council. So I think again we'll do both.
Okay, so we're going to go to the recommendations now, where 2 is to note, 3 is to agree the inclusion of the Dumfries Zero Waste Park in the capital investment strategy.
Just in regards to the question that I asked about the COVID proof, so if that starts to escalate, I know there's a 30% contingency, so to speak, that's built in there. If that does start to grow arms and legs when it comes to cost, how will that be reported back to? Will it come back to the Communities Committee? How will that work?
I perhaps think there's 2 issues. I think perhaps there's a risk to the entire capital programme as well, Councillor Cradle. So perhaps I'll discuss with that regular monthly reporting on the specific indices in relation to construction and build to all members, and then report regularly through to the Transformation Performance Committee on the consequence of a capital programme. I think the first would be to regularly communicate with members how those indices are starting to move, and we'll see the first indication of that as the construction industry kicks back into life. So perhaps that then formal reporting back through committees of any implications for members' consideration of that impacted capital, and up to members then to perhaps call in specific projects for more detailed examination, if that makes sense.
No, I was just going to say that this project already has been, reported to Communities Committee, it's been reported to Finance Committee, and I think that, obviously going forward, we would expect that to continue because of those issues that Ian raises. I'm sure there'll be some, specific changes that might be required or issues that might arise in a particular project, but of course they could have financial implications that we would expect to follow the practice that we've been through already.
On the basis, are we content to agree to the conclusion of it? Any indication of anybody remotely who dissents? No. 4 is to note the delays to the rollout of the new curbside collection, as noted. And are we content to agree to the rollout in Wakefield to be programmed by the autumn? There's any dissent remotely? No. And then finally, I think a majority, we do not wish to agree in principle to the inclusion of the radio frequency identification microchips. I know that's maybe not the view of every single member of council, but I get the feeling that that is the view of the majority.
Agree to not agree.
It's to not agree there.
Just wonder if we could take that away from there altogether, that 2.6, or should we just agree to exclude?
Yeah, I just say we don't take it out.
If we could change that, please, so it's explicit that we're not excluding domestic wind. If you don't mind, that would be recorded.
Yeah.
Just change that, I think.
Yes, I think so, yeah.
I'll just take it out, and then it could be implemented operationally.
That we don't agree that.
Be excluded.
We agree to not agree. Okay, if we can have a half an hour break, and then come back at 10 to 2. And hopefully there's some lunch for us. Okay, that's the meeting reconvened at 5 to 2. Our next item is item 11 on the response restart and recovery to COVID-19. This report is a helpful summary of our response to the COVID-19 pandemic and presents the first proposals for recovery and restart. I'm sure that all members would wish to place on record their appreciation of the staff, volunteers and partners for ensuring that Dumfries Galloway responded so quickly and effectively to the declared emergency. I am extremely proud about how well Dumfries Galloway have dealt with the pandemic, as people have adhered to the guidance, respected the professionals and each other's health, and supported each other and businesses throughout. Our strapline of #SupportDG has been lived out in many ways. I'm keen that we keep our discussion today focused on the strategic direction and next steps, recognising that we have separate reports on today's agenda about the school plan, finance and decision making, and future reports are indicated in the economic recovery, inequality and vulnerability, community recovery, council plan, midpoint review, organisational recovery, and overall recovery and restart. Our Chief Executive is here, supported by the senior leadership team for any specific areas. So could I ask the Chief Executive to provide us with the strategic oversight of this report?
Thank you very much, Leader. And the first thing I'd like to say is an enormous thank you to the staff, to our partners in the NHS, care, both the private and public sector, emergency services, third sector, communities, and to the hundreds and thousands of volunteers across the region who have stood up magnificently through this emergency and have saved lives. I think we sometimes forget that the work that individuals have done is save lives. I think I'd also like to say that I'm quite humbled by the work of our key staff who, through the teeth of COVID, and sometimes you forget how intense those first few weeks were. We're still doing face-to-face contact with PPE, but face-to-face contact, particularly our care staff who still went out to deliver care packages, our social work staff who have not only been dealing with some of the direct issues, but the indirect and growing issues in relation to domestic violence, child protection that the lockdown has created. And again, as you referenced in Paul's report, the demand for that and the legacy of that will be for many, many years to come. And I think it's quite humbling when you see some of the correspondence about people struggling to think about going back to work now, that we would staff and so the NHS in the face of this right from day one. And certainly for our care staff and social work staff, giving them the necessary break is difficult because it's still ongoing. They've been working, so I think for that, I think in pages 5 to 6 of the separate report, I think you see that some of the work that we've done, some of the excellent work we've done, and the outcomes we've achieved, the focus right across the council, and in the appendices you see the services that have continued right through. And again, one of the few councils that feel in Scotland that managed to have a weekly bin run right from the very beginning, and that was because staff stood up and other staff moved across. And again, that reassurance, and again, simple things like staff were still out cutting grass because of the public lockdown. It was important that they saw that there was still some normality in their communities. Basic issues like that, again, the work of the subcommittee and the leaders group was essential in keeping that real, that it wasn't all about the emergency. I think what's been clear about this is the rapid pace that we've had to work to both to react and also the direction from government. I think education is a good point where none of us, and I sit on the central store committee, knew that was coming until it was announced, and now we're in the position of having to react to it. And all the way through, on the basis of the evidence which changed on an early basis, we were having to react and react at pace. And I think, again, we've done really well up with partners because a lot of our work has had to be at a community level. I think specifically with shielding, where it's been enormously important that we've managed to do that and will for a period to come. The message I will give you on this is really, really hard, it's really, really complex. Of how we move forward from here. But recovery will be a long, hard journey. The issues in our economy and the emerging issues around the vulnerable, and particularly around some of those public protection issues, will have a legacy well beyond this council and potentially beyond the next council as well. And again, the key decisions that members will take over the next few months will be critical in setting that strategic direction on how we build back better, to use a Scottish phrase. what we've got is a lot of insights. We certainly now have a better understanding of what vulnerability means, that many people that we would never have traditionally regarded as vulnerable are vulnerable. You know, the great Dumfries and Galloway issue, just carrying on again, carrying on with it. Actually, we've got that understanding, and the work that we've done in this to grants, a much better understanding of who our businesses are, where they are, and what actually, how we contact them. Again, that we can build on those. The government's document, which will be coming and renewed to build back better, very much has an emphasis on the reform of the public sector, but also in tackling inequalities and meeting climate change goals. But elements of it will be directed, so there will be significant changes to the way the council operates and the outcomes expected to be delivered through the whole of public service and the whole of the country will come from that. And the first we'll see was July for the economic paper, and then in August for the renewal paper that will come from government, which will set out how the outcomes expected to be delivered by all those moving forward. And again, that'll be a huge piece of work ongoing. At the moment, what that I've been undertaking in central government, we've identified 116 different services that need to be individually reviewed. We've only done 8 so far. 116 services to walk through across the public service that will need to fit into this policy context. And again, we'd probably say a good 80 to 90 of those are council responsibilities. So it's a huge piece of work ahead of us. What I would say is that we also have the challenge that our own partners are doing their own restart recovery plans. The NHS mobilisation plan is just the first step of bringing it tentatively back. But there'll be plans from all our partners. And actually, some of our partners, particularly the third and voluntary sector, will not survive. They will not, some of the big players will not survive through this, given the pressures they've now experienced on their finances. So therefore, we'll need to react to many of our partners, not just businesses going in. Some of our partners, our key partners that we support, might not be there in the medium term or potentially even in the short term once furlough comes off, just due to the financial burden. And I'm sure those of you that work with many of the charities realise the severe pressure that they're under. And again, critical services in the case of Galloway are supported and are vulnerable by these. Again, something that we need to act at pace so that the individuals who receive those services are not left out if the organisation currently providing them no longer exists. And again, the work we've done around shielding has been excellent in developing that pace. I think for me the key point in the appendices is it's going to be difficult, it's not going to be linear. Restart of education may well become a response to education depending upon where COVID goes. It's not going away, and I think that's one of the things we need to say. Germany shows 1,800 cases developed from one individual in a meatpacking plant. That all 1,800 of the same virus were able to identify who the index carrier was. In Scotland, it was 13 index carriers brought in. So 13 people hadn't come to Scotland. We would have controlled it, which is why we're less in New Zealand. But in Germany, it was 1,800 and 330,000 people are in lockdown. So that was one individual. It's how the virus can spread. And again, we need to plan to have to go back as well as forward. And again, for recovery will be long and it will be hard, and therefore how the decisions the council takes now and in its recovery and restart plan, which we bring to the July committee leader, will set out the phasing for member approval, some of the challenges, but also how we intend to support and deliver that. That'll feed into a financial plan and a revised council plan. I think the council plan revision will be more about a greater understanding of vulnerability and inequality. So it's a sharpening of priorities rather than new priorities, because I think those priorities served us, and this is from an officer perspective, extremely well in being able to move at pace. That the priorities that this council had were the priorities that we really had to deal with within the crisis. To support that, final comments, Leader, we'll need some management capacity to be able to deliver that. We're still in recovery on a number of areas. We're still in early restart. Registration was one where suddenly came, you'll start up registration, but can't really do it face to face. Going to be appointments, and so we'll do bus, but not the rest. And by the way, we can't change the legislation, so it still has to be face to face. So again, that all came out. And by the way, we wanted to start by Monday. So again, that's the type of issue where is that a response? Is that a restart? It's not really a restart of the service. It's a response to bring back service in. So to do that, what I'm planning to do is a plan to bring Richard Grieveson to report directly to me, who's led much of the coordination support and work to services and partners, particularly been appreciated the work with NHS and Care Service, to also form the basis of a restart and recovery team, a small team that has to now has been supporting Gillian on this huge amount of work we've done, and he was just about to hear in education. He's also been working on Harry's plans for registration to bring that capacity and thinking corporately. It'll be a small team reporting to myself, and that the director will make arrangements to backfill for the period of which we see that. And I would envisage that Richard will work with me to the end of this council and report to members through the appropriate committee structures as members determine that we see the restart plan. The challenge will be utterly enormous, and I have to say that the challenge will be enormous. Again, in August, we will have a better understanding of the government's, both UK and Scottish government's, plans for recovery. In Scotland, we plan to renewal. And again, we'll need to factor in those changes in demands and priorities to our work. And again, we'd hope in the July paper to reflect those. Again, I'm early sight to some of the headlines, so we'll be able to build that into planning leader and to take forward. The final thing I would just need to say is that members, you have been very prudent in the way that we run the finances in this council. We're in a better position. Those of you only got to look at Highlands, got the highest financial challenge per head of population in the UK in relation to that. Other councils are in a similar position. We are not well placed, but we are better placed than most to handle the initial impact of it. But again, we need that recovery and restart plan, because every decision we take will have a consequence on other services. At some time, the money will run out. And also capacity of resource. Lots of our people are still currently in response, supporting our working care homes, working care, supporting educational hubs. So therefore, it'll be complex feeding those back in and feeding out of those services as demand continues to rise for those key services just now and again. We hope to encapsulate that in a restart plan to show you how best phasing of that to move out. And of course, most of this is predicated, as is the education we're about to hear, on us being able to move forward through July with the current levels of compliance that we see. And if we have to move back, then we have to have the ability to move back. So tremendously proud of staff. Even when I went to the waste sector to get the waste sites, when they opened, to tell you that talking to the staff, they were able to talk to me about the practical implications of how it does in Spain. You get the grass up that ramp without touching the handrail. Never even dawned on me that does that mean someone has to go behind them touching the handrail every time? And again, those are factors we've now, I think, been able to deal across. But that type of practical, and that's why our engagement and ensuring in the conversation with trade unions are absolutely the heart of it, as with all frontline staff, in that restart process that we refer to within the paper, and bringing their ideas of how it can be done safely, but perhaps more efficiently, or stuff that they believe really isn't important, and bring that back to members for consideration if we bring services back through that system. So it's a complex paper. I know I found it difficult to get your heads around. The key will be the report in it that we bring to you in July, which sets out both national, local context, and a costed approach to how we meet the next challenges that come. I'm happy to take any questions that members may have.
Thanks. I've got obviously stimulated quite a lot of members' interests. I've got Jim Denser, Adam Wilson, Jim Campbell, Katie Hagman, Rod Surtees, Archie Driver, and Rob Davison already indicated they were wanting to speak. So I'll call in Councillor Dempster first.
Many thanks, Leader. And can I just echo some of the comments the Chief Executive made? I think that senior managers, our staff, community councils and local volunteers have been a fabulous asset to the wider community at this time and deserve all the praise that we can give them and the recognition that they deserve. And I'm sure they have helped enhance the reputation of the council as well. It's just a wonderful happening to see in such difficult circumstances. I have 2 points I want to make, Leader. The first, and they're both on the economy and business section. And, you know, Gavin's quite right. He talks about the challenges and risks. The challenge to the council is significant. and the rest of their businesses that are unable to recover and subsequently go out of business. I had an experience last week that left me challenged, shall I say. Farmer built a new fence around his field, and in doing so restricted access on the Southern Upland Way. Brought that to the attention of his staff, and a staff member phoned me to say that he'd met with the farmer in an agreement to restore gates, but he needed a fencer. So I suggested two, as per the procurement training that I've undergone recently online. One in Kirkconnell, one in Sanka. The member of staff came back to tell me that line manager had told them there's no way these people could be given the opportunity to bid because they weren't on the Integra payment system. And I accept that. It turns out the only two people that are is a company from Moffat who got the work and someone from Airdrie. And that caused me great concern. So I spoke to one of the fencers. I haven't been able to get in touch with the other one yet, but I will. And I asked a simple question: would you like to carry out work on behalf of the council? Fencer said yes. I said, have you registered using the procurement arrangement? And I think he thought I was starting to talk in a different language, because he had absolutely no idea what I was trying to say to him. So I wrote an email to one of my senior officers and asked them to forward me an application form for this person to do very small pieces of work on an occasional basis. I got it back right away with a wee footnote saying, be aware it is a lengthy document. And I think that's the issue for us getting local trades to register with the council. I think we need to modify this document somehow. I would suggest, Leader, to you, and hopefully it's something that you can have Gavin bring forward in a report, that maybe each ward manager could make contact with every business in that ward, because they have links to businesses, they have links to elected members, and establish how many folk want to work for the council. And we don't just give them a link to the procurement and say, fill that in if you want to work. We actually work with these organisations to get them onto the list for providing services. And I'm not saying we should give them a gift. I understand it's a competitive tendering process, but the point is currently these folk are not being given the opportunity to bid for work. And at this moment in time, we need to be making sure that local businesses are given the opportunity to carry out work where it's appropriate for Dumfries and Galloway Council. And we should not be going out the region to procure services when we have perfectly able and fit organisations to carry out that work in-house. That's the first point. The next point is, and it's a sad point, Gavin talks about emerging issues where our region is a high employment pre-COVID, and we have some of the lowest levels of household income and highest level of child poverty in some of our most disadvantaged communities, one of them being Killahome, of course. And I understand anecdotally that Brown Brothers today has sent out 60 redundancy notices to their staff. That gives me, I'm sure it'll give every ward member and every elected member in the Dumfries and Galloway Council real cause for concern. It's probably, if it's true, it's probably the start of the doom and gloom message that Gavin gave us as part of his introduction. But we need to be sure we work with these families and that community to try and ensure, A, that we support Brown Foods to remain in business, and we support each individual family to make sure they somehow recover, or if not, at least they get the support they need in the short to medium term. Thanks, Leader.
Thanks. I know there were certain numbers of seminars throughout the week just to try and encourage local businesses to get involved, but maybe that message maybe hasn't got out to all businesses, that there will be assistance to help them get involved.
Absolutely, we've done in the past. I think there's never, as they say, the crisis may have helped an understanding of the business community about the opportunities are there. Absolutely, we wish to develop the local market, and therefore the proposals are moving forward need to do everything we can to keep the money we have in the Dumfries and Galloway. So again, that applies both to ourselves and to the work of the New Set of Scotland enterprise. So I absolutely take on board Jim's point. It's how we do it, given other reports on the agenda in a controlled manner. The ability to reach out, because these businesses will all have made contact with us, and we see grants supposedly it gives us a database now to do that. That never existed within the council in the past. So absolutely take that on board. I think the second issue, absolutely, we will work with all key businesses and again with our enterprise colleagues to ensure that we can move forward. We can't save everyone, but we can support those that still have the potential for growth. And again, the part of the strategy of the subcommittee has been talking about, how we get that, working with partners. I think a big issue that Jim has raised is that many of the arrangements with Ricardo and Pace are made for big companies of scale that make people redundant, you know, in tens. A lot of ours will be the ones and twos that start to disappear. So again, a mini Pace structure, and again, I know the director is already engaging in how we set up mini Pace across the region, so that when a number of our smaller companies or single traders that employ perhaps one person go under, then we are able to provide a similar wraparound service that's available if it's a company of 20, 30, 100 or 200. And working with the DWP colleagues, Skilled Development Scotland colleagues, etc. So that proposal is being developed, and I'm sure it'll come back before members when we flesh it out for you. So absolutely picking up the point that every redundancy is a tragedy. You know, and again, with the education paper coming up, we need to not only prepare the future of our children to have employment, but deal with the consequences of unemployment. So I take Jim's points very much on board. In future papers that will come before the next full council and council after will set out a strategy to deal with that.
Councillor Wilson?
Yeah, thank you. And
Leader, much appreciated. And just to tell you that I've had an email saying that this is factual, that this person had a letter, or seen a letter, and the redundancies are indeed being introduced as we speak. And thanks, Gavin, for your help and support in that project. Thank you.
Councillor Wilson?
Yeah, no, I echo much of what Gavin said, and I thought that, you know, it sort of hit a lot of nails on the head, and of course, given the difficulty that I think we have to expect another wave at some point in due course of coronavirus, and of course it's important that we retain that resource in some form or another. There's sort of three sort of broad issues I just want to get some clarity on. First of all, is obviously we rapidly changed the council structure in terms of officers, and I think it's just to get a sort of assurance. I believe that we're moving back to the formal council, you know, the sort of pre-COVID council structure. I'm sure there'll be, you know, obviously you've mentioned the post of Richard Greaves is going to take. I'm sure there will be some alterations to that, and that will be agreed by elected members in due course. But just so that we're quite clear that we're going back to that council structure, you know, in sort of shorter term. Secondly, and I appreciate that some of the announcements in the last week will have seriously hindered the ability to do this, but obviously those cells, and where there are approximately 490 members of our staff who have been completely redeployed into a different role through the current cell structure, if there has been a sort of analysis done of sort of what the requirements, particularly in the short and medium term, are going to be for those staff to remain in those redeployed roles, whether it's for the various issues. And I completely appreciate that the couple of announcements this week will sort of change a lot of that planning, but I think even just to get the confirmation that that has been looked at on a daily and weekly basis. And third of all, obviously, you know, you had mentioned that there is a lot of detail in these reports, and that is welcome. I wondered if we could maybe just look at one area in particular to maybe sort of illustrate how this will work in practice. So I noticed that, quite surprisingly, one of the announcements yesterday was about a date to reopen for leisure facilities. And I think that was some point in July, which took me by surprise. I didn't think that would quite be the case. So in terms of obviously bringing you know, that one particular service back, and I'm sort of using it more to illustrate how we'll go through this process rather than focus on that particular that service. How will we bring that back online? Because I imagine that actually, obviously we have a business model there that is based on having so many members and having so many customers going in, a certain level of staffing. I imagine that guidance will come into place that will severely restrict that, will also change the business model. That will also change the service that we're providing. It will quite possibly, it will have an impact on our finances. So it would be quite interesting and useful to know sort of, I appreciate that it's very early doors, and I can tell by your facial expression it's taken you by surprise as well in this particular one, but I think that to sort of help elected members and the community and the public at large know about how these services will be brought back online, particularly ones such as leisure facilities that, although we're allowed to open them, may remain closed for a longer period, but also as well where we may need to put in quite a different service, and how that will be agreed by elected members and therefore communicated to the public.
Thank you. I think the first one is that instructed Monday that all existing line management staff to return back to the existing line management arrangements. So therefore, officers are currently providing reassurance on how existing responsibilities of council are being discharged. Simple stuff like health and safety and normal stuff you expect. So that's underway. We've already had that back from, despite the workload. I think it was a 4 o'clock in the morning email from Gillian, confirmation of how she would do it. So again, that's in train. There's very few staff left back in the management staff. The management will move back into their existing line management. So I give that assurance to members that I don't plan any for trade unions restructure of the council. I think we're focused on the key priorities of the council. I think we're talking about support team to enable that solution-centred approach. And again, key elements of that have been working with Gillian on a huge challenge which she's faced just now. I think for me the idea of the cells and was that staff have already started to be redeployed even from finalising this paper back into their existing service. We will formalise that in the restaff paper of how many need to stay. Obviously, those staff that are supporting a social work and care function, they are still in emergency. Care homes are still locked down. We're having to feed back in care packages that, with consultation with individual families, were reduced. That we have to build them back up. So there's a huge piece of work for staff still in there. But in the July paper, we will give members absolute certainty how many are left in those rooms. But actually, that paper also indicated to members how many staff we need to move back. I think, as St Paul has indicated, we will have to put more resources into our social work care area, just given the demand that's currently sitting. So that July paper for full council will be there. So effectively, in 3 weeks' time, we should start to see the members start to see the evidence around that. Leisure's a good one. Actually, it's outdoor leisure. So define outdoor. That's going to be, and we won't know because it's going to be 2 weeks before they give us the guidance as to what it means. The guidance will tell us what to do. So that's a real example. But you're absolutely right. There'll be no model I can see, given that England's 2 weeks ahead of us, that will allow us to have a model in which we can charge. We'll not have a full functioning leisure service back up. So a model of income based upon that. And again, that's why everything's interlinked. Won't be possible because we won't be able to open all facilities. The challenges around swimming pools will be enormous, as you can well imagine, or any area where there is multiple activity. And again, the standing leisure up to close it down immediately would be a particular challenge. It's easier. The first lockdown would be much, much easier than the second. So again, the restart process we alluded to in the paper sets out that proposal that we put everybody through that. What are the outcomes we're trying to achieve? I think the initial bit won't be restart. There'll be a response. How do we respond to what the government's allowing us to do, and then put the system through for a restart? So again, it will be the elected members receiving those reports about how the restarted service under those guidance will come. But the first bit in leisure will be a response. It's very much like some of the issues around hospitality. It's very clear in the First Minister's statement. We will get the guidance in 2 weeks' time of exactly how that is to be done. So 2 weeks before we have the detail around how some of those rules will go, and I think leisure will be another one we'll have to react to initially, and then look at it in a hard, cold, symptomatic role that we did in transformation to establish what would be a sustainable leisure model moving forward, given that some elements of restriction around leisure will exist for, I suspect, at least 12 to 18 months, which would significantly damage our business model. So again, that's a really good case in point that it said leisure services, but you've got to believe that it's mostly outdoor leisure where you don't need to be accessing key elements within the building. And again, it's like the shop announcement where it says that if you have an outdoor access, you can open, but if you indoor, you don't. So I think there's lots of that guidance is why we need a team to analyse and take forward. So I think the difference for me, the distinction would be between getting a service back up and then properly restarting it in a method that members will have oversight on, because that then becomes the business model. But it's incredibly challenging because a number of the issues that members may wish to decide won't be optional. There'll be a degree of, as we're seeing, there'll be a degree of prescription to most of the stuff we'll be starting up again. And it's how we factor our business model around that prescription, which will be quite challenging for the council. It's not the fullest answer in the early days of it, but I would suspect the announcement yesterday caught me by about 3 weeks out. I thought we'd be in that territory in August rather than July.
Yeah, no, I think certainly the announcement yesterday was quite a bit of a surprise, and some of the detail even more surprising. I appreciate that the leisure facility, it was more than gyms. I think as well we need to bear in mind a number of people who do have leisure memberships with the council, or who have been in contact with me over this, fully appreciate that actually. They think that the action that we took very early doors to just actually freeze those direct debits, they fully appreciated that. I think that we just need to bear in mind we've got a public that really understands, we've got a membership base that really understands, and if the council is open and honest and says actually, obviously we can't offer the same level of service that we would have done before COVID, and until we get those back to normal, then whether that's continuing to freeze membership and look at a new model. I think the public are particularly those who've got memberships, know that is the case, and actually as long as we communicate with them, we'll take them with us. So I appreciate you can't give a full answer, but I welcome the.
I have to also say that members really do need to be hard. As soon as we open leisure, we lose money.
Yeah.
We know that from DG1 Health Services, we lose money. It is a valuable public service, but we lose money as soon as we open it. And again, we need to have that big picture of all the pressures the council is going to be facing, our aspirations for education and vulnerability, and so that we're able to take the decision, because it's harder to reverse the decision once we've taken it. And again, it's one of the real complicated factors that at the moment we're waiting for announcement on funding almost on a daily basis. We get different elements of money awarded. So again, less is absolutely important, and having a daughter who was a regular at the gym every morning, I get asked every morning when the gym's open. So again, I do understand that the communication strategy is absolutely critical to make sure. And I think the work that, in particular, Matt Malloy's led with the team around communication, working with elected members and leaders, has been excellent over the period so far. And again, we just need to continue.
Councillor Judy Campbell.
Thank you, Leader. In terms of Gavin's opening remarks, I have to say that I personally have been hugely impressed by the response of our staff to COVID-19, and I think they deserve an awful lot of praise from elected members. And it's a bleak picture that you present, Gavin, but I think it's realistic in terms of coming out of COVID and what lies ahead of us. But I think that we need to build on the partnerships that we've developed over the last 3 months, because I think that is going to be essential. What I'd like to speak about is the economic recovery element of the report, Gavin, and what I'm hoping personally is that moving forward there's a strong emphasis on a green recovery, and in recognition of our climate change ambitions. And members will be aware that the Economic Recovery Advisory Group published its report this week, and it gave a strong emphasis on green recovery being central to recovery overall. And I believe the Scottish Government will be responding to the recommendations in that report, but I think this is something that we really need to follow closely. And there's a paragraph from the report that stuck out for me, the economic report that Benny Higgins produced. And as an issue that I've raised previously at the ad hoc subcommittee, and it makes reference to the most important intervention is for a green recovery and to manage the rebound effect in demand for car travel. I think that, it's been said before, and I know that we've got an officers group working on this, but we really mustn't lose the positive outcomes of COVID-19, and I hope that members will agree with that. So bearing in mind our climate emergency declaration and our targets to be net zero by 2025, there needs to be a heavy focus on green recovery. I'd be interested, Gavin, in your observations on the green recovery for Dumfries and Galloway moving forward, and is this something that's going to feature in your report in July? And I think that our recovery plan needs to be aligned to obviously what's happening nationally. And also just a quick reference to paragraph 3461 in relation to the review of the council plan. As we know, there's to be a new priority in relation to climate change. Is this report going to present a proposal for this new strategic priority for the council? Because I think it's really, really important, because what it represents is a sound base in terms of how we respond economically to the challenges ahead. Thanks, Leader.
Thank you, Leader. Thank you very much for those comments. For the council plan first, council plan is obviously the council's plan, it's not the officer's plan, and therefore that is for members to decide how the plan they've currently got needs to be adapted to take in the recommendation. And actually, as I said, we're providing evidence of how we can sharpen around the vulnerability agenda, and particularly building on Gillian's excellent work, how we give the best start in life to our children and opportunity. So the paper in July will probably be too early to set out the economic plan. The government will really be responding by the end of July, but the economic plan conversations are already being held. Leading the conversation with the chair of let's call it Enterprise about the importance of the regional economic plan and the importance of engaging a private sector business in that through the economic partnership, and therefore we need to get that underway now. So I would suspect that it'll take a while to digest it. I think the direction of travel, though, will be set in my July paper that I bring to members about the key planks of restart recovery. So I think that the sort of regional economic plan will probably come later once we've had the input from the private sector. But certainly the government's key plank, the key statements is around addressing inequality and tackling climate change. So everything needs to be viewed through that lens. So absolutely, and then to give you an idea of how we're already pursuing that, the work that we referred to earlier in Chapel Cross, one of the main people that we'll be having on our conference call in relation to Chapel Cross are people interested in hydrogen. Absolutely interested in hydrogen. As you know, electricity has many benefits, but actually it doesn't fit to particularly heavy industry or into big trucks. Hydrogen is a much better solution. And again, looking at that, and also energy, part of the borderlands that we're already discussing is much about how each community can actually start its own energy schemes, green energy schemes. And again, some of the work that engaging the few players in Dumfries and Galloway and the National Grid is how do we develop funds and schemes for each community to bring forward proposals for local green energy schemes. If we could have green energy schemes powering our local communities, it would be a fantastic step forward. So absolutely, we'll set the direction in July, but that will also need to be informed by the government's stated direction, which might actually be August, but I can tell you it is going to be to address inequality and tackle climate change as the two main planks of the new law for Scotland. So again, we'll make sure our paper reflects those emerging themes in the Scottish Government and the themes that I think many people in Dumfries and Galloway would want to see. I'd have to say we still have to be pragmatic. We do need to also maintain business and support business that already exists. So I think it's the strategic direction of investment to support the green economy and make use of our green lungs, as I described it, and supporting those businesses who employ people right across our region. So I think it's that fine balance, but absolutely the strategic direction for the next 10 years should be to exploit the green credentials.
Councillor Katie Hagan.
Thank you, Leader, and yes, thank you for the information that's been provided today. There's a huge amount in this paper that we've got before us, and yeah, like all members, I just want to thank all our staff, all our residents, all our volunteers. I think Dumfries and Galloway as a whole have really shone the mammoth task that we were facing that we've met head on. So I just wanted to put my thanks on record. In terms of the paper in front of us, as I say, there's a huge amount of information on here. I've just wanted to go through a couple of the appendices. So Appendix 4, I'm really pleased to see that we've got the risks and issues affected by COVID-19 being described, and there's 10 points just in leaving the EU alone, which seems to have not been brought up as yet, but this is a huge risk to our region, and I'm really pleased that it's identified in the report in front of us. We've also got in there the risk for climate change and the capacity for change. So again, I'm really pleased to see that in here, but what's missing in Appendix 4 is mitigation for these risks. So we have got a description of what the situation is, we've got what the risk is, but there's no information as to how we tackle that risk. So I'd be interested to get something back at future committees as to what we're going to do to mitigate all these risks that we've identified. Moving on to Appendix 5, I think this is possibly the crux of how we have managed so well, because we've got full details on our communications plan, and I think the communications team that have been working exceedingly hard along with everybody else has been exemplary, and I just want to congratulate the team on that going forward. And obviously we've got an update of the comms plan before us. I was just looking for confirmation in terms of elected members' inquiries. It does state that we'll be going back to the EMES system, but I'm just looking for a date of confirming when that will take place, and also if there's any outstanding inquiries on the CV19's COM mailbox, that will be migrated back into the EMES system. So that was my second point. And my final point is on our consultation mandate on Appendix 6, which is 35 of the supplement document. I think it's great that we've got this on here. However, I'm slightly concerned in terms of the wording. And the second point, it says we need to understand the views of citizens, particularly those in vulnerable groups. What I would maybe suggest is we change that, ensuring that vulnerable groups, because I don't think there's any particular one community or group that is more important. I think we need to listen to everybody on this. So maybe just a tweak of the wording to ensure that we're including everybody and not singling out specifics. And on the point that Councillor Judy Campbell has made, I'm wondering whether there's an opportunity to add in the climate environment panel or climate citizens panel that we're looking to develop into the teams on the final page, on page 36, where we're talking about having the Tackling Poverty Reference Group, community food providers, the Youth Council. Once we get our citizens panel, can they be included within that as well? So those are my sort of 3 points that I wanted to raise. Thank you.
Thank you for that, and very remiss of me, I just looked at my notes and I did have EU down. As part of our national approach, we stood up the EU subgroup, exit subgroup again, as one of the national risks facing Scotland. As you know, we're trying to view it through the COVID lens, so if we thought it was scary before, through the COVID lens it becomes quite a challenge. So that group has stood up and is going to report through the strategic coordinating group into government. So that give you assurance that we're already working on that, and it'll feature in our risk identification. Absolutely, risks will feature in future papers. I think it's integral to a financial plan and recovery plan, and then the council plan as to how we do it all over, because actually to mitigate one risk may actually reduce our ability to mitigate another. So they'll all feature. This will be an ongoing report, and we'll start to add those columns in as we start to get greater understanding as we move forward. I'm not sure in the EMES, but everything will mitigate across. I'm not sure if Derek, if that's on the line, can give us an update on that one in a minute. And obviously it's up to members on the consultation mandate, but this was, if you can imagine, these papers were done at pace, so absolutely any member comments, very happy to incorporate moving forward on that, and they seem very sensible suggestions to me. I don't know if Derek or Lon have an update on EMS implementation may actually even be done by now.
Good afternoon, members. In terms of EMES, that transition is happening the end of this week into the start of next week, and any matters that have been sent through to the COVID communication boxes will be moved across and be tracked, so we won't lose anything within that. And in terms, just to add to Gavin's comments around the risk information in the report, this is a summary, and the risk information will be reported through the further reports to committee, but also through the Audit, Risk and Management Committee, where that more detailed information on mitigation is also presented. So that information is there. This was just to provide a summary. Happy to provide further details to members.
Okay, Councillor Rod-Surtees.
Thanks very much, Leader. I mean, yeah, I think a lot of my points have been answered, to be honest. They were regarding access to sports in view of my involvement in many sports, indoor and outdoors. So thank you for that. I do want to thank everybody for all their work. I can tell you that the response we've been getting from the COVID-19 mailbox has been incredibly quick and efficient, and I do hope that when we go back to the EMES system that continues. I'm looking at, I just want to echo Katie Hagman's point about the risks, and I would like to see the mitigation. I'm looking specifically at the increase that we've had across the region in domestic violence and the vulnerability of our children and families. We've also had quite a few incidents regarding the increase of alcohol use and drugs misuse, and I have worked with local members and with Lillian around particular issues, but I would like to see that the mitigation includes our partnership with the drug and alcohol groups, housing, and just to see how we can link together all our work and make sure that members are involved in those decisions as well. And just to add regarding the EU, Gavin, I'm particularly interested in the effects of the hard border. I think we are really not clear on the impact of a hard border between Ireland and the UK. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Surtees. Absolutely. I tell you that the Chief Officers Group on the public protection legislation now meets every fortnight. So we meet every fortnight, and tomorrow the very issues you referred to are actually on the agenda for us to receive reports back from the independent chair, who is Kate Thompson. Most of you in the room will know, ex-assistant chief constable. So she's leading in this, and I can tell you she does not take no for an answer. I can tell you. Again, we've had some tragic deaths recently in relation to drug abuse, and we've asked an urgent report on the one coming forward. Of course, we'll feed that back to members. And again, I've already alluded to the fact that I will be coming back with requests for additional resources to go into these very areas to deal with that. We had the staff had had some pretty harrowing things to deal with over the weekend, which I won't go into in a meeting. But certainly the data that's available to members shows that what we feared would happen is starting to emerge, and therefore we need to address it. So that will definitely be coming back. On the hard border, yes, we're still planning to meet with our Irish colleagues. Obviously, there's always opportunities. We can't pretend there's no opportunities from EU, particularly since we do have a port, one of the main ports of Scotland facing the border. We need to exploit that. But again, I think it is, we just need the clarity on how that will work, which side of it would be the hard bit of the border, because there's always economic opportunities around borders and we need to exploit them. But the disappointing thing is the Cabinet Office has said that they're not prepared at this point to update the planning assumptions in relation to EU exit. So still working on the planning assumptions that were available last year pre-COVID, and there's no intention at this moment to update those planning assumptions. So again, I don't have any more at this point until the EU subgroup that reports to the Resilience Partnership is able to report back to us. But again, we need to view it as, if it is going to happen, how do we maximise the economic benefit from increasing Galloway and also minimise the significant risks that could come with it as well.
Councillor Archie-Driver.
Thanks, Leader. I've heard what most members said about our staff. However, during this Armed Forces Week, we cannot forget those military personnel who have also been on the mobile testing units as well, doing the hard work that they've been actually doing as well. I think for me, what COVID-19 has really put into cement is how important our local authorities are in Scotland. And I see the good work that the Dumfries and Galloway Council and COSLA and all of our local authorities have done right across Scotland. And I see Gail putting her thumb up there, that's fine. But I think there's something that sort of always happens in Dumfries and Galloway. When something goes wrong, our communities come together and we work for our communities. And so let's not be negative. There are going to be severe issues, absolutely. There's going to be severe issues when we come out of this COVID-19. But I think we can actually go forward on a positive footing. We've got a sound base here to move forward in Dumfries and Galloway, and we can move forward quickly and confidently with anything that comes towards us. However, I think importantly is working with the two governments as well and making sure that major infrastructure projects can come to Dumfries and Galloway. And I think that base that we have at the moment with Borderlands, with the South of Scotland enterprise, with the potential future we have with the Northern Ireland Council, actually working with them. So Gavin, I'm just wondering if there is that opportunity to ensure we have that base and tell people it's really a great idea to come to Dumfries and Galloway and start your business here.
Absolutely, Councillor Driver. I think marketing our region better and our strengths, particularly the green agenda, touching back to the early members' question, this is a place to invest. If you're wanting to prove your green credentials as a multinational company, then Dumfries and Galloway is a great place to come. That's why the connection between South Scotland Enterprise Company and the Scottish Infrastructure International, SCDI, is absolutely critical that we don't just look to ourselves, we look across the world for investment opportunities. The Borderlands discussions, we're actually arranging at this moment, Chief Executive of Cumbria, to meet with Westminster colleagues now that they're back and working on a normal business, well, more new normal business, and obviously we'll be constantly engaging with our Scottish Government colleagues on it. But I think the key for me is more how do we tell people we are still open for business, and actually, even though I have said some hard messages, business thrives in confidence. The more we can say that we are open for business, have a workforce that's there available, and the ability to move at pace if skills are required will be critical moving forward. I think at some point, Gillian and I will be in conversation within our portfolio of how we perhaps have a faster ability to react to business need around the skills agenda. And certainly one that I know members will be interested in is how do we move faster if construction and other areas are the way, infrastructure is the way government will try to get the economy moving. How do we get as many of our people trained and retrained into the skills that are required for that, and not wait 9 months, 12 months, 18 months for a course to come along in the college? And again, it's a conversation that we're going to be having with the college next week as part of a teleconference I'm having with them. So again, I think that's critical that a lot of our people won't have those skills just now, but it's not difficult to get them quickly trained to be able to provide the basic level that employers might look for. So again, I think it's a bigger conversation. I think Borderland just allows us to have a conversation with the key decision makers. Money's important, but it's that conversation with decision makers. If you have infrastructure and you want things to move at pace, Dumfries and Galloway can take the money and use it.
Thanks. Councillor Rob Davis.
Thank you, Leader. Yes, I would absolutely associate myself with the remarks that members have made about the magnificent contribution that our staff have made to responding to the COVID-19 crisis, from the start of lockdown and throughout. Also, very much in agreement with Archie's points regarding the importance of infrastructure investment and making a case for as much of that as we can have located in Dumfries and Galloway as possible. I do think that those are very valid and important points we shouldn't lose sight of. My question is in relation to 3.73. in terms of programming reports on areas of recovery, I guess initially to full council, and then I would assume in due course to service committees, thinking only about economic recovery as an area of activity. We have at this point the interim partnership between ourselves and the agency and Scottish Borders Council. We've got a pressing need to establish the regional economic partnership, given we need business in the room in order to be able to discuss economic recovery in a meaningful way. We have the local employability partnership, which has only just been established, the first meeting of which was about 10 days ago. And of course, we've got the really good detailed and comprehensive work we're doing on Town Centre Restart. I suppose it's a plea that perhaps in the past we would have taken individual reports on all of these subjects during the course of any given committee. Can we look when we're discussing a big area of activity such as economic restart and recovery, at how we join these things together so that members have a proper overview of how they interrelate? Quite clearly they do. I think everybody understands that. But if we can all get into that way of thinking and working on this area of activity, I think that will prove beneficial. And in fairness, I should also say that it's very clear that we started doing that already with regard to Town Centre Restart, because clearly that's a cross-disciplinary undertaking, and I think it's a very positive way forward. So if we could give that consideration as we're working out how to take this forward through full council and through subsequent committee meetings, I think that would be beneficial. Thank you, Leader.
Absolutely, Councillor Davids. I think the others were leading to it, some of our reports. We became obsessed with many pages on quite a simple decision, but it was in isolation of others, and I think there's something about members all understanding that interrelation. And certainly I do think the role of full council would be to own the restart plan, and then to have a clear understanding that some elements or individual aspects of the restart recovery plan would need to go back to full council for approval, because it would implicate something else in another part of the council. And I think it's how we map that out for you. But I think you're absolutely right. I think we need to keep the focus on the big strategic picture around this, because the individual bits of it will move so quickly. So again, I think if we can look to set out some thoughts around that in July, perhaps finalise it in the August paper for full council. But to me, if we don't have all members involved in the overall plan and that strategic direction, and it's from there it's how it then moves to what in the individual aspects of it. So I think if we can bring forward proposals as part of the restart plan, we'll bring that to members for consideration and perhaps to formalise it through the August committee.
Councillor Ivan is up.
Thank you, Leader. Gavin mentioned in his sort of preamble to this that we were in a good position financially compared to other councils. Will that actually come to bite us in the posterior, shall we say, whereby when we start to come out of this, people will realise that, well, they're not needing as much because they had more?
One of the challenges I had was I was telling Paul to make it hard, get a number as high as we possibly could. For exactly that reason, a number of the councils, I think, and I think you'll remember when your time as leader, and I'm sure Ronnie will remember it as well, that we're making quite a big play, but it does relate to decisions that they took in the past as to where they're currently sitting. You know, the decision of how deep you wanted to go into a private company that you took shares in, or how big you wanted to develop your hardware, were decisions individual for them. How much you then proceeded to borrow, and how much of your reserves you used in the last couple of years. So therefore, I think the danger in some of the correspondence about just getting everybody capital borrowing, or we'll deal with the Highland issue. Absolutely, if I was a Highland resident, Highland councillor, I would be thinking that. But actually, it needs to be done in such a way that responsibility for the previous decisions is still maintained. Otherwise, we who have been a prudent council will lose out. And certainly there have been allocations of funding to government to react to councils in trouble before, which has in many ways rewarded the behaviour that got them there in the first place. So, but we don't want to punish individuals, but a number of the issues to me that we're claiming for relates to low income and car parking, etc. But that should have been ring-fenced to a specific purpose. So therefore, we need to really think carefully before we leap into solving And unless your council's about to run out of cash, there's time to have a proper, in my view, debate and solution that does not punish those that have performed well, to deal with a problem that, unless you have a cash flow problem, the council will still be able to exist and move forward, just like a business. You know, the real issue of a business is when your cash starts to run out. So I think for me, we've seen the consequences before where decisions, particularly we've taken in education, have meant that we have not then been able to access funding moving forward. So I think it is, you're absolutely right, and again, it's Rob, I know, makes these points continually when he's up at COSLA, particularly as they want to move to distribution, which would significantly disadvantage this council. So absolutely, and whenever we make sure all members are fully informed of the potential consequences of such a risk.
Thank you.
Councillor Richard Brodie.
Thanks, Chair. Just like to support Councillor Surtees' comments about the EMES system. The COVID system of communication has been really excellent. I've been really pleased with the results. So I hope we're not going to go from a first-rate system to a third-rate system again. The EMS has improved over last year, but it is still lacking. I had a very good conversation with an employee who's involved in the comms team supporting this, and she was really interesting. She takes great pride in her work. She makes sure that the inquiries are answered within the time scale, and she would like to see this system continuing after it, just as I would. She feels like I do that sometimes officers put back inquiries, delay answering for no really good reason at all. So I think we should take that into account going forward as well to provide an excellent service. Also, the statistics that have been provided with the communication system have been really good, because it tells you how effective the system is in being efficient, how efficient it is in answering the queries. This would be good also going forward with EMS having that information on a monthly basis. It provides members with information, and it also gives I'm told that gives employees a sense of fulfillment that they're doing a really good job for us, which most of us are doing. Okay, thank you.
Yes, we would obviously build back better. We would hope that we take the best bits of how we worked at COVID. That is an incredibly expensive system, so I'll make sure members are fully aware of the cost of it. But yes, absolutely, we want to build back excellent.
Councillor David McKee.
Thanks, Leader. I thought you'd forgotten about me there. The first thing, keep your fingers crossed. The first thing I'd say was that you talked about governments in Dumfries and Galloway. I think you need to get governments to recognise that Dumfries and Galloway does exist. Gavin, could I raise this issue? I was at a meeting the other day, and it was met with a number of agencies who are all working together. You've got health, police, fire, and they were really happy about the way things had gone in the voluntary sector as well, how they had all worked together and helped one another. Now, you were on about some of the voluntary sector maybe collapsing, and I appreciate where you're coming from. Is there anything that we could do maybe to support them or to encourage them to join with other people in the voluntary sector to ensure that their work continues? To me, that's the big issue.
Absolutely. I think the council's role, I think one of the things that's in the paper is the amount of money that's gone straight to communities, and I believe the government has found that model effective. Community voluntary sector has not come through the council, so I think our role needs to change, as is in supporting business, to more of an advisory role, supporting, allowing them to access. Within the government plan, the new focus of localism and is what they're talking about, which is effectively about how we support those. Now, of course, we would obviously want to work with each individual organisation if they're in trouble, because if they disappear, we're not going to get an outcome. I think the more permanent solution is how the government strategically intends to interact with the entire third sector, because I think that's been a particular success of the ability to the government to reach into it. And I think that formed part of our plan of how, in the response phase of the next few months, we support as many of our organisations to access funding available or to exist, and then, if necessary, transition them to other areas. Many of them, I was referring to some of the bigger charities, and I'm sure those working with them know the trouble that some of them are in because of the complete dry up of income. So if they go, it could have quite a consequence for Scotland. So you're absolutely right. We will be working, with many of these, particularly those that are proven to be invaluable in addressing some of the community issues. But moving forward, I just caution members that many of the funds we used to access in relation to this will probably move away from the council to more direct access to those third sector organisations. And again, we need to take account of that in our planning over the next few months. But over the next few months, obviously, through the excellent work of our ward-based teams, we'll be looking to support our third sector colleagues to get through the difficult few months ahead.
That's great. Thanks very much.
Thanks. I've got Councillor Ferguson and Councillor Ian Carruthers on, and then I think we must move to the recommendations, because at this rate we'll not be through the agenda by the time we're going at the building. Councillor Ferguson.
Whether that's a plan. Just a couple of things, in the last couple of speakers touched on a wee bit what I was going to suggest here, but I've not been at a health and social care meeting or IGB meeting or NHS meeting in the last 12 weeks or so when they've not been actually raving about the cooperation of the council and to help them in the medical side of the emergency. And I was just going to suggest, and the other thing is with the third sector interface, I don't think relationships have ever been better between us and them in terms of cooperation at this time, and that needs to be recognised. One thing I was just going to say, as the chair of the IGB, I wrote to Gavin quite recently just to remind him on the review of the IGB. I think we've got IGB light, review light, we'll call it this time, because it's a brief overview. But it's actually going to give you the opportunity to change the way that we've actually looked after health and well-being as we take things forward, because quite rightly we've been focusing here on the economic side, but there's a huge psychological well-being side to this that we're going to have to deal with it. And there's no point having a massive industry if there's not got people who's fit to actually be in them. So it's a process we're going to have to get right. It's a balance, absolutely right. And I'm just wondering, Gavin, if as we take this forward as a council, there will be a national review of the health and social care. There's no doubt with that. We've just concluded a public health focus review, and I'm wondering, will they be doing this in isolation? We're obviously clearly going to be doing it in this partnership. So in the very short term, I can understand the taken, but in the medium term, we really need to get really involved with these other bodies. And I'm suggesting here we should potentially be looking at a joint plan for recovery for the recent Galloway, but the individual elements to that. So they should all be intertwined in the mesh, whatever you want to call it. Because if they don't, there's got to be holes that people have got to stitch with them.
Absolutely. I struggle to go as far as a joint plan, given the fact that the NHS is directly directed, and different members might not always agree with the direction. However, what I can give you assurance is that the excellent working between Richard and the colleagues in the health service and health and social care has meant that that work is now continuing after, we call it moving off gold command into sharing the renewal plans, particular mobilisation plan and the social care plan. So we intend that to keep going. So actually we'll be sharing the planning between each other at that operational officer level and taking it forward. So absolutely, and you're absolutely right. I think that whatever happens in health and social care, the fact that we have almost a fully integrated model anyway means that to most of our staff it won't really appear to make any difference. So, but again, we are operating at a level and we've already started those arrangements to share our thinking and planning. So we're actually using the same language between each other, which will be the first time I think we've ever got to that point. But excellent point. And moving forward, of course, the NHS is only an initial mobilisation. It's quite a long way off for the future planning. So again, that's the longer term.
Leader, can I just very quickly come back? Because I've been banging the drum quite a long time. It's the council's integrated with the NHS, not the social work team. And COVID has actually displayed that. It's actually shown us that a lot of the work, I'm not taking anything away from the social work team at all here, but this is permeated right across the whole council. And that's how we should be approaching it, as a council response rather than social work.
Councillor Ian Carruthers, and then we'll proceed to the recommendation.
Yeah, the Conservative voice to give thanks to everybody, whether it's members, officials, staff, all workforce, volunteers, business, so on and so forth, and the NHS, and it kind of goes on as a raft. I think you covered the second point I was going to bring up with regards to getting checked out tonight. And I'm pleased to say there might be a tactic in that, well.
Okay, let's go to the recommendations then. First one is to note number 1. I think second one, I think from what everybody's saying, we'll all be very pleased to welcome the commitment and the effort of all council staff, volunteers and all partners to get us said by members all around the chamber and remote chamber. To note the government's route map and to note the additional value in organisational development 2.4. 2.5 requires us to agree the planning and decision-making arrangements for which are contained in Appendix 3. That everybody consent to do that remotely? Okay, and then with regards to agree the arrangements for elected member oversight in 3.7. Everybody happy with that? Okay. And then we agree the transition to daily briefings. I have to say I very much appreciated the daily briefings, but clearly it's not something we can have done for them. I think members have really appreciated getting the daily briefings, but that will be now addressed just like a weekly. So, intend to agree that? Yeah. To agree the consultation mandate. Now, Katie raised something about the wording in the consultation mandate, that she wasn't happy about being particularly those vulnerable groups experiencing inequality. I think we want to emphasise that those particular groups must be included. Ensure the participation of those in vulnerable, possibly ensure participation rather than particular.
Anybody with protected characteristics should be too.
Yeah.
Yeah, sort those words out.
Yeah.
Consult with Councillor Hagman as well and make sure we get the time.
And finally, we're to.
Thank you, Leader.
And finally, we're to 2.9 is for noting. So happy to note that. Okay. On the agenda item 12 is the update of the financial implications of COVID. It's a rather depressing read in that the estimated net cost of COVID is now over 9 million. In addition, there will be the cost of education recovery plan, but hopefully that will not be for another 9 million because, well, we don't know at the moment. We don't really know until we've actually had more detail in the guidance, but maybe that won't be quite as much, but that will definitely be something. It's clear that because of our good budget management, we had a sound foundation to start from, and that we have given good support to local people using our own resources, and almost £7 million to date from the Scottish Government, and there's a possibility of another 820,000 from the Scottish Government. Continued support for community groups and our most vulnerable people is a high priority for us, and sure it is with great reluctance that we will we need to reintroduce the fees and charges detailed in 3.23, but note also that exceptions can be made to the reintroduction of these charges where hardship is identified and support is required. Officers have been very assiduous in recording expenditure, and it's very much appreciated to ensure members are being aware after the possible information follows back to help us with any questions.
A couple of points. Council tax income says that initial sort of things are significantly below. Have we any sort of guide on that? What is significantly below? The 1.549 million that was mentioned earlier that was released to fund the priorities in this year's budget, is that available, or has that been allocated towards a priority? And the other one was, have we actually set a budget this year, or is that still to do? Because remember, we were sort of thinking about doing it at the end of March.
Well, I think it's still to do the detail. I mean, we had an interim position, but there was no detail on it, and then we have taken no decision since then. So that position is uncounted budget. It's what was agreed then. Oh.
Thanks, Leader. In terms of the council tax income, the indication at the end of May was that we were around £2 million in terms of arrears at that stage. We recognise that that's partly because people have actually found it difficult not just to make the payments, but actually physically to actually be able to make payments during this period. So we are anticipating that once we start normal billing and recovery action from the end of this month, that will pick up quite considerably. I think the other issue on that is that it is likely that much of that number will actually be taken up by an increase in council tax reduction entitlement. So we'll actually get funding separately for that, so it wouldn't actually impact directly on the council. So council tax is one of the areas that across Scotland there's a degree of concern on, but a real sense that it's very difficult to assess at this stage to what extent it's funding delayed rather than any funding lost. So that's something that we're working with colleagues on at the minute, and we'll bring further information back to members on how that develops. In terms of the budget pressures funding, there's been no formal member consideration of that at this stage. I've highlighted in this report that that's one of the potential areas of funding that members may wish to consider to address COVID-related issues and other spending priorities in the current financial year. So that amount is available for further member consideration. In terms of what we've agreed, members formally agreed the budget and set the council tax at the end of February. What members also said that they were looking to come back and to finalise certain details around the budget in March. That hasn't taken place at this stage. That can still take place at the appropriate stage, but it's important to highlight that we do have a formally agreed legal budget for the new financial year.
Thank you. Councillor Richard Brodie.
Thanks. I think it's clear that we're in financial meltdown, and it's only cold comfort that we're not in as bad a position as some other authority. Just like clarification, has all the money which the Scottish Government has received from Westminster come down to local councils? Yeah, and how are we going to be able to make schools reopen in August after the recent promise of the Scottish Government without even talking to us or without providing us with the money? Is there any will be extra money from the government on this? We're obviously in a very bad financial situation, so how do we the Paul has put down some mitigating things to reduce the shortfall, but it's going to be well short of what we need. So, are there any opportunities for capitalising some of the work we've been doing over COVID? And say we're in dire straits, is there any room or financial way we can borrow in the short term, borrow over a short term to ease this extra burden on us? Is there any way that we can do that? Like the government has borrowed millions and billions to get us through this.
Thanks, Leader. Take those in turn. In terms of has the council received the funding that's been allocated to the UK and Scottish governments? To be fair, it's recognised that the Scottish Government has been very quick in actually getting money out to councils during this period. Initially in relation to the kind of big national schemes like the business grants scheme, but there has also been moves to get funding in relation to the food fund and the additional Barnett consequential funding passed out to councils. So In terms of cash flow and receiving money, that's actually been quite positive so far. In fact, I actually had to go to one of the early COVID committees to agree a change in our cash flow management arrangements to accommodate the large cash inflows at the early stage of this period. That's been reversed now. We're very much at the other end of the position now in trying to manage the cash requirements of the council. But to be fair, the money has been coming to us very readily so far. In terms of the education issue, I suspect that's probably one that's more appropriately picked up in the next report. What I would say is that though there is significant uncertainty regarding the level of funding that may be available to support Council's costs for education restart and recovery, there has been an announcement this week of an additional £100 million spread over 2 years, but the adequacy of that obviously is something that will have to be subject to significant further consideration. The final point that Councillor Brodie made, and it's one that's being looked at across Scotland at the minute, is potential flexibilities available to councils and the Scottish Government to deal with the financial pressures arising from the COVID-19 response and then recovery period. I think there's a recognition that without significant further Barnett consequentials from the UK Government, the Scottish Government is unlikely to be able to identify significant further funding to allocate to councils. So one of the things that is now being looked at is whether there are flexibilities regarding potentially capitalising costs, undertaking borrowing to support that. Obviously there's risks and issues around that as well, but we need to look at all options during this exceptional period. So if that is something the council needs to look at going forward, obviously I'll bring a report back to members to explain that consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ian Grant.
Thank you, Leader. Secondary to Ivor's question, Paul, that is the timeline. I thought it would be July, August time we would have been seeing some kind of firming up an agreement of the final budget. That's maybe a little colour with your thoughts. I just wondered, do you have any thoughts on that? Item number 13 has probably been a bit of a rewrite since the recent announcements, but in paragraph 3.9, maybe leave the question to the next if you feel it's appropriate. The question around about it looks as if maybe £2.5 million has come off of that, but it's always £7 million left of a budget pressure. But I can leave that to the next one if that's appropriate, but certainly a secondary to Ivor's question at the moment.
Okay, thanks again. As I said earlier, the council has agreed its budget. If members wish to further consider that budget and make amendments to it, then obviously I would support members in taking that forward. But at this stage, the council does have a budget for the current financial year. What I have said in the paper is that we will require a kind of full reassessment of the council's financial position, taking into account how best to address the council's priorities given the current circumstances. I'll be developing that alongside the restart and recovery report that the Chief Executive has been referring to. That report will be updated at the July full council, so certainly I'll be looking to bring forward an update on the financial position as part of that report. And if members wish to consider any further allocations as part of that, obviously that will be for member consideration. The second point of your question, Ian, I'm not sure, it probably is better at the next item, but I'm not sure if I picked it up in terms of what you were asking there.
I'll maybe leave it to it, but there's a table at paragraph 3.9 on page 34, and the additional staff costs, teachers and non-teachers, just over £2.5 million. And the announcement that the Deputy First Minister gave in regards to social distancing, you would have thought okay, we could almost remove that. That will get an update, then certainly that I think the next agenda item. But the rest of them look as if they might still be there. So maybe it's better left. It still looks like it could be a potential £7 million odd pressure there. That was just. I'll leave it to the next Gillian's update if that's better.
Right. Thanks, Ian. We could go into it in more detail in the next item, but I think your key point is absolutely correct, that although those figures that are in that summary that you referred to are now subject to significant change given the updated guidance, we would anticipate that there's still likely to be very significant costs that the council will face in terms of education recovery. Obviously, work with Gillian and others to actually bring forward further details on that to members. So it will be changed from what's in that table, and it will still be significant.
Thank you.
Councillor Hagman.
Thank you, Leader. Yes, I mean, there's obviously where we are today is a very different situation to where we were last year. And certainly last June's full council, we were setting our budget timetable for this current financial year. And obviously we were very ambitious, and I think what we proposed and achieved up until the point we got to was actually very well received by members of the public, because we were being as open as possible. I'm wondering, in terms of the work that's to follow, and I appreciate there's a huge amount of work still to take place, and that full assessment, will we be looking at what process we'll put in place for our budgets next year? Because obviously we were being as open as we possibly could, and I think that was appreciated, and I certainly would like to see a continuation of that. So it's just to find out where we are, because obviously this time last year we had set out an entire timetable of what we had hoped to achieve. So will that come forward also in the July report?
But certainly as part of reassessing our financial position and revisiting our financial strategy, the appropriate budget process for the upcoming financial year is something that we're developing at the same time. And certainly consultation would be a key element of that. I'm not sure whether we'll be advanced sufficiently by the July report to bring forward a detailed timetable, given the extent of change at the minute. But certainly at the earliest stage possible, we'll bring that forward to members.
Thank you for that.
Thanks. I think we have to be realistic that, you know, we're in a very different position to what we were last June, and while obviously the best case scenario would be that at this moment in time we would be setting a budget timeline, obviously the amount of things that we've discussed in this agenda item alone suggests that actually a number of things in this year's budget are going to change, and actually before we even begin to start looking at a budget for next year, there is still a number of services that there will be pressures this year and there will be changes this year, and we need to fully take that into account. Also our transformation programme will need to be reviewed and if possible restarted. So I think before we even begin to talk about next year's budget, there's still so much uncertainty around this year and the financial situation that, you know, we really need to be on top of that first before starting to think. And of course it won't be too long before we do have to really think about that, and we'll need to be open and honest with the public about that, and do the consultation and the process as much as we can as normal. But I think we do have to appreciate that there's significant pieces of work that will be in front of us to do with council finances that we need to be on top of first.
Okay, all the recommendations now, they were all for noting, so there's no decision to be taken on it, but I think it's really important to take it and move well to item 13, which is on the education phasing recovery plan. The changing context of the COVID pandemic is certainly controlling the education recovery plan, with a statement by the Deputy First Minister in Parliament reducing the full-time return to school that obviously the government is now working towards. Clearly, a lot of work was done to try to conform to the government's earlier plan for restarting education. And while I welcome the proposals to return to full-time based school education in August, I think is better for children, there is still an awful lot of detail to be worked through, as I think described to us in her report. Now, in terms of the recommendations, we had a conversation, some of us with Gillian yesterday, and Councillor Wilson has some additional recommendations which have been worked through with Gillian. So after Gillian has given us an update, I'll ask Councillor Wilson to talk to us on the additional recommendations.
Thank you, Leader. Good afternoon, members. Members considered our original arrangements for a phasing recovery plan on the 12th of June, and this was based on our initial planning assumptions that we were given in the strategic framework, and we've made every effort to communicate with parents and pupils and staff since school buildings closed in March. And the Galloway Parent Carer Forum have also been very helpful with this. So our local delivery plan is summarised in the paper. There's a plan on the page, which we have on edition 10 of the plan on the page, and that has been communicated with Treasury unions and with staff on a regular basis. But the advice has been updated this week. So what you see in front of you is the contingency plan. It is our phasing recovery plan. It's set out in full in Appendix 1, and that has been submitted to government. So we welcome the Scottish Government announcement that we should now prepare for children to be able to return to school full-time from August. But there's a lot of detail, as the leader mentioned. There's a lot of detail yet to be worked out. So on the Tuesday, the 23rd of June, the Deputy First Minister announced that the planning assumptions have been updated based on sustained downward trends in COVID-19 deaths. And if we stay on track and our trajectory in suppressing the virus, he stated that we may have achieved or to be on track to be on phase 4 in August. And that was reinforced by the First Minister's statement yesterday. So based on this advice, we are moving forward in our planning for a full return for all pupils in August, but there is detail to be worked through on that. School transport in particular continues to be challenging if social distancing measures continue. COSLA leaders will consider a paper tomorrow. We received that a couple of hours ago, and this particularly references the opportunities for newly qualified teachers, which we'd already started to take forward in Dumfries and Galloway. Now, teachers and head teachers in Dumfries and Galloway have worked hard over the last 3 months to put blended arrangements in place for all of our pupils. We all recognise that the health advice may change, and therefore it is wise to continue to have these contingency plans in place. So while we're prepared for our pupils returning, either with a blended learning model, should we have moved to phase 4, and whatever that means with any protective factors we require, we'll be planning for a full return to schools or a blended learning model. Now we expect further announcements in July. School-based staff go on leave next week, and they deserve their break, but the central team are not, and we commit to keeping parents, pupils and staff updated. I'm happy to take any questions. I know it's a fast-moving picture for everyone, but as I continue to stress to staff, we are in a global health emergency, so there is a lot of uncertainty, and that comes with the territory. So as I say, I'm happy to take any questions.
I'll take Adam first.
Thanks, Leader. So I'll just try and send out this proposal by the administration at the same time as I'm talking. I think certainly our proposal is sort of fits in with something that Gavin said earlier on, and this was about actually services recovering. And I think that whether schools go back full time as what we would deem normal, or whether they end up going back on a contingency, I think that either or, it will be about an education recovery. And our proposal from the administration would be that we stick with some of the recommendations. We would change 2.1 to add at the end, just to note that this is now a contingency plan. Should a full return to school not be possible, particularly in 2.3, it would stay the same, but highlighting that obviously a July full council would be expecting updated costs on what Ivor and Ian picked up in the last paper. I think it's quite clear that obviously, I don't know if you've received a guidance from government yet, but obviously there could be an implication in terms of school transport, and there certainly will be an increased need for cleaning in our schools. And I don't think for one minute that any of us will question or will criticise that spend. But obviously, we will need to see that detail in July. And so, whether it is going back to school as normal, the normal, or going back as in the contingency plan, we would still expect to see those costings for both of those different scenarios. I think as well, what the administration would like to do is to add in a 2.6 and a 2.7. Firstly, the 2.6 to note the recovery curriculum that will be in place in all schools as set out in the Education Phase and Recovery Plan Appendix 1, and that there will be an emphasis on the importance of considering mental health and positive relationships as underpinning our plan. I just think that it's absolutely essential that we as elected members, before we even receive the government guidance, make clear to parents that the first day back will not be chucked in the deep end, and our schools will consider exactly how to make sure that all of our children and people receive that sort of informal assessment on their social, mental and emotional symptoms and state. And finally, a 2.7, just to note that head teachers will have transition/induction programmes in place for new P1 and S1 pupils, which I'm sure is another concern that has been shared by many. So I've shared that via email and in Teams, and there's some paper copies available. But I think that reflects sort of where we are at now compared to where the paper is as it was printed before the announcements. But obviously, it's very much dependent on those costs that come back in July and the further guidance that we receive from the Scottish Government.
To say that to members that Adam has attached that onto the chat function on Teams, so if you want to see what he's speaking to, you just need to open that and you can have the text as well. I just think more for people at home, or people who are remote, if they open that Word document that Adam's put, they're able to see. Yeah, but Councillors Surtees and Councillor Lever wish to speak. So I think Councillor Surtees.
Thank you, Leader. I just want to say, you know, how hard Gillian and her team have worked during this period. Unbelievable stamina and calmness and assertiveness. So thank you to everybody that's worked in an ever-changing climate, and that's the problem. We can't predict what's going to happen. My question really for Gillian at the moment is, through the changing guidelines from the Deputy First Minister, can we make sure that we still look at creative solutions for our schools, such as outdoor learning? I know it was sort of seen as one of the solutions regarding social distancing, but I think it's something that we should keep alive for the improvement of our children's experience in schools.
Absolutely, Councillor Surtees. I think part of the uncertainty remains on the definition of phase 3 or phase 4, and I think that's where some of the debate, and it's understandable that we don't have surety because the scientific advice is yet to go internationally to have a consensus around this. So the phase 4 route map states that the virus suppressed to be very low levels and no longer a threat to public health. But even within phase 4, there may be requirements to have some physical distancing, and I think that's absolutely critical in what we're trying to plan for here. So we've made the assumption about going back to schools. We may be in phase 3, we may be in phase 4, and we may require some element of physical distancing depending on which definition of phase 4 we expect. And therefore, in answer to your question, Councillor Surtees, we continue to have to look at alternative and extended options if we're still expected to deliver 100% attendance. That was very convoluted, but I can see the logic path towards that. We need the space just in case.
Councillor Lever.
Thanks, Leader. As Chair of the
Think you're muted, you'll have to come forward.
No, he's not muted. He needs to come forward.
Hello? Hello?
Hello, yeah, you'll have to be closer to the mic.
Any better?
Yeah, that's better.
This look really good on the camera. I'd just like to say, I'd like to thank everybody involved in continuing to deliver home education during this very prolonged period of shutdown of our schools. It's been very, very difficult and people have responded very well. And the paper as it stands at the moment, as Ros says, distills a huge amount of effort by Gillian, Susan and the staff and the trade unions and associated bodies to produce the education phase and recovery plan. And I think looking at what's been published so far, it is probably amongst the best plans in Scotland, but unfortunately because of the announcement on Tuesday, or possibly because of the announcement on Tuesday, this is now the contingency plan. So Gillian, a lot of the schools in the Central Belt in Glasgow have now entered the holiday period. We've now got over a week to go, so assume that will facilitate us driving forward the alternative plan, will it?
Yes, Councillor Lever, I think it gives us thinking time. We still don't have any notification. The First Minister highlighted some dates in her announcements. I think it was the 8th of July and then again on the 9th and then later in July, and I believe the Deputy First Minister announced there would be some review of the phasing at the end of July. So we will keep those dates in mind. I think the reassurance I've given to all of the staff is that the intellectual work in planning for blended learning has now been done and that will not be wasted. So we have two plans, confident we can deliver, and we'll keep the staff informed. Best advice.
Councillor McKean.
I get the impression it's a bit of a mess. But you were organising at 2 metres separation, and that's being done away with. There's no separation needed at all. I suppose that the result of that would be, are you likely to spread an infection, and will you be able to test the children at all?
Thank you, Councillor McKee. I think, again, there's a few points of clarity we're still waiting for. The main one is around social distancing with adults. So it's around, and actually the question was asked about S4 to S6s, they're officially adults. So how do we define the social distancing with our senior pupils? So we're fairly confident that the international advice does not expect social distancing with children, but less confident as to what the advice is at this moment between staff. So it's around about staggered break time, staggered staff room access, looking at things like teams of staff working in labs, for example. So we've got some detail yet to do. But I think we all recognise that this is a very challenging context, and we are good at working quickly and responding to advice. So yes, it's difficult, but we're well placed.
Can I just come back on that, Elaine, please? That was an issue actually that I was going to ask about today, but given the changes, I'll do it. But it's the senior pupils that we need to give full-time education to, more than the rest of them, given that they've got all the main exams coming up in this coming year. And that's a concern that I've got with the proposals of so many days each week.
Thank you. I think hopefully we will not need to go down that line. Hopefully we will be moving to a full return. But our senior pupils, again, they've done really well over the last 3 months, and they have learned a great deal in terms of digital learning. So I think parents of all children at all stages will feel that they want their children to go back to a full return, and certainly we're still awaiting some advice from SQA regarding next year's exam diet, but we now know that the exam diet will be going ahead, and there was some suggestion it might be delayed by a couple of weeks to give people additional planning time, so we are content with that, and we met all secondary head teachers yesterday.
Councillor Fairbairn.
Thanks, Leader. Hi, Gillian. Firstly, a big thanks to you and your team for showing great professionalism throughout the whole of this unenviable task that you've had. That's from the Conservative group anyway, most certainly. It's maybe touching the back of Councillor Lever, roughly. Why are we not setting the regional return date after the summer holidays rather than the centralised Glasgow date of August 11th?
We were advised, well, it was more than advised, we were told that there would be a standardised return date in Scotland, and we were given guidance to which you can see the revised term dates as Appendix 3. That was SNC guidance. So we're following our national advice with regard to a standardised date. So we had the choice of 11th or 12th for the pupil return. We took the opportunity for having 2 in-service dates, and I'm very pleased that it will give us an additional couple of years.
Thanks, Gillian. I've got another 2 questions really as well from Councillor Jackie McCammon. Does Dumfries and Galloway Council have any concerns with what point in the curriculum each child has reached after 3 months homeschooling? And if so, is there a plan to carry out assessments prior to return to full-time education to ensure all children are at the same baseline in order to avoid any increase in the attainment gap?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Fairbairn. The recovery curriculum is really important because what it does is it focuses on literacy, numeracy, health and wellbeing, as we mentioned earlier on. So there will be assessment of pupils' attainment and closing the poverty-related attainment gap, and in fact any attainment gap or any reduction in expectation is really important for us. There has been some discussions with head teachers about moving to a standardised assessment and using the standardised assessment that we had successfully used since 2011, and we certainly will continue to discuss that. But I'm confident that our head teachers have good tracking and monitoring in place, and we will be able to assess pupils individually. There is an expectation in the recovery guidance that all pupils with additional support needs will require individualised planning. So that, in effect, that's 6,500 of our pupils in the first instance, and for all pupils, there'll be monitoring and tracking of their attainment.
Thanks, Julian.
Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you. There's been a couple of things that you've actually answered, Johnny, thanks. But I mean, basically what you're saying is we're in phase 4. We're heading to phase 4, but with the contingency of phase 3, which we've been planned for. There's obviously, you know, whether we go back to phase 3, if if certain things aren't met, we've still got the cost of that ongoing. You know, whether it be through transport, teachers, it's the teachers, 2 metre distancing, all these things. Phase 4 hasn't got that, but it will have a different system altogether. Now, how do you bring them two together? And obviously, it's going to be extra costs that the Scottish Government will need to pick up because because it's their plans that they're changing. And how do we get that money back? If we're getting contracts for transport, for example, with operators, they're not only expecting that contract to be fulfilled, or else you could maybe make money down south. Maybe go to Galloway or whatever, they can get the freedom to do whatever they want. And then we have less transport up here, which we haven't got enough transport already. So I don't envy your position, but every councillor in here is behind you and trying to, get to some kind of point that we have some clarity about things. And I can't see it in here. Could you maybe expand on all the costs, that's running together, all the different plans you've got to make individually for both systems at the same time, but heading for phase 4? This affects teachers, parents, every individual kid, every school in the region, which have all got different needs as well. And we've all got to go into a standardised system, for that. It's being dictated to us, as well as the dates. So, there's obviously a lot of problems in there. And I'm very confused about which way we're heading it. So maybe you can clarify.
Thank you. The question about phasings for me is absolutely critical, and I reiterated that on my colleagues at ADES this morning. The question whether the First Minister highlighted that we were on track to be in or be on supposed to be in phase 4 by August. So phase 4 is defined in the Scotland's route map, and it may still have an element of physical distancing within it. And as yet, we do not know that. We don't know what that means. And I think that's I pick up your point completely because that's quite difficult.
No, that's fine. Sorry, we did hear them saying, about no distancing.
Yes.
So
if it's no distancing is required, then it is a much more straightforward process because we are not going back to normal because there is a lot of caveats regarding transport, and we've also got good practice that we are expected to do in terms of hand hygiene, sanitisation, etc., and enhanced cleaning regimes to give staff and pupils and parents confidence. So no distancing in phase 4 is a much more practicable delivery plan. But taking on board the point about transport, the numbers, if the social distancing is required on transport and not in schools, and 100% attendance in school is expected, the numbers on transport are eye-watering. And the number of buses and the number of drivers we require are eye-watering. We will get them. I think the number was quoted in the hundreds of drivers, and I believe we have in the tens. So that's the worst case scenario for me, is that we have no physical distancing in schools, but physical distancing remains on the transport because we won't be able to get the kids to school. But with the best will in the world, parents have offered to support us. We know that a lot of parents have offered to support us in transporting their own children to school, and we'll be working over the summer to tighten that up so that we're really clear that all children who are eligible and required to be transported are supported to do that. There's quite a lot in your question, Councillor.
I know, and I'm sorry about that, but there is, everything is going on in my mind, and you picked up transport there. which I can't understand. I know, you've got to make contracts and things like that as well, but there's a lot of kids who use public transport, so how are you going to distance, if there is distance in public, and not in school, or, whatever it may be, I don't know. How can you square the circle there?
At the moment, it's not squareable. At the moment, it doesn't work. Because you've got the transport network where if the bus is full, the bus will go past children standing at the bus stop. So I think there is a whole issue there regarding transport, and that's why we've made this one of our key risks in the last 2 or 3 weeks particularly, because we're aware at the moment with 2 metre distancing we can transport 27% of our eligible children. We do have around half of our parents who have said at this point that they will help us until Christmas, which is just absolutely wonderful, and it reflects comments that have been made earlier regarding the strength of our communities, and we know people will pull together on this, but that is not a long-term sustainable option for some schools particularly. There are 8 secondary schools where there are real pinch points, and you will know where they are.
I think the parents, they give credit to them as well, but it doesn't fit in with some of the other council plans as well, about environment, for example. You're encouraged to use public transport, but again, you've got the distance thing as well, so the whole thing's just a mess, as far as I can see. But good luck to you. I don't go out to the social distancing either with the kids. I mean, it is a very difficult thing for parents as well to make these decisions for their children. Thanks.
The other thing perhaps, members, is if the EIS and other trade unions go for a class size maximum, then that adds yet another degree of complexity to go back in. We might have a small chance of dealing with it, but if you're 100% capacity in the school system. So again, these are other unknowns that we really need a national decision. And again, I referred to the subcommittee before, when local authorities agreed to take on the burden of individual operational delivery of the framework, that was a mistake. And I'll say that, I've said it publicly before, that we took all of that on and then have ended up in a very, very challenging position when actually what we're looking for is a standardised 50%. And therefore, I think for me, it's fundamental that we get these points clarified, and points that we've used ADES and Gillian and Nairo and SCORE to get the points back. Transport is fundamental to this for rural authorities, but actually in Edinburgh, it was one of the reasons, even in Edinburgh, they couldn't get more than a 1.5 day school offering. So I think, they're not insolvable problems, but they are insolvable if you have to wait to the end of July to be told whether or not we're in phase 4A or phase 4B, because if we're committed to a contract with 500 parents to pay them 50 pence a mile, that's going to be quite difficult to get all of them to agree not to pay 50 pence a mile but still not transfer the children. You just start to get into that sort of operational challenge we're going to have. So the point's well made, but I think over the next couple of weeks we desperately need the clarity coming to support the educational planning. Of course, for others that's going to be incredibly challenging, and for us there won't be any school-based teachers to engage with if we have to change the operational model. And as I've said before, members, the key is those individual risk assessments in the classroom. So again, there's another complexity in why we will have, when I talked about Richard, the support team working with Gillian's team through the summer, to be able to react to every one of these things as they start to clarify what exactly does it mean into the plans that Gillian has already. But I would have to say that looking across and being in the state of having to intervene with one of my cousins who travelled 1 day a week in South Ayrshire in school, and a letter was sent out telling my sister that 1 day a week was all they were going to get. The plan that we had was based on 50% from the very start of member guidance. So again, I don't want an interim plan or a formal plan, but it's a really good, one of the best. I must compliment the whole team with delivering it.
Just one thing that I did in about the costs, and it relates to something that you spoke about before. You've got a cost for this which is there now, are we going to be penalised again? I think Lauren mentioned it, and I was part of that, where we did get penalised for having based numbers school ratio in school. But one of the things that we're going to get penalised again, because the Scottish Government has said to other areas, like, you've reserves, and this one's used its reserves, so you still got money to use. So if we keep reserves, you know, are we going to get penalised by not getting money back in? Or if we spend them, if we get no money, that's another whammy. But either way, we're going to get penalised. I'd rather spend the money. And the Scottish Government then has an obligation, I see, to give us the money back. Because they have said, well, you haven't spent your reserves, so you don't get any money.
Obviously, that's a circumstance I would take great exception to, considering the extremely hard decisions we've had over the last couple of years. If I don't lose out, just to spend the money.
But there is a track record in that. Good, so.
I think one of the things we've been very aware of is that some of this are broad policy statements which are welcomed, but devil's always in the detail. And we've been clear that we have tracked all the costs and we have tried to predict and project costs so that if there is a request, then we're well prepared for that. And although we've tried to make some early decisions, we could have potentially committed to parents that we were going 80% and made some judgments regarding that in terms of how much it would cost. But we felt it was prudent to go with what we could deliver based on existing resources, and then that would give us a position that we could then build from.
Mr. Thompson?
Thanks, Linda. Yeah, so I'm just looking at the amendments as presented. And I think, yeah, it's fair enough, we have to accept this as a contingency, albeit a very well worked out contingency in the face of a challenge. And then sort of going down the 2.2, yeah, that's fair enough. 2.3, evidently we need to get details back on the costing, because we did make a lot of assumptions about the potential costs up to December of additional staffing, etc. So that has to be considered in the full light of the detail that we receive. 2.4 looks fair enough, obviously. 2.5, again. 2.6, I think we really need to embed essentially principles of GIRFEC. So I know there's a line there about emphasising and considering the importance of mental health and positive relationships, but I think GIRFEC is effectively encapsulates that. I think it's something we have embedded, so I think that should be specific there. Because ultimately, while we talk about money and finance, etc., it's the individual well-being of each child that is our ultimate goal and outcome. So I think we can't afford to, we can't let that be any less than central and essential to the Labour plan. So I'd like that sort of embedded in there specifically and explicitly if we're having an amendment there. And clearly 2.7, that would tie into that, because any transition or induction should just apply to P1 and S1, well, that's obviously vital, but there'll be a lot of families who have adjusted to a completely different way of living, anticipating a very phased return to education and making plans on that basis with regards to their jobs and childcare and everything else. So they will have to effectively readjust back to what was normal effectively. And I think a lot of families and children will have to be particularly careful about the children and families in those circumstances to make sure that that can work and that families and children don't get penalised if they're maybe not as quick at readjusting. So that we've got special sensitivity to that. And obviously we're getting detail back, so we'll that feature in the future.
But in terms of the transition and the reconnectedness, I think that's absolutely critical. We know pupils have been out of school, although they've not been they have been in contact, but they have been out of school and some of the routines around school for some time. And that reconnection is going to be critically important for them. And some are, as I said before, some are desperate to get back and some will be very anxious. And our head teachers are aware of that and are already starting to plan on an individual basis. So it will It will be a process which will not happen overnight.
With respect to the GARFEC point, are you proposing a change to the recommended 2.6 to specifically mention the GARFEC?
Yeah, absolutely.
Councillor Burns.
It's actually in the 2.7 of that thing that has just been circulated as well. 2 to 18 curriculums are 3 phases, if I'm right, Gillian, not 2. So the induction programme is for nursery, so that needs to be in there. So could we just extend that then to include nursery and also reconnection programmes, because, or whatever you want to call them, because you're absolutely right, and some families will have new kids coming and kids there who are going back to a different, what they left, you follow me? So some mums and dads' heads will be spinning trying to work out what they're doing, and I'd be quite happy just to add in the preschool provision as well as the primary and secondary, and then deal with the reconnection and problems that arise for getting back to as close to normal as we can ever be.
Thank you, Leader. So I think going back to the question I posed earlier in item number 12, kind of getting assurances that that'll probably pick that up properly as more information comes in, maybe in July full council. If that's the case, I'll take that as an assurance, Gillian, to mind that. In regards to recommendation 2.5, this is probably for you guys, but maybe for yourself as well, Gillian. It refers to paragraph 3.12 to 3.17. If you go to paragraph 3.12, there's the details of payments made to date below. Then it talks about 500k below that. So specifically in regards to the recommendation, is that part of the retrofitting a decision, or was that allocation that was already being paid up to April or May? But is that, I take it that was signed off previously, it's just the 500k is talking about. And that's that. I do think personally, when I read 2.6 and Adam's outlined why considering mental health and positive relationships is underpinning all of our planning, if we put GARFEC in there as well, I think it's a valid point, but I think it'll dilute the point where GARFEC's already in there. It didn't explain that it's explicit. It almost, I feel, okay, we're trying to put an emphasis on mental health, and so I just a wee bit of a query over that. I think it would be better the way it was, just the way it's been presented.
I think Gillian, could Gillian confirm that actually GARFEC is really embedded in the recovery curriculum?
Absolutely, absolutely.
And Councillor McClellan.
Thank you, Leader. Gillian, Susan, it's probably with regard to section 2.3, recommendation 2.3, where we're asked to agree the arrangements. And on the understanding that this is plan B and we get back to full schooling 100% in August. But if we looked at 3.9, appendix 2, the plan, the arrangement that's actually was tabled today, we're talking about 5.6 million in 9 weeks, and in 17 weeks we've got 9 million. Even at this early point, I'm appreciating we'll get a full paper back in July, but at this early point, is there maybe any indications of what of these itemised costs like buildings, cleaning, catering? Okay, we spoke about transport, teaching staff, and maybe a viewpoint on what Mr. Swinney had said earlier about probationary teachers being fully employed. Would it be possible just to give a reflection to all members on these sort of individual points and what the meaning would be with full-time education back on the 12th of August?
Thank you, Councillor McClellan. I know that Susan's on the call as the architect of the detail, the financial detail in here, so perhaps ask her to give you a high-level summary of the costs. But in terms of the probationers, we have an allocation of £100 million over 2 years for the newly qualified teachers, and I know that that's being considered by COSLA leaders tomorrow. So that will be a little bit more detail comes out tomorrow. But Susan, would you be able to respond to McClellan's question?
I shall try. Thank you. So if we have a wee look at Appendix 2, it's been split out into the sort of key areas of significant spend. The spend on buildings was predominantly looking at adjustments that needed to be made to obviously fit in with the social distancing and maximise the number of children in the classes. However, again, dependent on what the social distancing rulings are come August, we don't know how much of that yet we would be likely to need. There are likely still to be some adjustments to school buildings that will be required, but perhaps not as many or not as significant. But as yet, we can't define that, I'm afraid. In terms of the cleaning, I think it's fair to say that those cleaning costs are probably very detailed and well worked out, and we will need those costs absolutely, because that is about a daytime cleaning regime that allows for some assurance for staff and for pupils that actually there is this ongoing cleaning and the building that they are working within is safe for their use. So those cleaning costs, I think, will remain for the foreseeable until such times as, well, who knows, but at the moment that certainly is a cost that I would anticipate will be the same regardless of which model we go back with. Catering costs, the loss of income and the cost for free school meals were factored in here. Now clearly if we go back on a full-time basis, pupils will get their free school meal in school, they'll get their lunch in school, and dining rooms will come back into play. Again, assuming social distancing isn't a requirement. So if that's the case, that will reduce the additional costs there. But I think, as I have already alluded to the leader, certainly that that will leave a gap in terms of Saturday and Sunday provision, which we're currently paying for, but that would be Monday to Friday provision based on that. So there may still be some additional costs if council wished to still provide free school meals over the weekend or provide the payment over the weekend. It also includes in that a bit of a cost in terms of driving forward the cashless catering, which had been, but secondary schools are rolled out with cashless catering, but primaries are not. And this is to fast track that rollout to avoid the need for cash handling during meal times and meal services. And I think that would be a very positive move, and again offer assurances to families and staff around that. Transport, as has already been alluded to in some detail, is really complex and really difficult. It absolutely comes down to social distancing rulings and what that then means in terms of how many we can carry, and what that then means in terms of parental help. But also, as noted in this paper, these figures don't include the costs for any payments to parents at this stage. It is simply looking at the contracts we have in place, which isn't the whole picture by any means. But as has already been alluded to, is really complex to pin down until we know exactly what we're dealing with. So, and the service buses, if I could pick up on that, the service bus question, Douglas Kirkpatrick is currently looking at perhaps an opportunity to tender for those routes if we end up back full time. Perhaps it's not suitable for children to go on a service bus, but actually travelling them on a bus is obviously much more suitable than lots and lots of cars on the road. So again, there's lots of contingency planning going on behind the scenes, and that's coming with some costings that are getting refined and more detailed as the planning develops. But transport will be an issue regardless moving forward. Teaching staff, this number included a section on teaching staff that was around the staff that are shielding. Currently now, First Minister's statement this week suggested that they'll be revisiting shielding and perhaps making the advice much more targeted for individuals. So we would assume that would mean a number of staff would actually be able to return with the appropriate risk assessments in place and with the assurances. But clearly that's a job of work for school staff to build confidence for staff to make sure that they feel able to come back to the workplace. And the next one was around, so the other thing on teaching staff, sorry, is, as Gillian has alluded to, the information around the probationers, this year's probationers. The funding has been attached to that. but as yet that's currently being worked through to see how many we would have in Dumfries and Galloway, how they might be allocated, what their priority areas would be, and then what those costs are, and we should be able to provide that detail at July committee. In terms of non-teaching staff, and this is a bit of a recognition at this stage that whenever we return in whatever format, there will be additional needs for lots of young people. Exactly what has been already discussed at Council in terms of young people's readiness to come back to school, and the challenges that will bring. So this is looking at across 60% of sites having some additionality in there in terms of learning assistance to directly support those young people that are most struggling with the return to school. We anticipated that we may not need that in the very early stages, because in the early stages it should have been smaller groups if we had the 2 metre social distancing, and that might have been an easier return to school. However, if we're going back all pupils, we anticipate that we will need some of that funding early on in the term. And the last point on there is a bit about IT, because obviously we need to continue with the planning for a blended learning model, should that become a need as part of the contingency planning. And there will be a full detailed paper, separate paper, coming to full council in July to give a lot more information on that. So in terms of the costs that were set out, some of those will continue, some of those will adjust, but how they will adjust, we're not quite there yet, because obviously it's very early since that announcement has been made, and the detail is not yet available to us to know what exactly we're planning for. I hope that helps.
Susan, thank you very much. That was brilliant.
We've got a new chairman. Can I butt in, please? It's regarding the...
There's not list. There's other people before you on the list, I'm afraid.
It was regarding the Wi-Fi lane.
It's up next.
So you're kicking me off, okay.
Just other people have been waiting for a while to get in. Councillor Isle.
I don't know if it's Susan or Gillian that can answer this one. Have we capacity within the estate to feed every child or student at lunchtime? Because if you currently look, a lot of young people go down the street and they go into, say, Morrison's for their meal deal. Now, my understanding, the 2 metres distancing, unless it changes, will be in place. Therefore, there'll be huge queues outside Morrison's waiting to get through the system. Cafes, if they're allowed inside eating, you've got 2 metre spacing. Would they get in there? Takeaway is the same. So if there's a significant increase in the number of children requiring fed on site, do we have that capacity?
I'll say that one, Susan. The assumption was that if we've got 50% of the children in, that they would stay in. They would stay in school, and therefore there would be sufficient capacity, because we would not want them queuing outside Tesco's or the local cafe. Whereas if we have all children back full time, then there would be the anticipation that we are back much more closely to a new normal. But then that comes back to the question of the requirement for social distancing and the requirement for gathering, brings us back to the definition of 4A or 4B. So we would struggle in some of our schools to feed all children at the same time if they were kept in school. But if that was the instruction we were given, they would have to have staggered times.
Councillor McComb.
Thanks, Leader. With the prospect of a whole school return, what consideration has been given to the small number of schools which previously were at or very close to capacity?
In terms of if they're very full, so it's not a problem very many of our schools have, but we do have some schools that are very full, and again it comes down to the issue of social distancing. If we are required to go back 100% of the time with 100% of the pupils, and there is some form of social distancing in place, and you're already at 98% capacity, we are going to have to find some additional space, which may bring us back to the question of additional council buildings or outdoor space.
Thanks, Gillian. Thank you.
Councillor McGregor.
Thank you, Leader. Just very briefly, and just to try and be helpful, I suppose, one of the difficulties that we're facing, certainly at COSLA, and obviously subsequently 32 local authorities will be dealing with the same difficulties, is that we simply don't know what the 100% full face-to-face will look like yet. And I know that the Scientific Advisory Group were meeting today, and they'll obviously form part of the public health guidance. That will then go to the Education Recovery Group tomorrow, who will hopefully thrash out some very clear and concise and constructive plans that local authorities can then work from. But until it's been through the advisory group and the SERG meeting tomorrow, I think councils are still running a little bit blind, because we don't know what the conditions for the return will be at the moment. So in terms of Henry's question around cost of 100%, we simply don't know. And we can estimate what we were looking at for 40 and 50%, but until we get the landscape of exactly what the 100% is going to have to look like, and whether it will involve some decants or use of other estate, we simply don't know until the Education Recovery Group have thrashed that one out. And in respect of probationers and newly qualified teachers, the 100 million that was announced on Tuesday will cover the cost of the newly qualified teachers, but that's spread over 2 financial years. It's not just one, for this financial year. It'll cover one full education year, but it's spread over 2 financial years. So how much of that will be soaked up simply on staffing, or rather teacher staffing, rather than non-teaching and cleaning and all the other issues that we're going to have to deal with, we're not quite sure at the moment. But I would just caution councils not to do anything too elaborate in the planning stage until we get that very clear, concise guidance, because we've been bitten once in the last few weeks, and I don't think it's fair that we should be bitten again. That's all I'll say.
Thanks, Gail. Councillor Thompson.
Thanks for letting me back in, Leader. I think I'm taking comfort from what the officers have been providing in terms of information, but I feel it's important that GIRFEC explicitly mentioned. It's not mentioned once in the whole of the 40-page report. So I don't think I think today of all days, with the reports that we're looking at, I think we're better to be explicit about what our touchstones are in terms of our principles. So in Amendment 2.6, or the recommendation 2.6 as proposed, there's a line there that says there will be an emphasis on the importance of considering mental health and positive relationships. And I would suggest you put there in line with the principles of the GIRFEC, because that line there is actually taken out of page 65 of the report that we're already looking at. So it's not new information, but I think the GIRFEC would actually strengthen that, because it reminds us of the principles that may be taken for granted. I think it would be better being explicit there. So I'd appeal to members to consider that as we.
Councillor Key, we're at your place on the queue now.
Thank you very much, Chair. You're a wee gem, so yeah. It was regarding access to Wi-Fi. As you know, you've had a lot of children throughout the region who don't always have access to Wi-Fi, so they couldn't do homework at home. Is there any way that we can approach the providers to ask them to deal with that aspect of the service that obviously some people are not getting, and the effect obviously it having on the children of all ages? I just wonder if there's some way that we could address that.
Thank you. I am aware that, well, Susan told me this morning, we've provided 161 people with access to paid Wi-Fi, but I know that there are national developments and national conversations regarding that. Susan, I don't know if you get any further information on that at all.
Need to unmute Susan, please.
Sorry.
Rookie error, I beg your pardon. We know as a local authority we have been successful in getting receiving funding, securing funding through the Rural Gigabyte project, and that will address 43 of our smallest rural schools and into those rural communities. Now that project is due to roll out through the remainder of this year and into the early part of next year. So I think there is some light at the end of the tunnel for some communities. And as I say, these are the smallest and most rural of them. So hopefully that will help the issue. We chose to go down, as an authority, we chose to go down the route of providing the MiFi boxes or prepaid dongles or, in fact, iPads with data on them to try and avoid that very issue for some families. And that's been broadly successful for the families living in those areas, but we appreciate that that doesn't help the wider picture. So hopefully the Rural Gig project will help us in that respect.
Thanks very much. That's good news. Thank you.
Okay, I think we should go to the recommendations now.
I'm just thinking about what Stephen said. I know that GIFRIC does underpin everything. It's embedded in us, how we work. This is placing an emphasis on part of that as well. So I mean, I don't see the reason why, but we could do is set out in the education phasing and recovery plan, which is in line with GIFRIC. There will be an emphasis on the importance of considering mental health and positive relationships, something like that.
Yeah. I think that the emphasis on that is better because, as you said, we actually want to concentrate on the mental health will have been very much affected by, for many children in different ways, will have been affected by their experiences over the last few months. So we don't want to lose emphasis on that.
I don't want to keep this going, but actually, I'm thinking through this. Shania is actually a better indicator for well-being in children rather than GIFRIC. GIFRIC's about equality. Shania is about the individual welfare.
Because they will be, sorry, but the schools will be using the well-being field part of the conversations.
Members in danger of using language loaded in public as if going to have a clue what you're talking about. I just caution that we're throwing acronyms around here as though anyone out there's any idea what you're talking about. When if you're talking about mental health or getting the best start for every child, use that language. I just caution that Shanaries and GIFRICs, etc. are starting to get away from what the recommendation should be. A member of the public should be able to see it and understand what we're trying to achieve. If it's getting it right for every child, use that language or best start life or whatever. I think I just caution not to try and lose the simplicity we're trying to get across.
I'd be happy just to get an assurance in that state account every time. We know that's the case, so it's on record then.
I think Ronnie's made a good suggestion. We could move forward with that. Looks like we've got a lot of nodding heads in agreement, but I suppose I'm ready to take a comfort break. And I was looking at the time.
I suggest that we have a little break so people don't have to wander off.
But I was looking at the time and I did an evaluation within 7 real items you could say we've considered. We've got 7 still substantial items to come. It took us 6.5 hours to get to this point. That's taken us about 10:30 tonight. There's not a chance for that finishes meeting today. So I'll probably have a proposal after the comfort break.
Yeah, I think we may have to revise what we.
We'll jump to tomorrow.
When do we have to leave the building? But it's 7 hours, that's a problem. Let's take the recommendation.
Okay. Sorry, I mean, yeah, we should get to recommendation, but I recognise what Ian said. I would maybe just sort of, obviously this will probably be on members' minds over the comfort break, but I would maybe suggest that getting item 14 on the future governance arrangements would be a key paper to get through today at least.
And there's 2 that have to go to the Scottish Government. I don't think they'll take any of the time, but I think we have to do them today because they have to go to the Scottish Government.
Get comfort break.
Okay, but let's do the recommendations and we'll have 5 minutes to let people get comfortable. Okay, we can have a look at the first part, Agree with the education phasing recovery plan for schools in Dumfries and Galloway as set out in paragraph 3.1 to 3.7 and appendix 1, noting that this plan associates about costs is based on CPG 50% delivery, but I think it must be backed rather than BT, but may develop as a result of revised national guidance, is now our contingency plan to return to school not being possible. Happy to agree with that, everyone?
Yep.
Oh, right, Rob's not hearing now, that's not. I'll turn round. I think I'm pointing the wrong way. I'm looking at Gillian now. So just to say to people who've got it on the chat, the recommendations are on the chat. I'll not read that out again. Are we happy to agree 2.1?
Yep.
Okay, and 2.2 is for noting. Okay. 2.3, happy to agree 2.3. And note 2.4, approve the changes to the funding available for emergency childcare. We've discussed that. Okay, 2.6 is noting the recovery platform. Now, we had a bit of a debate around GERFEC, whether GERFEC should be in there or not, so I'm not quite sure.
If you want, I think Ronnie's suggestion was very good. I don't mind reading it out so that folk might hear it just where I am. So 2.6 would be to note the recovery curriculum that will be in place in all schools as set out in the education phasing and recovery plan, which has the principles of getting it right for every child embedded in appendix 1, and that there will be an emphasis on the importance of considering mental health and positive relationships as underpinning all other planning.
So we're content with that?
Yep. And then in the 2.7? And
2.7 is noting the transition programme. Okay.
With the inclusion nursery.
Inclusion of nurseries. Is there transition programme?
It's only got two phases of the curriculum there.
What's the transition programme for nurseries?
So new nurseries would be induction programmes in place for, you mentioned, for preschool, primary and secondary,
yes.
New preschool, primary and secondary.
And the relevant transitions.
And that's happened. I know that the early year in childcare has not been affected by some of the announcements that have been made for primary and secondary. Unfortunately.
That would be okay because it's arrangements that to be in place.
Yeah.
It doesn't need to be implemented.
Okay. Thank you very much. Right, we'll take, what, 5-minute break? Everybody have it 5 minutes? Okay, we're going to restart the meeting now after a brief break. Now, I believe the President Brothers wants to make a proposal with regard to the agenda.
Thank you, Leader. Thanks very much, and thanks for that comfort break. So, hopefully you'll understand where I'm coming from. So, obviously we spoke last for item 17 to be brought forward, and they just took the guidance in that over here, but it was the appropriate thing with your guidance that we left that. I made a statement just before the comfort break that we'll all be here about 10 tonight, going by the previous times we spent on agenda items, and it's only because you're being inclusive in particular. So I think item 17 is very important in regards to today's consideration of business, and I would much rather, before we get into item number 14, is make a decision to defer that to either tomorrow or early part of next week, that particular agenda item. If we lose that thread, I mean, ultimately, I've got members contacting me saying they can't get online. Some are saying, listen, we've got to go, they've got other commitments. So we'll not get the full chance to debate it properly. I think it's too important if we do that. So if we can get agreement before we get into item number 14, we make that decision first that we can defer that particular item to either tomorrow or next week, early part of next week, comfortable to go forward to number 14. If not, unfortunately, we'll have to get out and leave the meeting early.
I get the views of other members on it.
Well, it's a shame that we're getting threats in the midst of all that as well. My question would be for the monitoring officer and for Gavin in terms of the agenda. I don't think there's any one agenda item in here that is any more important than the others. In terms of agenda items 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 and 20, is there any of those that essentially need to be determined today? Or could they, I'm thinking even if we were to defer until Monday or Tuesday, is there any that essentially need to be determined today, or say there was to be a deferral until Monday or Tuesday, could, we would be in breach of submitting anything within statutory timelines and get that reassurance.
I certainly think members, and I'll sort of Derry would come in as well. I think that we can't delay to July. But certainly we have to have these done by June, so therefore, particularly for visit-related expenditure. So certainly I think if members were minded to, I would recommend that as a number of officers have planned and other members might, that perhaps the late beginning of next week would be acceptable, subject to members' agreement and leaders' agreement. But I don't think there's anything that has to be specific. It certainly can't be delayed, I think, longer than next week. My recommendation to members, of course, it's subject to consideration.
I think we should discuss agenda item 14, because that's about the changes in the decision making, and that would enable any meeting that took place next week to be taken virtually without having to have people physically in the room. So I think that we need to take agenda item 14. In terms of 15, I'm just wondering, I would prefer that the parents knew that they would get the payment. Quicker we make that decision, the quicker parents know that they'll get the decision. So I'd really rather take 15 today as well, if that was possible.
Leader, it's only really item 17 being on it, because we raised the concerns last year, Audit, Risk and Scrutiny Committee. We were notified in July last year. It took nearly a year. It's a really good report, to say the least. It's been really, really open, and we need the chance to scrutinise that one properly. They're all important. They all have the relevance, but I think there'll be an uplift in interest from members when it comes to that particular item. So if we're taking this length of time for some of these items, I think that will take a considerable amount more time. Taking that into consideration, that's the only one I'm really thinking about. So if you want to go on and do the whole rest of them, you should defer that one. That I'd be comfortable with that, Leader. It's at your discretion. But we would need to make that decision before we go into the make decisions at item number 14.
Lily has asked to come in.
Thank you, Leader. It's just to advise members that in item 16 we had put a proposal back to commence the recharging restart from the 1st of July, so I would just like to raise that issue. Thank you.
So yeah, 16 really needs to be decided today as well.
I'm quite happy to do that. I'm quite happy to go, 1, 2, 3 just now that need to be done today. But if we are delaying it to next week instead of a 1-item agenda, a 2-item agenda, that we can maybe see what information we get back and what we've got back from the Scottish Government, and whether the meeting's on Tuesday or Wednesday, we could have updates on where we are. It might give us a better idea about an interim thing. It doesn't have to be a full report, but an interim conversations or whatever you want with the Scottish Government on some of the items that we've been talking about today.
We might be able to have some sort of update. Yeah. Adam.
So I'm thinking that we're probably saying that we need to do 14, 15 and 16 today, and maybe defer it to Tuesday.
I'm quite happy to do all of them today other than 17.
I'm quite happy to do that.
I don't think that there will be a lot of discussion around the Children's Services Plan and the anti-poverty plan. I mean, they've been put together by the Children's Services Executive Group and so on. So I rather than delay them further than that, I don't actually see any reason not to take them.
Let's go then. Let's not talk about it. Let's go.
Yeah, go. Everybody happy with that? But we will defer. We'll defer item 17, and we will request an update on the recovery plans with regard to education. If there's anything further on that, we can give our update appropriate.
Leader, so would that become is that a single item agenda?
No.
17.
17 plus an update.
Well, it come into any other company business under your discretion if that's what you wish, Leader. But I think as long as we can agree that, and it's we're looking early part of next week, we'll that as well.
The thing was made by the IJBs on Tuesday, isn't it?
Tuesday, yeah.
Monday or Wednesday.
Tuesday.
Okay, shall we go back to agenda item 14? Okay. Agenda item 14. Purpose of this report is to agree to future arrangements for decision making and related issues. It is just over 3 months ago that full council agreed significant changes to how we do that business. We've all had to learn new skills and recognise the benefits of remote working and virtual meetings. And can I place on record my thanks to both the members and officers for their cooperation and flexibility in making that happen. We were clear in March the ad hoc COVID-19 subcommittee was a temporary arrangement, and today's full council provides for all members having a role to play in our future decision making. I know both members are keen to deal with business on an ongoing basis, so I'm sure there will be strong support for recommendations set out in the report. And Liz Banton is here to assist members with any questions. Now, the right questions, and I've got Archie, Rose and Jim. Councillor Galloway.
So, thanks, Leader. It's just to come back to something we mentioned earlier about the Waste Subcommittee, talking about the strategy implementation and wondering where we are with that. I'm just looking at the minutes booklet that we have been sent to us, and on page 68, it says quite clearly the Chairman intimated that with the agreement of members, he intended to request that the Review of Standing Orders Subcommittee consider standing down this Waste Strategy Implementation Subcommittee, as the remit of to monitor and oversee the implementation of the new waste strategy was now near completion, and this work can be more effectively undertaken by Communities Committee. So I'm just wondering if this could be added into the recommendations, that it will be a full council decision.
Anybody? Liz?
Yes, certainly we're happy to bring forward a report to the full council meetings about the Review of Standing Orders Subcommittee having a meeting so that decision can be progressed.
Thanks. Councillor Surtees.
Sorry, Leader, I'm having trouble with my mic. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, thanks.
Just on this this paper, I was just wondering. I know that we've done a pilot, haven't we, on paperless equipment, and I know that a lot of people have gone through the pilot and quite successfully at times. So my question, I've got two parts to this question. One is, can we please have the results of this pilot and an evaluation of how it's gone? And also, is it possible to look at what other councils are doing to go paperless? I am aware that there are people who find going paperless very challenging, but I do think we need, if we're going to do a pilot, then we need to do it very comprehensively, and we need to make a very clear decision about going paperless or not, with the idea that we can use equalities legislation for people that may struggle with that.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Chair. Yes, we'll be very happy to bring forward the results of that pilot work. And as part of that, yes, there has been some benchmarking with other councils, particularly through the professional officers group SOLAR. So yes, very happy to bring that back to members. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jim Dempster.
Thanks, Leader. Just an observation again. I know we are saying we will not take the recess this year, which is fine. I'll be delighted to get back to committee business. But bear in mind that the COVID-19 team have carried the burden of the council for the last 3 months. And in the health and wellbeing concept, I'd want to make sure that that committee group, if they wanted some time off, we would manage to accommodate them rather than insist they carry the all committee work, given the extra work they've put in over the last 3 months. The only other thing I would say is, and I'm sure it's reassuring, it's in the paper, but just to get it verbally, according to government advice, I am shielding until the 31st of July, as is Councillor Campbell. That's the Chair and Vice Chair of Planning. So normally I'd want to be present, but I'm sure accommodation will be made for John and I until such times as we're able to join you in person.
Yes, thank you. Certainly note both of these comments. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's something we'll have to think through the arrangements for planning anyway, because there's also, we would go back to our normal arrangements in terms of call-in, in terms of people being able to speak, so we'd actually have to be able to enable objectors and supporters to be able to speak to planning applications studies. There's a bit of work to be done on that, including the fact that both chair and vice chair will be shielded until the end of July. I've got, and thanks for your concern for the COVID-19 committee. I'm sure once I know that the campsites are open, then I will ensure that I get away. Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you, Leader. I have a couple of concerns regarding this paper, and one of them has just been highlighted by Ros about trying to go paperless and whether it suits every individual. I'm one of these individuals, for a reason not going into here, that you know, I need to have the paper. That's why I come in and I get it printed out, whether there's papers or not. So I think, you know, we have taken a decision before then paperless, and all those that can go paperless and want to go paperless should. But I don't have to give a reason to anybody. Or I'm an elected member, and if I can do my duty as an elected member in that way, you know, and it has to be paper or and not by remote means or whatever. That's the way I'll do my job. One of the things is in here is you don't break the law by not social distancing or travelling more than 5 miles, and I think that has to be made clear as well. But the council may be breaking the law if they feel to put in place measures to allow social distancing. So one of the things that when we're having meetings, I think it's good. I think there's talk about the Easter Book Hall, which is fine. You know, you get 43 members if necessary. I think most people will go to that, you know, use remote if they're happy or comfortable with it. But there should always be the option not to. My place. So I think on that basis, you know, I'm quite happy to go ahead if these measures are put in place for that.
Thank you, Leader. And yes, we'll certainly be very happy to accommodate any member who wishes to receive printed papers. Indeed, as today, when we recognised that there was a big volume of complex reports, so we'll be very happy to work with any member who would like to continue to receive hard copy papers. But I think because we have been operating as paper light over the last few months, clearly we have made significant progress in that area. But we will work with members to make sure that your needs are accommodated. And with regards to the meeting, yes, you're absolutely correct. As we've said in paragraph 3.7, we are looking at venues. And one of the things that we will be doing is making sure that where a member does want to attend in person, and that could be at a central point, or it could be perhaps in a local office. I think we'll be reflecting on the arrangements for today and making sure that where required, members have got the necessary support to make sure that they're able to participate in the meetings in the way that they would like to. So yes, thank you for these 2 points.
One other thing, Leader, if you give me, this had its difficulties today, but it worked not too bad, I think. You know, how do you, you know, I think I even brought up the quote, being quoted in a room. Now, one of the things is that changes. How do you make sure that people remotely are there? You know, I've seen, and when are they not there, I've seen an empty desk, or seen somebody making phone calls, eating toast and playing darts. Now, is that taking part in a meeting or not? I've seen empty, you know, an empty screen as well. So I know that one of the things is, you know, I've had some difficulty with, you know, contacting and noise from the stream, etc. But you know, a lot of people don't have that, or some of that can be overcome. But I think this quorum, being quorum, is something that needs to be looked at when you are quorum remotely. I mean,
yes,
I was told because of the noise to switch off the video. Try that. So nobody knows whether I'm there or not. You know? So it didn't help, but you know, it was something. So you know, and I know what Liz will say. She'll say that's, you know, council members. But if you get somebody that's, you know, got a blank screen, you don't know what they're doing. Are they having a game of darts or play football or something like that? I don't know. But you know, whether that's taking part in the meeting, that's up to the individual councillors, I suppose.
There's some discussion at the beginning of the meeting about that. I think it's something that I would reflect on. I thought it was particularly cruel showing us this hot room, that nice ice cream up to it. Yeah, I think that we really need to give some consideration to how we do that.
I think there's certainly guidance and protocols that other authorities use that we could develop, which will address some of the issues that have been raised. But yeah, I mean, it's never going to be foolproof, but certainly put in, as I say, guidance and recommendations out as to how meetings that are online are conducted.
Can I just, on the same point, if that's okay? I wonder, has it been challenged in any way anywhere else? Because ultimately it's usually the case, law stroke history, that defines what you can and can't do. Has it been challenged anywhere else? Is it this it brand new now?
Certainly there's a number of councils across Scotland that have gone fully remote, don't have the requirement for the physical quorum, but it's obviously the experience of COVID has sort of accelerated a lot of this, so I think councils are dealing with it.
And maybe we could look at some, if there was examples of good practice from elsewhere. You know,
provide some options to members. I think let's first check the law, and then obviously the system should be based on trust, but then how people define quorum, that could be. So perhaps if Liz will do some work for us, I'm absolutely positive, and come back to members with a couple of options and how they might wish to proceed in that.
Yes, certainly. Thank you, Gavin. And we have issued already, as you know, good practice guidance for participation in meetings remotely. And so we'll be reflecting on that. We'll reissue it, and we'll certainly be available for any support and advice to individual members about how best to apply that guidance. Thank you.
Even if somebody is actually physically present and they're sitting there doing their emails during a meeting, they're not actually paying attention to the
Multicasting is going in.
I suppose being in the room's no guarantee you're actually contributing.
Councillor James.
Thank you again, Leader. I was disappointed I couldn't get a ticket for your VIP lounge today. Apparently it's a bit too small, but I'm reminded that M&M said that it feels so empty without me. The council, I think, has got a big problem of not controlling directorates even in normal times, and looking at the sort of tiny tidbits that the ad hoc committee got thrown to it during the suspension of normal meetings, it just made the situation a lot worse. So I think we need to get back to having people in a room for meetings. We've got hundreds of buildings. Surely one of them is big enough for as long as this lockdown pantomime continues, and then there'd be no playing darts while people are rambling on. I appreciate it must be much harder for you to chair a meeting, and you're just letting people go on and on and on about rubbish, and here we are 2/3 of the way through the agenda and it's tea time.
I prefer not to curtail debate, that people have important points to make on. There are a lot of agenda items are important, and they're bound to go on longer than maybe it might normally. And we haven't met for 3 months, so there was a lot of business for members to consider. I don't think most people, people continue to be interested in the business of the meeting.
It's been awful, and we need to get a room that's big enough for all of us. Can we do that, please?
Well, we will be looking at getting a large room, but I'm not going to be prepared to compel members to attend physically. We made a change, moving away from that, to enable members to participate remotely, and I think we should be staying with that. But in future, people who prefer to be physically present will be able to physically present. Those for whom it is more convenient and prefer to participate in some remotely, they will be able to do so. And I think this makes a good point in her paper about the need to have a more diverse and representative spectrum of councillors. So it's not all just all us oldies in future that are taking part in councils. We want younger people and people, women and people who may have other responsibilities managing to become councillors, and the ability to participate remotely may be one of the reasons which may actually persuade people that they want to put themselves forward. So I'm certainly not going to retract on the it's not just my choice, but I very much hope that the council will not retract on the ability for people to participate remotely.
So to understand that's from next week onwards then that I can participate in person at a meeting?
Well, I don't know about from next week onwards, but certainly from the next full council meeting we will be looking at something which is big enough for you to be able to come in here. Councillor Hagman.
Thank you, Leader. As I'm sure many will expect, I hugely welcome this item, and certainly Councillor Surtees and I have met with Liz in terms of trying to get digital involvement in seminars. So I was delighted that it's only taken 2 years that an automatic invite has come out to attend the Borderlands seminar. There's a couple of points that I would just like to raise, and I would just like some reassurance that the interim arrangements for planning, which was a specific paper brought to the COVID-19 subcommittee on the 27th of March, that will actually be stood down. So just to whether we need to have that in the recommendations, because although we're standing down the COVID-19 committee, that was a specific paper. So maybe we need to add that into the recommendations. In terms of paperless, I think, yep, absolutely, we have to do everything we can in terms of the environment. I, for one, I've never hid the fact that I'm dyslexic. I've got my papers in green and I really struggle. So I will be continuing to request, and I think it's important that all members are given that opportunity. However, I note that the pilot scheme, the members were all given iPads. Now, I know today I'm at home, I've got my personal laptop, I've got my tablet, I've got my big screen docking station, and I've got my phone. So I'm just wondering if we're going to be going to paperless, is there going to be a need to upgrade the technology to allow members to, one, remotely call in, as well as doing all their papers online? So maybe that's one that could be included in the report that Councillor Surtees has requested. I think it's really important that we draw attention to the expenses and the mileages that we've saved in 3.6. I mean, the fact that it's over £13,000 that's been saved, I'm so happy that I'm not spending my life on the A75 backwards and forwards. And I think it is important that members can call in. Should members wish to turn up, in the flesh, I think there's no issue with that. However, I would say that when everybody is online, meetings are far easier to manage, and certainly from my experience, if there's nobody physically present, we're all online, it can actually help proceedings greatly, although I'm not proposing that we do that at the moment. The other point I was going to make is, one second, yes, the recovery, no, sorry, that's it. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Hislop?
It's with regard to the change in standing orders. Do we actually, and can we actually transmit these proceedings to other people under standing orders? Because 6.8, Malcolm will enjoy this, under Local Government Scotland Act 1973, Section 50A7, it is illegal for anyone to record these meetings without permission. So if we are transmitting these, the public could record them illegally. Now, it's a statutory exclusion because it's in the box. Can we allow this to happen? The other question I've got is under Standing Orders 20.3, what is the definition under the Local Government Scotland Act of attendance? Because when they'd be written, would be no virtual. So if you take 6 months virtually turning up at meetings, does that include attendance? Because I wouldn't want someone actually being struck off as a councillor because the virtual attendance And with regard to the quorum, is there any way your device at home could actually be made so that we have the quorum for every meeting in the boxes? Sometimes we've got 4, I think usually I get 4 on mine. And if it's a 5 quorum or a 6 quorum, then there's only 4 people. I know I'm there myself, and you know how pedantic I am. Excuse me, Chair, but are we quorum? You know, so.
Well, you can see some, you can see on chat, you can see who's logged in, but of course you can't see that they're actually.
So just on those, can we do it within the?
Yeah, I can come back on that. Certainly on the point about the 1973 Act, you're quite right. This brave new world wasn't even imagined then, I don't think. But certainly we've sought our own legal advice, and a number of councils across Scotland have varied standing orders in terms of to allow for virtual participation. So we are taking a more flexible interpretation of the word present as enshrined in the 73 Act. But we're certainly not trailblazers in this regard. There's a number of councils who've been doing it for some time. Before putting this forward, we sought advice from our legal colleagues, and they confirmed that it's permissible. As I say, it is a flexible interpretation of the word present. I think in the circumstances everyone's found themselves in, I believe it to be appropriate. I think there's a little risk of challenge. In relation to your point about recording proceedings, that
6.8.
6.8, thank you. That's really talking about where you've got members of the public present at a meeting of the council, and they're recording the proceedings there and then, because it's most councils have it enshrined within their standing orders that only the council can give permission to record the proceedings. So, for instance, sometimes when the local news station come in and do the set-up shots, council gives permission to do that. Obviously, things have changed somewhat, and certainly we've been recording meetings, but that's with the knowledge of the meeting, and then sharing it online to give people the opportunity to view the proceedings of the council if they haven't had the opportunity to come in, which obviously in the current circumstances members of the public can't attend physically. So it's really about trying to still engage with the public whilst we've been in these new circumstances.
It's on that issue, Chair. Can I come in?
Okay, Andy, we've got a couple of others who wanted to.
Yeah, it's on that issue. Nick, can we, at the same time, can we just double check, because streaming live is different from posting to the internet. Can you just make sure if we stream live that there's not a permanent footprint on the internet rather than us posting to the internet afterwards?
Certainly, with the agreement of the council, there's no legal impediment to doing that. Certainly, there's councils all over Scotland that webcast proceedings live. So I don't believe there's a problem in that regard.
Councillor Dougie Campbell.
Thank you, Leader. I have to be honest here, I'm finding this whole conversation very frustrating. What I would say is that we need to drag ourselves into the 21st century, and if virtual attendance at meetings is good enough for the Scottish Parliament, I think it's good enough for Dumfries and Galloway Council. I totally accept that individual members may want to attend at meetings physically. That's their choice and we should accommodate that. But I don't think we should look for reasons to stop people attending virtually. And I think the leader made a very good point when she was talking about equality of opportunity and accessibility. This isn't just about climate change or saving money or saving on travelling expenses. It's also about opening up the council for people who have got disabilities, who have got childcare, if they're experiencing short-term illness or pregnancy. So I really think we need to move on. The reason I wanted to speak on this item was in relation to common good subcommittees. Can I just confirm with Liz that the change to standing orders for subcommittees to happen virtually, bearing in mind that there's often only 3 members, does that have to be in the recommendations, or is that something that would just be progressed by officers? And I'd really like to see this moving as quickly as possible, because and use an example of Kirkcudbright Common Good Sub, we're starting to get applications for money piling up, and I think in the current environment what we can do to support groups and organisations in our communities is being hindered if common goods can't meet. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Leader, through you, yes, it will apply to all your committees, all your subcommittees and full council. So, and it will take place with immediate effect.
Thanks very much, Leader. So just I'm agreeing with the principles of what's been said wholeheartedly, but I do think back to what Councillor Vickers said very strongly. I agree that we should accommodate each individual councillor at their own needs, and that means I'm agreeing strongly with what Councillor Campbell's said as well, and others. So, but I have got one, I have to mention this as well, I've got one particular, going back to accommodating people. I've got a particular member of the council who's also a mother, and she's been in a full council meeting for 6.5 hours with a child, a 1-year-old child. She's saying that is, and she's finding it very, very difficult. So we have to look at all aspects, because she's got difficulties, certainly for today, in regards to childcare. So we do have to consider all aspects and make sure that we accommodate members the best way we can.
Councillor Nicholas.
Can I just clear something up that was mentioned there about, I think debates with having, I think, everybody's views should be taken into account. But, making statements, for example, about the Scottish Parliament can do it, so everybody else can do it. Scottish Parliament actually don't do that. What they have is they have an agreement of 50% between the parties, between each other. But any member of the Scottish Parliament can go to any committee that they want. If they so choose, they don't. But if they so choose, then they can do that. So it's not compulsory in the Scottish Parliament either. One of the things I have been looking at is the law, and I can't find it in Scottish law, but in the UK law, it does say that participants may be in different places, including in electronic, digital, and virtual locations, which allows internet-based conference calls and other forms of remote access. Remote access will satisfy statutory attendance requirements, overriding any restrictions in standing orders or rules. Local authorities may make other standing orders and rules about voting, public access to documents, and remote access to the press and public, if they so wish. So whether we can get clarification that that's available to in Scottish law, but this is United Kingdom law.
Yeah. Councillor Marshall.
Can you hear me, yeah? No.
No, you're hearing now, yep.
Yeah, can you hear me now, yeah?
Yes, Sean. I lost you again.
You've switched off, Sean. You hear me now?
I see you.
Yeah, just in 3.3, it touches on what we're doing today, which is live streaming of meetings, and it actually identifies the benefits that it can offer to members of the public media. And I think it's good that they see or get an opportunity, it's inclusive to actually see what goes on at council meetings. And it's also helpful for officers, rather than potentially being next door when we're in English Street, they could be at their
at their office working, then can come at an opportune time. Within the recommendations, it doesn't seem to suggest what we're going to do going forward. Are we going to live stream all meetings, or is there some sort of proposal coming at a later date? I think it's really good that, you know, members of the public have got access to this, and, you know, I don't think we see anyone doing anything untoward like playing darts or anything. So it shows that councillors give their full divided attention to meetings.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. The media protocol was updated during the course of the recent months, and that provides for us to live stream all council meetings. So the intention would be that wherever possible, and providing the technology clearly is available in any particular venue, that that we do that for all your meetings going forward.
I'd just like to amend what I was saying earlier. It's actually I've got a mother and a councillor. I've got a father and a councillor as well, as you can see, with a 1-year-old who's got childcare issues. Well done, Matthew.
Shall we go to the recommendation? I think we've given it a good airing. I intend to agree 2.1 to amend the amendment of standing orders to allow fully virtual participation.
Yeah.
Any dissent? And agree 2.2 agree that the ad hoc subcommittee be discontinued. I know it means that any scheduled future meeting will not take place. And to agree to suspend the summer recess for 2020.
We're all right.
And to note 2.4 about committees and subcommittees. And to note the other member engagement.
Elaine, can I ask, in terms of my request, in terms of the planning interim arrangements, just because it was a separate paper that was brought to the committee.
Sorry, I'll need the desk cleaned before you sit there.
All right. Yeah.
Do you want me to clean it? Yeah, if you just.
Yeah. It is actually in the recommendations at 2.3 that the planning forums will take place over the summer recess.
Okay, thank you, Liz.
Okay, thanks.
Apologies, Leader. That was just I didn't know when item 40 would finish, so that arrangement was made because Graham had to leave, so we're still recording.
That's fine. Yeah, just to make sure that everybody's safe.
And we're being webcast as well. Just
Leader, can I just double check now that we've agreed the item number 14? Surely the members physically present doesn't actually matter any longer because we've just agreed number 14. Is that correct?
Not good, sure. Well, it may not be immediate. It may be at the next meeting.
By the next meeting. Okay, thank you. I'm just looking for clarity. Thank you. Just in case anybody needed to leave and we weren't quoried.
No, it is actually. I came in. Okay, let's go on to agenda item 15, which is evaluation of the free school meal delivery model. Provision of food to people during this emergency, and particularly children, has been of fundamental importance. The number of food boxes and meals that have been provided, which is just shy of 150,000, will have made a direct contribution to the welfare of our young people. And I'd like to say thank you on behalf of the Council to all the staff who have been involved in doing that. The decision to make direct cash payments is an option that demonstrates our commitment to removing the stigma of financial poverty and giving families independence. The findings of this evaluation of paragraph 3.17 are welcome evidence on which to base our future arrangements. And to cover the cost of the recommendations, we noted earlier that there is additional funding being made available from the Scottish Government for the summer provision, and the October partnership provision is already in place. And we may want to get some more information about the funding of the Christmas and February partnership. Mark Galloway is here to assist us with any questions. And I've got David McKee, Councillor McKee and Councillor Maitland. Councillor McKee.
Sorry, Chair. It was just before he started talking there. Just draw your attention to there's two pictures here where the people have disappeared. Whether it makes any difference to you or not.
I didn't quite catch that.
Jock said that you can see two screens when it disappeared, although one of them is active.
Well, yes, but as long as we're still calling. Councillor Maitland.
Oh, thank you very much. I just wanted to say that I thought this was a really interesting and useful report. I also want to say that I think probably that those members who were particularly anxious, vulnerable children, I noticed the key findings, item number 3 on page 90, talking about the options model should continue to ensure that children who are at risk still receive food directly to their home rather than the cash-pay adoption. I very much welcome that, and that completely does away with any scruples that certainly any of my group have.
Additional, anybody else wanting to speak on this item? Councillor Hislop.
Chair, is there any idea or any plan for this to carry on when the children return to school, so that if they want the cash payment, they can then use that to buy food if they want to go down the street or something, so we're not stigmatising them at that point?
I think it's something that we need to consider. I mean, it was being considered in terms of it being 50%. If we had to have 50% school-based, 50% home-based learning, then we would have continued with the payment, because the young people need to continue. But I think that it is worth considering whether we should continue that as an option. Anyway, the young people, children and young people get a payment rather than a school deal if they wanted. But I think that's maybe for another day, but I think it's something we maybe need to look at. Mark, have you anything to add?
Mark, you're on mute.
Apologies, Leader. The findings of the evaluation will feed into the work that Education Skills and Learning are doing around the restart of education. So the findings of that will be taken into consideration by Alan Mawson's team and by Gillian as we move forward.
I wonder if we could maybe have further report on that in July when we're coming back to looking at the education restart provisions, that we could maybe consider it at that point.
Yeah, that would be fine, Leader. We can do that.
Councillor Hagman.
Thank you, Leader. Yes, thanks for the report that we've got before us. I'm just looking for clarity really on 3.4 of the paper. It states that eligibility for free school meals was extended to include families in receipt of a council tax reduction. Now, I'm just wondering, does that include families where there's a single parent? Because all single parents will be eligible for a discount of 25%. So if somebody is a single person with a family, they will be getting a reduction of their council tax. So are we extending the free school meals to all those families?
I think it's just the income related. I would imagine it's just the related component of council tax reduction. Mark, can you clarify?
Yeah, thanks, Leader. The analysis was done in terms of targeting those who were below the threshold and in receipt of the council tax reduction, and that was applied consistently, Councillor Hagman, regardless of the reason why there was someone who was receiving a council tax reduction.
So did that include all single adults?
Yes.
So for example, I get a single person's discount because I'm a single person. I'm a single parent, but my salary takes me above the threshold for free school meals. But in theory, would I be eligible for free school meals under this proposal?
Yeah, as it currently stands, those who receive the council tax reduction are eligible for it, and but again, as it was with those parents who took up the cash payment option, that people then had to apply for it. It wasn't applied automatically across the board. We've done significant marketing and promotion of it, and with that we communicated out via a number of channels, but it was consistently applied across those receiving that council tax reduction.
Okay, thank you, Mark.
Anybody else? Okay, shall we proceed to the recommendations, which are to note the findings of the evaluation 2.1, to agree to the continuation of direct cash payments for the holiday food provision during the summer holidays which are just coming up. To note the third sector partnership model, which will be in place of the October school holidays, and agree the third sector partnership model for food provision in the Christmas holidays and the February midterm holidays.
Agree.
And then a further report to the Communities Committee regarding the Scottish Government cash payment model, which would be £10 a week for rather less than a week what we provide, and whether or not we should wish to top that up. We'll take a report on that. Okay, thanks very much. Item 16 is the cessation of non-residential community care charges. This report is within the remit of the Social Work Services Committee, so we have to withdraw delegation to consider it. Are we content to do that? This issue needs to be done really given the overall financial position that we talked about earlier and relies on this income for our health and social care budget. The two positive measures, I suppose, is 3.9. We have given £430,000 of relief to vulnerable people over the last 3 months, and this will undoubtedly have made a difference to them during these uncertain and difficult times. And secondly, in terms of capacity, as a paragraph 3.13, we are advised of the risk of non-delivery of care, and that has been addressed, and Lillian Pringles is here to assist us with the debate. I invite any questions on the report. Okay. Those indicating that they wish to, so should we go directly to the, unless there's anything further you want to add, Lillian, to this?
No, that's fine, Leader. Happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Councillor Crowns.
I'm just looking at the impact assessment, Lillian, and obviously by reimposing a charge, there's some kind of impact there, but there's no reference there. I wonder if you could expand on that at all.
Sorry, Councillor Crothers, I didn't quite catch that. I got I got impact assessment, and then I lost you. Sorry.
So at paragraph 5, it says that this report does not propose a change of policy, strategy, plan, project. It is not necessary to complete an impact assessment. But along with an impact assessment, you do a risk assessment. So obviously that was done at the beginning when we withdrew charging, but we were reintroducing a charging policy. I just wondered what you've done an assessment on that, even though it hasn't been recognised there. What I wonder if you could just talk to that maybe. What is the potential impact, both positive and negative?
Okay, thanks, Councillor Crothers. Through yourself, Leader. Yeah, I mean, obviously this isn't a change of policy, and it was a pragmatic decision to stand down those charges at the commencement of the pandemic, and also to support the providers. So in terms of the individual service users, we would always do an assessment of ability to pay through a financial assessment before we would impose those charges. So for the majority of our service users, their income won't have changed, there won't have been a reduction in their ability to pay. But I can absolutely give assurance to members that we will not be pursuing payment for services that we are still being asked to stand down, because family members are still stepping in and picking up those service provision. And for any service user that is facing financial hardship as a consequence of any change in their circumstances, then of course they would be reassessed. However, I would say to you that most of our care provision to those service users who fall within this category, their financial income has not changed during this period. Happy to clarify if required. Thank you.
Be assured, Lillian. Thanks, Leader.
Councillor Nicholson.
Well, I just wondered why this paper was here, because we're not lifting a suspension. It's a suspended payment. It's a suspension of the payments was for 3 months, and that 3 months is up, so it should be automatic. So I don't understand why the paper's here at all. We don't need to make a decision on it.
Okay, Lillian, can you?
Yeah, it was my understanding, Councillor Nicholson, and forgive me if I've not followed that governance process, but my understanding from the ad hoc committee who agreed the suspension, there was an expectation that we would come back at the end of the 3 months. and either request that we continued for a further period, or this was then agreed that we would lift the suspension. So apologies if that wasn't required. Thank you.
I don't think it was required, because it actually says that they suspended, the committee agreed to a 3-month suspension from the 1st of April, which is now passed. But anyway.
Okay, so are we content to note the loss of income? And agree if we need to agree, and it may not be that we need to agree.
You can confirm this one.
Yeah, we'll be confirmed that lifting suspension will take place on the 1st of July. We're happy to do that.
Indeed.
Item 17 has been deferred. We go on to item 18, which is the Children's Services Plan. This report is for Dumfries and Galloway Council to lead the new Children's Services Plan for 2020 to 2022. 6 priorities set out a strong framework for dealing with children's issues that clearly specify the specifics of the action plan will be impacted by COVID, unfortunately. And I'm sure that the Children's Services Executive Group will take this into account and maybe report back to us and what those impacts have been. We note that the final performance report of the following plan will be brought to possible and probably at one of our summer meetings. And Gillian is back with us to assist members with any questions. Can I invite any questions on this report?
There's no question, it's just that I'm happy to go with the recommendations. I mean, this goes through lots and lots of stages and different committees and different agreements. I think it's a great thing.
Thank you, Leader. I'm just looking at the draft plan before us, and I would like to request that under Priority 5, children and young people with complex needs and disabilities are enabled to reach their potential. That in 5.1 and 5.2, we actually include dyslexia in that. Dyslexia is a vast-reaching disability that affects a huge proportion of people within our region, and it's something that I bring up regularly. We've got autism, and well, it's actually, my understanding is we would describe that as an autistic spectrum disorder rather than autism as such, and perhaps we need to update the wording on that. But to include dyslexia within that. And also, I was just wondering, the Disability Strategy Group, can I ask who makes up that group? Who is it made up of?
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Hagman. Certainly I'll take that back with regards to the examples given in 5.1. Any changes at this point, I think we have been working on this plan now as a multi-agency plan for quite some time, but if it's not a substantive change, I'll certainly take that back to our NHS partners. I can't see that it would be controversial to add in dyslexia to that. The multi-agency group involves a rate, well, it's social work and education and health colleagues, and I can send the membership of that group to you, the report to the Children's Services Executive Group, and I can send the membership to you if that's helpful.
That would be helpful. Thank you, Julian. I'm just wondering, is there anybody with a disability on that strategy group? Are we including people who actually have real life experience of that?
I think it would be fair to say, Chair, that as a strategy group, their task is to develop policy and consider and make recommendations to the Children's Services Executive Group. But the strands of work within that would clearly be fully consulted upon and engaged, and that would involve a wide range of stakeholder groups. So there may not be a person with a disability sitting on the strategy group, but that does not mean to say that there is no consultation or engagement. But certainly, as I say, I have not sat in on that meeting personally, and I can confirm the membership of that group with you.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Thompson.
Thanks, Leader. It was just actually on page 190 of the report, Appendix 3, and although it does make reference to the Youth Council at the start of the report, I was wondering, again, it's just to be explicit about these things, but
Directorate of Skills, Education and Learning. I'm just wondering, would contributions from all agencies and maybe the voice of the Youth Council be included, and do we need to say that, or is it assumed?
Sorry, you're me? Sorry, Jenny, we can't hear you.
I think, sorry, Leader, I was actually going to say I couldn't hear you, so my apologies. Councillor Thompson, I think you said that there was a point on page 190 that you wished amended. Yes.
Sorry, 195, and it's on Appendix 3, where it talks about youth democracy and children's rights reporting.
Yes.
So I think it was really just another point about whether we should explicitly mention that we would engage or take the voice of the Youth Council along with all the other agencies. It was whether or not we've assumed that or whether we should just say it.
I'm happy to make that amendment. As with all of these plans, if it's not a substantive change, this has already been through the NHS. If there's a concern around that, certainly the youth democracy and children's rights reporting is now a legal requirement. And for this year, my directorate agreed to coordinate that response, and I know that it has been informed by the voice of the Youth Council. Perhaps if I should make that assurance, it would not require an explicit statement at this point to allow the plan to progress, but I can assure you that it certainly takes account of young people's voices.
Okay, that's fine, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, can we proceed to the recommendations? We've been asked to agree plan, then to agree the plan. There has been some suggestions of additional. Okay. We agree 2, no 3, no 4, no 5, no 5, 6, no 7, and 8. That 19, please, is the annual report on the local child poverty action group. The second annual report on child poverty that sets out a wide range of actions and significant investments from local partners, and particularly the council. You have seen the previous item. This report addresses priority 3 of the wider children's services plan. The action plan for the 3 years ahead, which is in Appendix 5, will be finalised and updated to take into account the detailed research which is already going on as referenced in the report. And again, Gillian, Bryson and Liz Manson are here to assist with any questions. Laura Gibson of Public Health, I think, is also available, unless she's gone home. I'll open it up to any questions. Anything that you want to see? So are we content to go through recommendations? Which is noted in the background, and then agreeing 2.2, 2.3 and 2.4. And we have item 20, is the proposed review of the scheme of establishment of community council, something which seems to be coming back onto our agenda. And this report is seeking authority for a consultation with the community council on some minor amendments to the scheme of establishment, which hopefully is fairly straightforward. The community council also proposes in paragraph 3.19 that community council meetings also move into the digital age, as it will make their meetings more accessible to potential community council, local residents, elected members and officers from various partners. I know that some have already met digitally, and I'm sure for those councillors who represent large rural wards, the capability of attending remotely could be of significant assistance from at times. So that we also should thank the 705 community councillors across the region who have been working hard since October on planning applications, local projects, but more recently have also been adopting a role as local resilience groups during the COVID emergency, and that has actually been a real difference to people's lives, which is a immense amount of work on that. Now, Kirsty is here to assist members with any questions, and I have Councillor Dempster and Councillor Hadley questions to speak. Councillor Dempster. Councillor Dempster.
My apologies, Leader. Just two questions for you. On page 258, there's a long explanation about virtual meetings, and the paragraph concludes by saying, since then, further advice has been issued regarding in relation to virtual meetings as a recognised way of meeting. So just a reassurance from you, that means that community councils can conduct all aspects of business, such as allocating spend, making other decisions virtually. And secondly, would that be after the minute is verified, or is it after the publication of the consultation process and the September-October publication of a public notice authorising the changes or verifying the changes? Which dates would apply best or appropriately, Leader?
I'll ask Liz to answer that rather than answer it myself. Liz. Sorry, it's not Liz, it's Kirsty.
Happy to come in, Leader, if that's okay. Councillor Dempster, yes, our advice is that community council meetings that are taking place online are indeed in accordance with the scheme. Clearly we are encouraging, and many community councils have already got good practice in place whereby they are publishing their agendas as per the scheme 7 days in advance, and they are providing an additional means for which people can ask questions or participate in the meeting. So for example, community councils have provided an email address or a telephone number, or have asked people to pop a question through the door if they feel they cannot access the online meeting. So yes, we recognise, and community councils are already using online means to meet and take decisions.
Thanks, Leader. And some of mine have been reluctant to meet simply based on the advice that was given previously. So can we go to them tomorrow and say, as of now, or do we wait until the publication of the paper in October?
So, Leader, the advice we've given was initially to postpone meetings, and that was because of the Scottish Government advice and for obvious reasons. We've since issued good practice guidance around how they might wish to meet, and providing them with some information around the different types of online platforms that would be of use to them. So we'll be continuing to do that, and also to offer any guidance on an individual basis. But yes, they are absolutely in accordance with the scheme to be able to meet online currently. Although obviously what we want to do by reviewing the scheme and the terms within it is to provide a kind of safety net for those who may choose not to do that and who will want to eventually meet in person again in halls.
Thanks, Leader. Thanks, Kirsty.
Thank you. Councillor Hagman.
Thank you for that, Kirsty, and good to know, because I'll be leaving this full council meeting and heading to Whithorn Community Council meeting in about an hour's time. So thank you. So I will go to that meeting. I've got a few questions in terms of some of the proposed wording, and I'm wondering, are you looking for amendments to your proposed wording just now, or should that be submitted as part of a consultation? For example, page 236, we make reference in paragraph 5.6.4 that ex officio members will include European Parliament members. Now, as far as I'm aware, we're leaving and we've left the Euro. We're actually in negotiations, so I'm confused why we've put that in there. There's also on paragraph 9.5 on page 271, it states that the public and media may be excluded from a community council meeting, and I'm just concerned that, who decides that, and are we leaving ourselves in a position that should a community council make a decision that might not be in the public's best interest, if they're given full autonomy on that one. There's also, in terms of the discretionary grant, there's details about the actual dates on there, but I'm wondering, should we not, as good practice, confirm to our community councils how long we will take to process that discretionary grant? Say, for example, once an application is received, we'll look to pay that within 8 weeks, because I know last year that there was issues with delays, and clearly we had general elections, we had by-elections, we had new community councils setting up, so there was a whole reason for that. But I think it would be prudent and useful for community councils to know that when they submit their application, we'll give them a response within a set period of time. And the other point that I wanted to raise on was on page 275, 276, and that was in terms of the wording. So should a community council fail to hold quorum meetings for a period of 2 consecutive meetings, we're changing that the community council may be deemed to be dissolved. And who will decide that? Because previously it was very clear that it would be dissolved, and by changing it to may, who then makes that decision? Is that up to the community council? Is that up to the regional council? Is it up to elected members? We're actually putting holes in a system that's already fairly robust and tight. So I'm just wondering, what is the reason for changing that? Thank you.
Through you, Leader, happy to take comments, and what we can do is set up an opportunity for elected members to contribute to a conversation with us should the consultation or the review of the scheme be approved today. Clearly what we're looking for at this point is actually for approval to go to review the scheme, and then I'd be keen to pick up the specific points as part of that consultation process, if that's okay.
Thank you for that. Yep.
Yeah, it's on the similar points. In my ward, we have had a community council whose secretary is quite well versed in legal, although it may be English law. She has went through the scheme, so she knows what's in the scheme, and she has taken the decision that currently there is no facility to actually have virtual meetings. And I note from page 271, we are now going to put in either in person or virtually. So therefore, if we're amending it to say that, does it actually exist? The other thing is, with regard to the change in shall to may, if there are community councils out there who have currently missed 2 meetings in a row, they shall be dissolved. That's what it says. Now, we can go back to the last time we had this discussion with regard to shall and may and whatever, whereby we lost, was it about 20 community councils as they hadn't signed their constitution within the prescribed timetable, and there was no option there. Now, do we have any community councils which have missed 2 scheduled meetings because there was nobody present, and as such, have they dissolved in accordance with the scheme? Because we haven't agreed the scheme yet, because it's in here today, and as such, have they returned their books accordingly? And can you give me the piece of legislation? Because what worries me is, in 2 months' time, if we don't do this properly, we could actually face a bill from a planning consultant or legal person whereby we've accepted a statutory consultee who should not have been a statutory consultee at the time, and therefore are we the ones that are responsible, or is it the individual person who is a community councillor who in law shouldn't have been sitting as a community councillor? Are they responsible?
Thank you, Leader. You'll notice that there are a number of what we are referring to as clarifications within the proposed amendments. And as no doubt members are very aware, then in order to change anything from a full stop to a single letter within the scheme, we have to go through a review process. So we're taking the opportunity to clarify for community councillors and members of the public with an interest in the scheme wherever we can, to make the language that exists as clear as possible. And that's not only to make it as user friendly for community councillors, but also because in the review of the scheme previously, that was one of the things that the feedback was really strongly suggesting. So there's a couple of clarifications that we're trying to just make it absolutely explicit what the scheme means. With regards to whether we have a disestablished any community councils, I can confirm.
The Iris wants to come back on that.
Can I ask, what is the difference between clarification and amending? When you have a community council meeting will only be quorate in the minimum permitted, if the minimum permitted number of elected members shown at Schedule 1 are present. Now, that means to me, as a layperson, if you're in the room, when you have to actually put either in person or virtually, that is an amendment because you are changing the meaning of that initial sentence. So therefore, where in the current scheme, so that we can have the discussion, does it clearly state that virtual meetings are allowed? You know,
does that actually change, though, what we're doing today? Because we're actually going out to consult today.
It actually means...
There is an issue. I know there's an issue because it's been brought up today.
Yes, it actually means we may have 35 or 40 community councils which should dissolve because they're legally not meant to meet because of the shall and may.
If I could clarify, there is nowhere within the scheme that it says virtual meetings cannot happen, and that is why we're looking to clarify and be absolutely clear for community councillors and members of the public what certain paragraphs mean, so that there is no ambiguity and everyone has a clear understanding. Our legal advice is very strong and very clear, and we have written back to any individuals who have questioned that to confirm, and I'll use the language exactly as we've stated it, that we advise community councils to postpone meetings, and given that advice, as well as the Scottish Government guidance in relation to coronavirus and lockdown, the meetings have not taken place that yet are not to be seen as failures to hold scheduled meetings, but to follow the necessary guidance and advice. Now, the scheme states that the Community Council is required to schedule its meetings at its first meeting. However, like any other, I suppose, organisation's schedule of meetings, it is within the remit of someone, the chair, to be able to reschedule meetings if required. And that is how we are viewing and interpreting the scheme as it stands. However, for clarity for everybody, it is helpful if the scheme can be amended to make that position in black and white, if you like, within the scheme. And that's why we're taking the opportunity to come very quickly to full council and ask for a review of the current scheme.
I think we can agree with the review without actually solving the issue which has come up. I'm aware that issue has been pressed, but that doesn't mean that we're not able to clarify or to undertake the consultation.
But has this been legally challenged through a court? Because we got caught with our trousers down the last time, and it's over this wording shall and stuff, and it's the written word that's in the record. It's not what we meant to say, it's what we actually say. Now, I don't want to be sitting here in 6 months' time to complain about a community councillor who took a decision and is now facing bankruptcy because a legal company's after her because they put in an application for a planning permission that she objected to, which we accepted the objection, which wasn't a statutory objection because she wasn't a statutory objector because the meeting should have... Yes, but we need to have this sorted currently to make sure that our community councillors are safe.
That was the point that I was just touching at the end. I suppose in order to try and move things on, but I was picking up on a legitimate concern, saying, okay, there's a risk there to the community council, or even more so the community councillors. We have a duty of care as a local authority to look after them. We'll put forward a scheme of delegation and such like. So I just wondered, is there any way that we can get that piece of work done? Has it already been done, Kirsty? Or how do we get the reassurances that actually, with that, I suppose picking up the duty of care, how do we kind of these folk aren't taking a risk that they shouldn't be taking, and even doing an evaluation that we can understand that you can come back and say that, listen, we've done an assessment, an evaluation, there's nobody at risk at all, or come back and say, oh, there might be 2 or 3 here. I think that's what we need to understand, if I was in agreement with that.
Leader, I'm happy to provide members with an update in terms of those community councils that have continued to meet online and those where they have chosen not to do that as yet. But I would also like to reassure members that we have, I'm confident in the legal advice and the position our council has taken, which is that they are in accordance with the scheme to be able to meet virtually currently. And that the job that we are looking to do as a review and amendment to the scheme is to ensure that there's clarification for all moving forward.
Does that satisfy you? I mean, I think there is an issue. I agree that there is an issue because there was one community council who decided to object to a planning application by email because they weren't able to meet, and I think there is an issue. I don't think it necessarily affects what we're doing here.
Chair, it's maybe more that if the paper here is today to sort the problems that we've got, to clarify, or possibly have, fair enough, but I think we need to make sure, because, you know, it's not a case that this secretary acts rashly. She usually makes sure she has the fullest of information and takes the decision. And this has caused us a problem in the past. So it's just to make sure that we do have the legal backing of whether it's Scottish Government have came and said that we can do this, or whether it's just a local legal opinion. But we need to know that we have done this properly for these people, or else they could be in, you know, having problems in the future.
On that?
No, just to say that I would agree, Leader, that of course we do not, particularly given the volume of work that community councils are involved in currently in terms of the response efforts, we certainly do not want to put any community councillor in any position of difficulty, which is why we have certainly been taken and have worked with legal both throughout any responses to individual community council inquiries and also in terms of the consultation and the content of this report that's in front of you, which is why I suppose I'm saying very confidently that certainly our legal team are confident that currently the scheduled meetings, the meetings that have been taking place online are in accordance with the scheme, and that community councils who have postponed meetings are not disestablished as a result. But certainly happy to provide members with a bit more information on that. And also in relation to the Scottish Government, there's no guidance currently. As I understand it, we are in fact one of the first local authorities to be trying to deal with the concerns moving forward about virtual meetings and being able to support community councils to do that.
I think Councillor Dempster wants to come back in.
Leader, thank you. If it's an issue, I'm quite sure we could add another recommendation to note legal advice and include that in the report, and that could be just presented again on Tuesday, to place firmly in the public domain that we've taken legal advice and the advice is that business conducted was legitimate. And then that should satisfy both community councils, the public and elected members. And if it comes back on Tuesday with that amendment, or if we amend that now, that's fine. But if there are other elements to be addressed, it could simply be brought on Tuesday as the second paper to be dealt with at that time. Thanks, Leader.
Kirsty?
Yes, my view, I know Laura's on the call from legal, I don't know, but my view would be that we cannot amend the scheme without having followed the requirements that are set out in the appendix. So any amendment to the scheme does require us to have gone through the review and consultation process. So I don't think, I could be wrong, but I don't think legally we can make a decision like that without, which would ultimately result in reviewing the scheme.
Leader, that's not what I was trying to say. What I was saying was the recommendations don't reflect the fact that we have taken legal advice. That could be placed in the recommendation. And when Ivor's challenging the proposed wording, then we could review the proposed wording and present it to members as part of the consultation process on Tuesday before we actually endorse it. But certainly the one thing I was saying was, as a recommendation, we could simply record that we have indeed taken legal advice and it satisfies the procedures that community councils have been engaged in at the present moment in time.
I think we're maybe getting ourselves a bit anxious. I know there's an issue, but I think we're getting ourselves a bit anxious about this, because all really we need to do today is to agree for a review of the current scheme. And I don't think that's affected by what's happened.
Chair, I think Councillor Dempster's, if he can get the wording with regard to 2.6 or wherever we put it in, that we have taken legal advice so that community councils can go ahead virtually just now, so that it's in the record. That would satisfy me, because that's my concern, that if we've got members of the public who are being put at risk, you know, for challenge, legal challenge, but if that covers it, that we have taken that legal advice and we put that on the record, I'm happy with that.
Okay, use that as an additional recommendation, to know that we have taken legal advice and the community councils are permitted currently to meet virtually. Thursday, is it?
Legal, you've got legal wanting to speak.
Right, Laura wants to speak. Laura.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I had just wondered how that amendment would tally in with the fact that the body of the report does not refer to the legal advice. So how would you go about noting something that the report doesn't actually refer to?
On a verbal update.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's come up in discussion.
I think, given the fact that the freedom of information doesn't allow you to see the legal advice, I think the safest would be members have been advised that legal advice, rather than members saw legal advice.
Yes,
We've been advised that legal advice supports. Then that's come up in the meeting. So this advice should receive professional advice, not content of professional advice. Keep members safe. Well, are you happy with that?
Yes, thank you, Chief. I'm happy with that. And I can provide confirmation that communities have worked with legal services on an almost daily basis some weeks on this point. And the advice that we have given them is that the wording of the scheme is whether scheduled meetings have been missed. And the fact was that at the start of lockdown, community councils were advised to cancel their meetings. So in essence, there have been no scheduled meetings that have been missed. So as Kirsty said, that there should be no disestablished community councils, and furthermore, the scheme has allowed some community councils to carry on with their meetings virtually. And what we're trying to do is just cover all bases for those that can do that and those that can't, and just make it absolutely clear to people what they can safely do.
So we intend to go to the recommendations, which are noting 2.1, 2.2, 2.3 and 2.4. I'm going to add in to note that members have been advised that legal advice had been sought, and that it was that community councils were able to virtually during the COVID pandemic.
Chair. So this is a comment rather than I'm comfortable with what you've just said. That's fine. And what's flashing up for me here is that, have we got the right processes in place within the council that would actually ensure that when a community council is disestablished, they are not then sent a notice for consultation as a statutory consultee, because they're no longer a statutory consultee. And that's where I think some of Ivor's fears were coming from. So I think it's a bit of work needs to go on behind the scenes Kirsty, just to make sure we've got everything in place so that planners, for example, are well aware the minute a community council becomes disestablished.
Okay, yeah, that's not idea.
It's not that today.
It's not actually part of the recommendations, but it's also an assurance that you might see that planners are made aware that the council can be
operational matter, we can add it to the planning checklist. So the planners will be forward that they actually are established. So we can add that to the operational matter to the planning checklist.
Perhaps ready to go for these minutes.
Finally, can we agree that the review be undertaken? That's the which will be now the recommendations for the And finally, we have. I can find them. The movers and seconders for the minutes for the approval under item 21. So,
Leader, can I just ask before we come on to approving the minutes, should the minutes not be approved in terms of the dates that they took place? I'm just conscious that we're approving committee minutes. For example, the community's minutes is being approved before the waste subcommittee minutes was approved and there was decisions made. I'm just wondering, for clarity, is there a reason why the dates are all mixed up? Because I would assume that we would have done the minutes approval in a date order.
I'm advised that they are done in alphabetical order.
So we're approving minutes on decisions that have been. I'm just confused that we're, for example, the waste committee minute is not approved, but yet the approval of the communities committee will be approved prior to that. It doesn't make sense to me, but if it's done in alphabetical order and there's no issue with that, then that's fine. Thank you.
Do it in alphabetical order. Okay. I can agree to the moving and seconding of the minutes, which require that. Ad hoc subcommittee, I hope everybody's got their piece of paper as well. Ad hoc subcommittee on 16th of June.
Happy to move.
And Councillor Campbell, are you there to second?
Jim's there.
I'm here, I'll second it, that's fine, yeah.
And the Adam subcommittee.
Happy to move, John.
Happy to second, Leader.
Thank you. 24th February.
Move.
And second. Civic government licensing on the 11th of March.
Happy to move.
For a seconder.
Happy to second. Happy to second.
Communities committee on the 10th of March.
Happy to move.
Happy to second.
Dumfries Common Good Fund subcommittee 10th of February.
Happy to move.
I'll second. Okay. So Education and Learning Committee of the 17th of March. I'll move. Tracy and the seconder. Councillor Stitt.
Oh no, wouldn't it be?
Councillor Stitt or Councillor Davidson present?
Happy second.
That's fine. Enquiry Appeals Subcommittee on 28th of February.
Happy to move.
Happy to second.
Finance Procurement and Transformation on 3rd of March.
Happy to second.
Order Subcommittee on 13th of February.
Happy to move.
Happy to second.
Daily March.
Happy to move.
Pension Subcommittee 20th of February.
Archie.
Move. Yeah, happy to second, Leader.
Planning and Applications Committee 26th of February.
Happy to move, Leader.
Happy to second, Leader.
Waste Strategy Subcommittee 6th of March.
Moved.
Happy to second.
Return and Wigs and Common Good Fund 18th of February. Do we have any? Jim McComb? So, or David Inglis? Okay. Jackie, can just is someone?
Yes, happy to.
Okay, and with the area committee.
Happy to move.
Rose still there? Okay, so those two will have to be.
Can Jackie not second the Wigton Area Committee? Is Jackie still available? I don't know.
Yeah, Jackie's still available, yep.
Right, okay, well, we'll do that. Wigton, Jackie, second that.
Yep.
Thank you. But just the Wigton common good, okay? And then finally, we've got 22 items for noting. So we can't content to note there is.
Aye.
Okay, and that's that. I think that's enough for today. We'll meet again next week to take item 17. But actually, yeah, I should say before we go that to today's members of the retirement of Paul Clarkin, our head of People and Transformation this month. Paul has worked in human resources, Dumfries Galloway Council since its inception, and with Nithsdale District Council before that. So he has been in continuous local government service longer, a very long time, more than any of us probably in the room. I'm sure members will wish to pass on to him our grateful thanks and our warm appreciation for his outstanding and long service.
Thank you.
Come
on,
30th of July, in fact.
Agreed.
Retirement, Paul. Thank you, Leader.
Well done, leader. See you on Tuesday.
It's a charm.